を狂い酒闇の時代とフライ舞い上がれ光る未来の伝説となり何度くたばってもくたばらずにいただけ一番信じて立ち向かえ今の位置からぶっちゃけクソダサい何ももた
Well, hello. I hope everyone's well. Ugh. Sundown Twink, Fastidious, Yosh, Sam. Hi. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Or something, I don't know. Oh, man. The week's over yet, right? Happy Wednesday. Thank you. I look forward to my Wednesday in 4 hours. I thought we beat this yesterday. I mean, I installed Dragon Age Inquisition. If you'd rather do that, you can call the end to it. I'll rate the game now. You won't be happy. Oh boy. That was such a good fake out. I was like angry. I was prepared to give the game an unironic 2. I was prepared to have it be the lowest on the entire list. But because it was a fake out, I might just give it a +1 for it. What does that mean? Nothing. But like, you know. All right, I have 2 theories. One is we got something wrong during the section where we had to explain what was wrong with the times. 2, we need to, and I really hope this isn't the case, we have to drink the other type of coffee because they talked about the coffee at the end. And if I drink the other type of coffee, somehow the universe will be in a different version and I will be allowed to not die. I really liked that ending. I liked that ending as a fake out, like in terms of like as a bad ending. I thought it was a fine ending as that. I'm talking if that was the end of the game. Like that was it? It'd be a 2. It'd be terrible. But as a, oh, this is a bad route, redo the loop. Great, fine, love it. And look for a new tip we may have unlocked. Oh, I'd love to, Yosh. I'd love nothing more than that. What would that be? Special, clear list. Only works in the game? Of course it does. There's one game in particular this game reminds me that I really like, so the bad didn't get me at all. See, the thing was, like, I bought it, but then I was sitting there like, there's just no way. Like, there's no way that every single person played that ending and then said, yeah, we should all contribute 300,000 total points to this, right? Like, I could see people going, this would be like really funny if Yosh redeems it, and I'd love to watch him play it then. But like there's an investment that having multiple people invest in the game kind of like requires, you know. Speaking of, we haven't run out of days yet, right? For Ghost Trick. Let me extend that real quick right now. It's got 55 minutes left. Let's give it another 30 days. Something went wrong. Can I give it 29 days? Okay, I'm gonna give it 29 days now, and then someone remind me I owe another day to Ghost Trick. It looks like it would technically be over 30 days, so I can't do it yet. So I just someone reminds me I can extend it. But yeah, I like the math. Oh dear, here we go. I am I and not I. There are two of me here, and if that's the case, who exactly is I? And if that's the case, who exactly am I? Oh, and I can't press E on those eyes. Oh, an infinity. Limitless, endless. Something that is without limit. Something that continues endlessly, and so on. Infinity series. 323 Infinity. Oh, the release of it. Infinity Cure. Never 7. The end of infinity. Ever 17. The out of infinity. Remember 11. The age of infinity. And the Infinity series will go on forever. Did it? Maybe they were right. Yeah, I saw that. What was it? Ever 17 and the 7 one are getting remasters, but didn't Yosh say that they're not by or Never 7 by the same people? So that the translations might be a little sketch. I'll be honest with you. If it's not by the same people and there's like free English translations, I don't really harbor any mental remorse to just perhaps playing fan translations. The Ever 17 remaster is based on the Xbox version, which was not great, made by different people. Oh, and it's okay. So it's not just that it was made by different people. It's based off of a not good version of the game. Okay, that's fair enough. If the next game in the series releases 200 years from it, it still counts. True, true. That's facts. That means it's continued. The Xbox version was made by... Okay, so it's just like... eh. So I'm going to pick the other 66-minute period. Speaking of... I don't know why I'm speaking of, but Crimson. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to your first night here at Freddy Fazbear's Entertainment.
Thank you for the sub. Please enjoy the emotes. 611 to 717. I don't know what's causing it. I've checked every option at this point. The former is the time my body, possessed by Kokoro, was attacked by Enomoto in the storehouse. On the other hand, the latter is the time I, who had returned to my original body due to the transfer, discovered Enomoto's corpse. Of course, these aren't the only times that happen to bother me. There are plenty of other spots, but it's not worth listing them all. Let's just give one more example. Let's go back to January 11th. The following times are also strange. This 66-minute period. Oh, incidentally, these two times, isn't there something strange about them? Let's start thinking about what happened on the 14th from 6:11 to 7:17, an interval of 66 minutes. I was at the shelter cabin then, anxious about my body being controlled by Kokoro. I was worried sick about her, wondering if she'd managed to run away from Enomoto. See, it's strange, weird even. Wasn't I only allowed to stay at the shelter cabin for 33 minutes? Of course, the same goes for Kokoro. She can only stay at Sophia for 33 minutes. In spite of that, the camera recording my body moving without my consciousness for a good 66 minutes. It's certainly not a problem with the time counter on screen, what's recorded really is 66 minutes long. Yeah, locker slam. Oh, health update. Hopefully it's good. Well, I've been feeling like ass on... Okay, that's not great. It's been going gradually down and is very, very... Oh, good. Oh, good. The tinnitus is getting better. And then right now, it's like there was a coil whine in their headphones. So here's hoping it's still the same when I get them off or get off them soon. All right, yeah, fingers crossed. I hope that the tinnitus goes... Like, I hope it's reduced considerably. I'm glad you caught it. And, well, I guess it's hard not to catch, right? You hear it. But, like, I'm glad you were able to do something for it, I guess, is it. That had to be terrible. I've had it where it kind of like comes in and then like goes away after a little bit, and that's from just listening to music or playing music too loud. And I can't imagine that constantly. It makes me lightheaded. We're in here together now. It's best to go to the doctor if it stays there for 24 hours. Oh, shit. Are we back on orange juice? Just one glass and I'm swapping the water. I need the vitamin C. It's my sweet thing of the day. As well, so it's functioning double. So yeah, we're back on orange juice a little bit. I also got milk upstairs, but I'm not gonna drink that on stream when I have to talk, because milk, when you're talking a bunch, if you drink milk, I don't even know how to explain this without it being really disgusting, so I apologize in advance, but like it makes your like, you get like a lot of saliva, and so it feels like you're like chewing on every word for the next hour, and orange juice doesn't do that, so we're going with that for my drink of choice tonight. So I can spread the PSA to everyone, because I had no idea. If you have tinnitus for a day straight, go immediately to get steroids from your doctor. That is good to know, actually, because I'm probably going to get it. But yeah, all right, fingers crossed. Hopefully it continues to reduce, and then when you get off the steroids, it's minimal or gone, minimal/gone. Sorry it sucked so much. But happy to hear a positive health update. Very happy to hear a positive health update. That's my favorite type of health update. What's recorded really is 66 minutes long. The major point here is that the statement Kokoro can only stay at Sphia for 33 minutes is irrefutable. We measured it several times, so I have no doubt about this. Which means, since Kokoro was already at Sphia at 6:11, her consciousness separated from my body 33 minutes after at about 6:44. But then from 6:44 to 7:17, who the hell was controlling my body? Let's examine the video once again. 6:44 on the 14th is shown to be the moment Enomoto was swinging the knife, aiming at my throat. Right after it, Hotori rammed into Enomoto, causing him to drop the knife. Which means that Enomoto's murder, as well as the grotesque damage to his body, took place sometime between 6:44 and 7:17. The personality and control of my body during this time gap is the culprit behind Enomoto's murder. So with that, Fuyukawa Kokoro is a reasonable alibi. She can only be at Sphia for 33 minutes, and Enomoto died after her time limit was up. Therefore, it's impossible for Kokoro to be the criminal. Fuyukawa Kokoro is innocent. The same considerations apply to the events on the 11th from 8:02 to 9:08. At 8:02, Kokoro was transported to the Sphia. 33 minutes after, at 8:35, her consciousness ought to have left my body, but as a matter of fact, I woke up at Sphia at 9:08. From 8:35 to 9:08, again, there's a gap. Looking at it closely, this mysterious time lag has accompanied every transfer up until now. At 10:24 on the 11th, for example, at Sphia, having been transported to Mount Akakura due to the third transfer, Kokoro jumped, surprised by the sound of the breaking cups. And then, at 11:30, a fourth transfer occurred, and I regained consciousness in the bathtub. There are no cameras in the bathroom, but there is one in my room. I know the fourth transfer occurred at 11:30 because the camera inside the room recorded Hotori's sudden metamorphosis. I'll touch on the subject of Hotori later. The third at 10:24, the fourth at 11:30, again the 66-minute gap in between. If we assume Kokoro was in control for half that time, then what about the other half? Yes, as I thought, a 33-minute gap is also present there. Is any further explanation required? The gap always tags along with our transfers. Nevertheless, my body definitely isn't empty during the remaining 33 minutes. It's very clear that another personality slips into it. A third personality. I can't for the life of me guess who they are. But since a third personality exists, then I can deduce the following. Kokoro and I transferred between... well, 3 points, I'm pretty sure. We transferred between 3 points. We never transferred back and forth between 2 points. We kept turning round and round between the 3. Should I start listing out 3 coordinates in rapid succession now? Objection! Or whatever it is. If not, then I can't explain how the third personality intervened between me and Kokoro. The phenomenon we were dragged into is a space-time transfer. An area at a point in the time completely changes places with another area at another point in time. The personality exchange is all about each consciousness simply remaining tied to a fixed place and picking the empty vessel that comes around. If we assume that a third personality exists based on this model, then it's logical to think that the transfers do not occur between 2 points but 3. When explained in order, it's like this. Before that, let's define some phrases. From now on, I'll refer to the third personality, shrouded in mystery, as Alpha. An alias, a tentative name to call the third personality. Just as my name is Yukito Satoru and Kokoro's name is Fuyakawa Kokoro, I decided that the name of the third personality is Alpha. Furthermore, to simplify things, I'll make use of the following abbreviations. The body of Kokoro, Kokoro's body. That's not an abbreviation, okay? Kokoro's consciousness. This is, here we go, Kokoro. The body of Alpha, Alpha's body. Alpha's consciousness, Alpha. The space covered by the sphere of radius 110 meters centered on Sphere area. The space covered by the sphere of radius 110 meters centered by the shelter cabin area. The third location, which is neither Sphere nor the shelter cabin, the third location. The space covered by the sphere of radius 110 meters centered on the third location. The third area. This is not a good abbreviation system. The region surrounding the third area, the third region. So we have the third location, the third area, and the third region. This is tentative name that acts as a counterpart to Aosugi Island and Mount Akakura. The fact that the time my consciousness and Kokoro's can respectively stay transferred in Kokoro's body and my body is restricted to 33 minutes. The 33-minute rule. Is it really an abbreviation, or the abbreviation is as intuitive as the definition? I mean, before these three are a little sketchier, but before this, yeah. I hope this is better in Japanese, but also I hope it's not, because this is funny. Hi Yoshi, happy 2038. I hope you're doing well. Would you let us know if this is better in Japanese? Like, these are like more defined in those three, or if it's just about this again, because we both, Twink and I both hope that it's not, because it would be funnier. Why did it take 3 years to get to this VOD? Because they released 2 Zelda games back to back, and he was very busy at work beating those. And they were very long, and so he wasn't able to get to this VOD yet for 3 years. Just bring it up randomly. The fact that the time my consciousness and Kokoro's can okay, that's the 33-minute rule. Let's begin. Just what kind of phenomenon is this annoying space-time transfer? Let's start off with removing the time jump from the equation and focusing on space transfer. Judging from the recordings, my body is used by us 3 in the following order. Me, Kokoro, Alpha, me, Kokoro, Alpha. Simply said, my body, after being operated by me, is operated by Kokoro, then operated by Alpha. And operated by me, operated by Kokoro, operated by Alpha, and so on. Of course, the same kind of thing happens to Kokoro's body and Alpha's body. This time, let's use the point of view of my consciousness and see how I move between each body. My consciousness is always, no matter what, at Aosugi Island. My bound consciousness crawls into an empty vessel, a body existing in the area currently on Aosugi Island. If you turn over the above sequence, you get my body, Alpha's body, Kokoro's body, my body, Alpha body, Kokoro body, Let's paraphrase it to make it easier to follow. In short, my consciousness transfers from my body to Alpha's body, then to Kokoro's body, then to my body, then to Alpha's body, then to Kokoro's body, and so on. That's the exact same way you just said it. Needless to say, the consciousness of Kokoro and Alpha transfer in the same order. The transitions all come down to this. When my consciousness is in Alpha's body, Kokoro is in my body, and Alpha is in Kokoro's body. When my consciousness is in Kokoro's body, Kokoro is in Alpha's body, and Alpha is in my body. When my consciousness is back in my body, Kokoro is back in Kokoro's body, and Alpha is back in Alpha's body. The areas are teleported as follows. When the Sphere area is in Mount Nakakura, the shelter cabin area is in the third region, and the third area is transported to Aosigi Island. When the Sphere area is in the third region, the shelter cabin is in Aosigi Island, and the third area is transported to Mount Nakakura. When the Sphere area is back in Aosigi Island, the shelter cabin is at Mount Nakakura, and the third area returns to the third region. 3 consciousnesses, 3 bodies, 3 regions, and 3 areas all tossed around like this. By the way, if you apply the 33-minute rule to it, this is what you get. The time my consciousness controls Alpha's body, the time Kokoro controls my body, is the time Alpha controls Kokoro's body. 33 minutes. The time my consciousness controls Kokoro's body equals the time that Kokoro controls Alpha's body equals the time that Alpha controls my body, 33 minutes. What's 11 in binary again? Isn't it 0 0 0 0 1 0? No, that's 8. No, yeah, 1 0 1 1. 4 zeros, then 10 11. I think it's been a long time since I've done binary operations. The time my consciousness controls my body equals the time that Kokoro controls Kokoro's body equals the time that Alpha controls Alpha's body. Changes at random. Oh, I was doing a full bite. This is everything I've discovered about the space-time transfer. This is how the 33-minute time gaps are generated, but there's still something missing. There's still 4 obscure points. Excellent. Mystery 1. I didn't notice the existence of a third area because I believed what Kokoro had written down. No, it's not. Go fuck yourself. 3... one in binary is 3. I didn't notice the existence of a third area because I believed what Kokoro had written down. This is what her message said on the 12th. Keck W even. Yep. Transferred to Sphere 1:40 p.m. Return to the shelter cabin. Transferred to Sphere 6:36. Return. Okay, yeah. This return. Yep. 33. Transfer to Sphere. In contrast, these are the times I noted down. 1:07, transfer to the shelter. 1:40, return to Sphere. 6:03, transfer to the shelter cabin. Unknown, return to Sphere. Indicates that it was impossible for me to check what time it was. That was when I saw the shadow holding a knife when the lights went out. I had no time to look at my watch. Transfer to the shelter cabin. The times in Kokoro's message and the ones I measured match perfectly. That's why I was under the wrong impression. When I'm at the shelter cabin, Kokoro's at Sphere, but that wasn't the case. It was actually when I'm at the shelter cabin, Kokoro was in the third area. Then, when Kokoro was at Sphere, I was in the third area at that time, which means one list of times, either Kokoro's or mine, is incorrect. And the incorrect one is Kokoro's. How do I know this? When I compare them to the times displayed in the videos, it becomes pretty obvious. According to the recordings, these are the correct times of Kokoro's transfers. 12:34 transfer to Sphere, 5:30 transfer to Sphere. Obviously, there are no cameras in the shelter cabin, therefore I can only find the times Kokoro transferred to Sphere. That's enough. Let's compare them with the times of the transfer to Sphere Kokoro wrote down. The time Kokoro wrote are 1:07 and 6:03, but the actual times are 12:34 and 5:30. A systematic error. The times recorded on the messages are ahead by 33 minutes. Because of this, the 33-minute gaps perfectly vanish. Though I don't know how this happened. Why did Kokoro commit this error? This is the first mystery. Mystery 2. When my consciousness went into Kokoro's body, I immediately noticed it. I felt out of place, and it was simple to understand that the one reflected in the mirror wasn't me. Also, I could freely control her body. I could move, talk, and essentially make use of all 5 of my senses. And yet, when I was in Alpha's body, I felt nothing. At least I don't remember anything. It was probably the same for Kokoro. Why? Why did Kokoro and I never observe anything through Alpha's eyes? Walking around, touching anything, eating something, hearing sounds, smelling. Why couldn't we do any of that? My memories skip over it and go straight to the shelter cabin as if Alpha's body never existed. It doesn't make any sense. This is the second mystery. Mystery 3. The third is about where and when the third region exists. Where in the world is it? And when was it dragged into the space-time transfer? Aosagi Island, January 2012. Mount Akakura, January 2011. What about the third area? Since Aosagi Island and Mount Akakura exist at different points in time, it's natural to assume the third region exists in the past or the future. If I can pinpoint its location and time, I'll be able to draw closer to the identity of Alpha. Great news, I know where it is. The last mystery is about Alpha themselves. Who is Alpha? My consciousness transfers into 3 bodies when chasing after Alpha. However, I'm never caught up with them. When I reach the third area, Alpha runs to the shelter cabin. When I reach the shelter cabin, Alpha evades by going to Sphia. If I think about it like that, Alpha is a very close existence to me. But I can't guess their true identity. And all that I know is what sort of evils they've done thus far while manipulating my body and nothing more. Alpha killed Enomoto, plunged themselves into the bathtub, drank up the DMT and Mal inhibitor, and made a mess of the living area. Everything was done after Kokoro had left my body and right before I returned to my body. The Alpha personality that wedged itself between Kokoro and me is at the root of every calamity and the true criminal. Incidentally, I wonder why they did these things. What's their motive? Scheming to ruin my body and grotesquely damaging Enomoto's corpse? What could the reason be for that? What could the reasons for that possibly be? The fourth mystery, Alpha. Strangely enough, I don't feel any anger towards this unknown entity. Rather, I'm fascinated by their mystique. I just described it as scheming to ruin my body, but does Alpha really have something like a scheme? I said grotesquely damaging Enomoto's corpse, but were they really aware that it was something grotesque? All done on a whim, the height of an innocent child's play. I begin to realize Alpha's identity, if only vaguely. What? At any rate, with this, I can say I've proven Kokoro my innocence. Let's be relieved about that one. Yet, in the corner of my heart, a fragment of discomfort still clings. A feeling I can't identify, but it makes me feel sick. I can't stop feeling uneasy about Alpha in the third area. However, I can't get stuck on that topic forever. I have another important objective. That is, rescuing the refugees in the shelter cabin. Present time, 4:09 a.m. The space-time transfer is approaching moment by moment. To clear my mind, I pour another cup of coffee and gulp it down. I place the cup on the console. A map is next to it. The same map of Japan I saw when I came into this room on the 14th. With a certain purpose in mind, I stick it in my pocket. The monitors lined up along the wall display the current situation in every room. Nothing is wrong with the other 3. After confirming that, I leave the dim room. If only there was a convenient place to put a watch that was... Yeah, to check on a whim? Who would ever think that? This is the third area again. That's not good. Oh! Oh, good. Okay, here we go. It was really going. I was getting worried. That's right. Muttering, I suddenly stop. A situation where I'm just waiting around, not doing anything like this, is nothing but suffering. That's why I brought the map from the small basement room. For seeing that, I remove it from my pocket and spread it on the sand. Where is the location of the third area? I decided to investigate that while I wait. My reasoning is so simple, it's humorous. The space-time transfers aren't only happening at 2 points. A 3-point transfer. I know the whereabouts of 2 of those points. Here. And here. Above is Aosagi Island, below is Mount Akakura. Mount Akakura's name has been properly marked on the map. Now then, where is the remaining point? I figure that the 3 points are arranged in an equilibrium position. In fact, there appear to be 6 positions on Earth where the respective distances between the 3 points are kept in close balance. As for where these positions lie exactly, it is as follows. We already know. First, let's designate the surface distance between point Aosagi Island and point Mount Akakura as R. Next, draw 2 circles of a radius R, centered on the point Aosagi Island and the point Mount Akakura, respectively. Let's designate the intersection points of these 2 circles as P1 and P2. Draw a straight line passing through P1 and P2. Also draw another line passing through points Aosagi Island and point Mount Nakakura. Lines here should be understood in the sense of lying atop a curved surface, and thus forming 2 more circles around the Earth when fully drawn. With this, we now have 2 small circles and 2 large ones. Now, there should be a total of 8 points of intersections between all the circles. Since 2 of them are Point Aosagi Island and Point Mount Nakakura, we exclude these, which leaves us with 6 points. If any of these 6 represents the actual third area, that would mean that the 3 transfer points are located in equilibrium positions. Yup, great. I can kind of geometrically picture that in my brain. I trace the line connecting Aosagi Island to Mount Nakakura with my fingertip. My finger stops around the middle of the line. A place called Moegi Village in the district of Hiwa, Hokkaido. There's a pickaxe line cross-marked just around the midpoint. Just below the mark is... At that moment, something jumps up inside my head. The sound of the waves vanish, time stops, I forget to breathe. Streaks of light sweep across the sky in groups. A crack runs through the frozen atmosphere. In an instant, the surrounding scenery shatters, and fragments of the moon become comets and rain down on the earth. If the third area really is Hotarubi Mine, is this just he's just picturing the Rodan scene after you beat him, huh? Man really was a prophet. If the third area really is Hotarubi Mine, if it really is, then Alpha's true identity is... My fingers won't stop trembling. I'm driven by fear of an unknown nature. Feeling like I've come across something ominous, I fold up the map in a panic. I try to find a way to deny the thought I just had. Or a meteor shower? No. Elden Ring invented meteors falling out of the sky. That fun little fact for you. I didn't know if you knew that or not. I try to find a way to deny the thought I just had. However, the more I struggle, the deeper I become fixed on it. If the third area really exists in Hotarubi, all my questions until now will be cleared up and resolved. However, that's a forbidden solution that I should never pursue. Thank you, Sundown. I shake my head furiously to dispel the dark thought. It doesn't help, of course. I've realized the true identity of Alpha. The fact will never disappear. Inobushi Keiko. Or something. I don't fucking... I doubt it. She's supposed to be in Sphia. A gust of wind blows past me. The map gripped in my right hand flutters. Before the wind finishes blowing, Sphia suddenly disappears. What replaces is a brown plain without snow. There is no thunderous roar, and there is no brilliant flash of light. It happens silently without a sound, like turning a single page in a book. I take it you don't know as much as Satoru knows? No, I have no fucking idea. Even though such a mysterious spectacle has occurred before my eyes, I'm unable to break out of my trance. I stand where I am, dumbfounded, without understanding what's happening. Only time steadily continues. The sound of the waves gradually returns to my ears. I suddenly look up at the night sky and see the countless stars and the waning moon casting the same light as ever. Nothing has changed. The world continues to revolve as usual. The figure of Alpha... Let's see what the line before it was. I start to walk unsteadily... Oh, hold on. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, this is fine. The Satoru, the transfers, yeah, okay, we're good. We're good. I start to walk unsteadily as though being pulled. The figure of Alpha keeps coming to mind, but now isn't the time to be misled by something like that. At any rate, I have to think about the shelter cabin. Kokoro, Yomugi, Lin, and Yuni. Right now, I just need to concentrate on those 4 people. My awkward steps gradually begin to adjust their pace. Eventually, that turns into quick walking, then into a trot, and finally into a sprint that cuts through the darkness. Present time, 5:02 a.m. I step into the circle. That zone is a barren wasteland of brown rock. Okay. Cube. The round green door. I kneel down beside it and think, should I open the door or not? Present time, 5:17 a.m. I Okay, I probably shouldn't open the cube, and so we're just like, we're not gonna open the cube. We're walking away from the cube. Fuck the cube. I don't open it. I have a bad feeling. Good idea. Yep. This is supposed to show the cube. Cube 3 hypercube. I just got a swirl. Whoop. Obviously, this building isn't the shelter cabin. This isn't the shelter cabin area. But if that's the case, then where am I? The third area. My consciousness, which had always stayed behind at Aosagi Island. I transferred from my body to Alpha's body, then to Kokoro's body, back to my body again, repeating over and over like that. In other words, the sequential order of the three areas being teleported to Aosagi Island is Sphere area, third area, shelter cabin, Sphere, third, shelter. Basically, after Sphere, it's the third area's turn. After the third area, the shelter cabins comes next, and so on. And until just a little while ago, the Sphere area was on Aosagi Island. Due to the space-time transfer at 448, the place that appeared here is the third area. Quite a simple deduction. Anyway, how long will the third area remain here? 33 minutes. Which means that the next transfer is going to occur 33 minutes after 448 at 521, and then the Malakakura of 1 year ago will arrive. I reach into my pocket and take out my wristwatch. It's 5:18, 3 minutes until the next transfer. I have no time to open the door. I stand up in a hurry and rush over to the ladder. I practically flow down it and descend to the ground. It's 110 meters to get out of the circle. If I run as fast as my legs can possibly carry me, I'll make it. I kick off the ground and run. The slickness of the rocks underfoot make me stumble. They're so wet that I'm scared my feet will slip at any moment. I correct my posture and propel myself forward. I jump into the deep snowbank. I've crossed the boundary line of the circle, but I can't relax yet. It's better to get as far away from the circle as possible. I quickly stand up and run through the snow. I finally arrive at the coast. I stop at the edge of the waves and turn around. Present time, 5:21 a.m. In an instant, the bare ground disappears. What materializes next is a small hill clad in a mantle of pure white snow. Like a slide on the projector being clicked into place, the landscape has undergone a sudden transformation. Without a sound, without any light or vibration, before I know it, the small hill is lying there as if nothing has happened at all. All I can hear is the wind blowing. A gentle breeze is flowing out from inside of the circle. I can see a cloud of fine water vapor. A great billowing mist that wells up like a mushroom cloud. But it's soon swallowed into the darkness and disappears. This is the second time I've witnessed a space-time transfer. It's an unbelievable spectacle, but it doesn't take much time for me to return to my senses. I kick up the sand and start running. To the other side of the hill. The shelter cabin is there. 4 people are inside. I have to take them out of the circle. With only that thought in mind, I keep my legs moving. I don't know why the patch didn't work for you. The original game did not have the cube. It was in the PSP version. Goodbye, cube. Bye, cube. When I reach the top of the hill, I'm greeted by a familiar scene. The mortar-shaped depression. In the middle of it stands the shelter cabin, as expected. I'm about to run down the slope, but just before I do, I suddenly stop. A figure has entered my vision. The eastern sky has already begun to brighten. In the faint light, I realize who it is fairly easily. Kokoro is running up the snow-covered slope, right across from where I'm standing. She's there, the shelter cabin between me and her. Kokoro stopped halfway up the slope and looks back. Lin and Uni have appeared just behind her. They're climbing up the snowy slope, chasing after Kokoro. If they keep going, the 3 of them will escape the circle. Good timing. That saves me getting them out of there myself. But Yomagi? I can't see him. Did he stay in the cabin by himself? I start moving before I can stop to think about it. Kicking up the deep snow, I run down the gentle slope. I fling the door open and throw myself inside. There's no one here. A cast-off shell. The room, empty of its occupants, is deeply ominous, still as death. I look down into the underground storeroom, but Yomagi isn't there. I turn on my heel and dash back outside. There are only 2 trails through the snow. One is mine, and the other was made when Kokoro, Lin, and Uni left to climb the slope. The second trail continues uninterrupted to the summit. I can't see them. With a short shout of frustration, I resume running. I have to ask them about Yomagi. Yeah, imagine not knowing why there's an ocean here. Pfft, couldn't be me. I reach the top. The signs of their passage through the snow continue to the coast, where they vanish. I scan the shoreline for them. The great curve of the sandy beach. I spot them a little to the north of where I am. I run and run and run. Once I get to the beach, I run along the water's snowless edge. The wounds on my arm and back haven't completely healed yet. My body is a wreck. I'm as worn out as a shriveled cucumber. But I can't stop. Spurring my battered body forward, I run on. Uni is crouched on the beach, splashing playfully in the waves. Kokoro crouches next to him. Lin alone remains standing, looking down at them. At that moment, Uni's head suddenly shoots up. He's noticed me. He turns to the other two and says something I can't hear from here. Kokoro looks over at me. She gets to her feet and comes running toward me. Yomagi? I don't understand. I look back over my shoulder while still running, but Yomagi obviously isn't there. The distance between Kokoro and me gradually begins to narrow. Suddenly, Kokoro stops short. I don't stop. The distance separating us grows shorter. She murmurs. She knits her brow, her pupils swimming. She's clearly shocked. She's struggling to come to terms with the situation before her. I see. I finally understand why she shouted Yomagi-san when she caught sight of me. She doesn't know anything about the space-time transfer, nor about the 3 areas. She can't comprehend why there's a beach here, nor why I suddenly appeared. I stand in front of her. I stare at her, my shoulders heaving. Kokoro and I face each other on the beach, illuminated by the morning sun. Ocean explained. Her voice trembles as she barely manages to speak. I'm at a loss for how to answer her. How can I explain everything? I just stare intently into her eyes, not saying a word. I know why she's here, of course. But now that I'm in front of her like this, I feel a little strange. The one I've always wanted to meet but never could. The girl who I've never spoken to before, but who feels closer than anyone else. And here she is at last, right before my eyes. She has her own will, and she's talking to me. The body which I could freely control until 2 days ago. It's not mine anymore. It's not mine, but it both feels like it's myself and like it's another self. A strange feeling I can't possibly describe. But now is not the time to get wrapped up in sentimentality. The 3 of them have escaped from the circle. That's all well and good, but what about Yomagi? Where did Yomagi go? The next instant, I realize. The second tier list, they'll be good. Hey, Billy, I hope you're well. As though I've received divine guidance, I understand everything at once. Kokoro has shouted Yomagi-san when she saw me from far away. Yomagi probably left the circle before the transfer. So Kokoro crawled out of the mortar-shaped depression to go look for him, which means that right now Yomagi is... Kokoro tried to say something. I interrupt her with a stern declaration. Finishing up a shift. I hope the shift is going not terrible. Fingers crossed. I have no time to waste. After leaving my warning with Kokoro, I start to run. Kokoro chases after me. I don't have time to explain the situation. I keep running as if to shake off her voice. Present time, 5:53 a.m. Less than 1 minute before the next transfer. I step into the snow. The circle is right ahead. I can't get to the Mount Akakura of a year ago if I don't enter the transfer area, but... The gate of Suya stands open before me. I drag myself through it on leaden feet. F. Kokoro follows me. She's dumbfounded, as though her soul has left her body. I leave Kokoro there and go back through the gate. I look around searching for them. I find them immediately. Lin stands there in open-mouthed shock, staring up at the high wall. Besides her is Uni, who's somewhat unfazed. Yuni simply nods at that. He takes Lynn's arm and drags her back out to the beach. She looks back again and again, her head inclined to the side in puzzlement. After I watch them leave, I return to Kokoro.
さあ、お前も外に出るんだ。
I put a hand on Kokoro's shoulder and urge her toward the gate.
ちょっと待ってよ。なんなのよこれ。どういうことなの？なんでスフィアがここにあるの？さっきまでは避難小屋があったはずじゃない。なのにどうして？それからサトルはどうしてここにいるの？あ、でもここはスフィアだからサトルがいるのは当然なのか。だけどそれじゃあ私はなんでこんなところに。もうわけわかんないよ。サトル、何が起きたのか知ってるんでしょ？ちゃんと説明してよ。説明してくれるまで私は一歩もここを動かないからね。
She expels all that in a single breath. Overpowered, I shrink back. There's no way I'll be able to fool her easily at this point. I sigh.
ついてきてくれ。
I start walking towards the entrance to the facility.
誰もいない。
Any other problems that require turning perpendicular? No, just that one axis that needed to get a light tilt. Okay. I'd be baffled and speechless. I don't think you could be anything other than confused. Especially on how little food they're on. Surprised we haven't brought them, you know, anything in the meantime. Thank you, Jamike. Hope you're well. There's nobody here.
そっか。まだ早朝だもんね。
Kokoro says she restlessly looks
なん
around.
だか変な感じがする。私がここにいた時にはいつもサトルの体を借りてたから映画のセットの中に紛れ込んじゃったみたいな不思議な感じ。
What a crossover episode.
だろうな。
何よその返事。ちょっとそっけなさすぎじゃない？
かもな。
Kokoro grows sulky and throws herself down on one of the dining area chairs with a thump.
説明は後でしてやる。でもその前にちょっとここで待っててくれ。気がかりなことがあるんだ。
気がかりなことって？
Without replying to her, I start walking. Kokoro comes pattering along after me.
何よこれ。
Time before bed. Hope you have a good sleep then. Imagine freezing and starving to death and you find out that apparently there is an ocean and a well-stocked facility just a short walk away. See, I feel like if I'd be pissed. Well, first off, obviously everyone had walked out and seen that the ocean wasn't there. So I feel like the confusion would have to come first, because I walk out, I turn around, I see an ocean all of a sudden, I turn around and it's just the facility that's there and the shelter cabin's gone. Like, you're teleporting, you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna be, I don't feel like you, like, anger wouldn't come to me, at least. I don't think immediately. I think it's too ridiculous in my head, a situation. Oh, if I had just, you know, done these perfect steps to walk out of this thing, walk to the ocean, stand there, wait there during a certain point, and then walked back, but without one of us, because she can't come with us, because she, you know, we have to get the right bodies back in order. Too much has to go right. It would be like, I don't know. What's like, it'd be like, what's a good example, I guess? if I'm trapped in the jungle and if I had just followed this like 16-step plan, I could have gotten out of the jungle. Well, yeah, of course, in hindsight. But I'm a little preoccupied with the jungle in the meantime. Yeah, I think I'd be where Twink is. I'd be hungry, you'd be tired, you'd be really cold. You'd be like, oh, I'm seeing things now. I'm dying. Like I'm on the edge of death. I'm just hallucinating. And then maybe once you eat a little bit, you could be like, are you fucking kidding me? But in my head, for me, again, could be different for everyone. That's right. For me, it would be just like so ludicrous. It's funny. Yeah, you can't eat. If you're starving, you can't eat solid food. It can make you really sick. You have to like slowly wean back on the food. Yeah, you gotta start them with water or broth. Kokoro reacts vehemently to the ruined living area, but it'd be a pain to explain it all to her now. I'd leave Kokoro behind and head for Yuni's room. I open the door and peek inside.
ユニがいない。
Uh-oh.
いないみたいだけど、それよりもリビング。
The living area is fine. Kokoro, who's chased after me, points at the living area, still pestering me about it. Even so, I pretend not to listen to her. Next, I head to Utsumi's room.
内海さんもいない。
変だね。どこ行っちゃったんだろう。っていうか、リビングのことを教えてくれないわけ？
It does not look fine to her. Oh, I'm aware. And if I was in Kokoro's shoes, I'd be pestering Satoru too. But I'm in Satoru's shoes right now. So I need to ignore her and find the missing people.
あれ？おとりちゃんまでいないね。
Where did all these people go?
赤な。
I've looked in all 3 rooms, but nobody is here. I break into a dash.
もう今度はどこ行くのよ。何も言わないで突然行動しないでくれる？
Her voice reaches my back. I have no choice but to answer
だ
her.
よ。
地下に3人がいるってこと？
わからない。わからないから確かめに行くんだろ。
I run past the living area and into the dining area. I fly down the stairs of the basement storeroom. As I thought, no one is down here either. I run into the small room where Endemoto once was.
あれ？こんなところに部屋なんてあったっけ？
She sounds so carefree. It looks like she still hasn't realized the severity of the situation. I leave her alone and I'll begin to examine the video data. Oh no, did they just walk out at the wrong time? Oh dear. Oh, are they the 3? Oh no, that wouldn't make sense. No, never mind. Just leave, Lamau. Tuesday, January 17th, time 5:20. Location front gate. Today, the first transfer occurred at 4:48, which means that Sphia was at Manakakura at this time, with the front gate open. Before long, Utsumi and Yuni appear on the screen, followed by Hotori. Hotori keeps staring at the distance, walking slightly behind the 2 of them. And then all 3 of them vanish as if sucked into the background, heading for the gate. That's bad.
出て行っちゃったんだ。
Kokoro is watching the video from over my shoulder, as carefree as ever. Perhaps all the abnormal events happening in such quick succession have paralyzed her normal thought process. She hasn't eaten in 3 days. She's doing great. She had normal thought processes. Remember, he never really interacted with her. I silently continue. She also went hiking for 6 hours. Not true. I can't concern myself with Kokoro right now. After rewinding that recording, I find that Utsumi and Yuni and seemingly left Sphia in search for me. Utsumi, who had noticed my disappearance, she woke Yuni, and as they searched for me, they came to the open front gate. They probably thought I'd gone out the front gate, and with the intention of pursuing me, they left Sphia. It looks like Hotori alone had a different motive. Rather than looking for me, it was simply a case of the gate is open, so I feel like going out. Taking advantage of this, she could have been planning to escape from Sphia. Anyway, at 5:20 a.m., the three of them walked out of Sphia's circle, and they never came back. Because, only 1 minute later, a space-time transfer occurred. They are now at Mount Akakura of a year ago, on a freezing, snowing mountain. They're trapped there in the middle of a blizzard. 2 women and 1 little boy. At that moment, I understand everything.
そうだったのか。なんでもっと早く気づかなかったんだ。
I strike the console with my clenched fist.
どうしたの？
When I turned around, I met with the apprehensive look from Kokoro.
教えてくれ。よもぎさんのことなんだが。
At my words, the color in Kokori's face instantly drains.
そうだ。どうしてこんな大事なこと？よもぎさんを助けに行かなくちゃ。
She spins around to face the door, her hair flying wildly in every direction.
今言っても無駄だ。
I grab her arm to stop her.
もう何よ。何なのよ。何が起きてるっていうの？説明してくれるって言ったのに何も教えてくれないじゃない。
これから説明する。だけどその前に聞かせてくれないか。よもぎさんは今赤倉岳にいるんだよな。赤倉岳っていうのはその海がなかった時の赤倉岳。
Without the sea.
そうよ。吹雪の中、私を追いかけて出て行っちゃったの。だから私は彼を探しに。
そうか。やはりな。心、あの新聞記事のこと覚えてるだろう。
Oh, so because they're all fucked up from the avalanche, they can't be identified, and that's how it's too. Oh, interesting.
忘れようと思っても忘れられないわよ。
So Yoma, yeah.
あれには確かこう書いてあったよな。赤倉岳に男女3人のフラン死体。HAL 墜落事故の不明者か。男女3人のフラン死体。そのうちの2人、心と凛のことじゃなかったんだよ。あの記事にあった死体とはよもぎさんと心と凛のことじゃなくて、よもぎさんとそれから内海さん、ほとり、この3人のことだったんだ。
Yikes.
どういうこと？
I explained everything to Kokoro from start to finish about the space-time transfer, the 3 exchange points, the existence of a middle point called Hotorubi Mine, and in an easy-to-understand way using the video data. I tell her about what happened to our bodies without omitting a single detail. However, I don't say anything about the true identity of Alpha. I believe it's enough to tell her that there's another person. I don't want to confuse her unnecessarily.
そんなことって。
After I finish, she tries in vain to form a coherent sentence. Her hollow eyes are fixed on the screen.
今言っても無駄なんだ。次の転移を待つしかない。
じゃあよもぎさんは助からないの？内海さんはどうなっちゃうの？ほとりちゃんはユニは？
大丈夫だ。とにかく落ち着け。諦めるのはまだ早い。今は
I take my watch out of my pocket and check
6
the
時
time.
10分だ。雪崩の発生時刻は6時53分。まだ40分以上ある。
40分しかでしょ？雪崩の発生地点までは 1km もあるのよ。
Well,
今すぐ出発したって間に合うかどうか。それにここが避難小屋だったら次の転移までの時間がわかるけど、でもここはアオサギ島にあるスフィアで、だから転移はランダムに。そうでしょ？
ああ、だが逆に考えれば今すぐ起こっても
be hilarious if it did.
おかしくはない。じゃあどうして私たちこんなところにいるの？
さあ。
I shrug my shoulders. My gesture makes Kokoro's eyebrows go flying up.
だったら早く言ってよね。
She flies out of the room. I hurriedly do the same. We rush outside, heading for the front gate. As we run toward it, a transfer. Can this be called divine protection? A perfectly timed space-time transfer occurs. I know that due to the way the scenery on the other side of the gate suddenly transformed. Well, that's certainly the case. More importantly than that or anything else, I know it because the surroundings are instantly engulfed in the blizzard. I guess it's a consequence of the drop in atmospheric pressure, but I suddenly feel an acute pain stabbing at my eardrums. But how can I care about such trivial pain? Compared to the wounds on my back and left arm, this is nothing. We pass through the gate. A mantle of white snow now shrouds everything around us. The visibility is terrible. I can barely make out my own feet. Kokoro is silent. She doesn't say a word about the transfer. She momentarily glances at me and nods. She has such a brave expression on her face that it almost makes me forget her gender. Thanks, Satoru. I'm glad you pointed that out. And with those words, we start running east. I know that the gate faces north, and the location where the avalanche will occur is located to the east. But sooner or later, I'll lose my bearings if I keep marching along under those conditions. What should I do? While I'm busy thinking about that, Kokoro is steadily getting farther away from me. By now, she's almost completely disappeared into the blizzard. I can hardly see her anymore. I have no choice but to go. I have no choice but to move forward. Yeah, just fucking leave her. Who cares? Trying to avoid the snowflakes that slam into my face, I charge after Kokoro. Oh, okay. No, we're behind. So, there you go. I finally catch up with her. I can't let her take the lead. I pass by her and stand in her path.
東だろ。
東がどっちなのか。
こっちにまっすぐ行けばいいんだろ。
I point forward as I continue rustling through the deep snow. Tap, tap. Something taps me on the shoulder. I look back. Kokoro holds out her stretched hand in front of me. And in the palm of her hand is... Oh.
持ってんだったら早く言えよ。
だから今言ったじゃない。
サンキュー。
I take it and start walking again. I can hear Kokoro breathing behind me. After continuing for a while, she repeats my own
何
words.
の俺だ。
先頭に立ってくれたこと、
そんなこと。
それから今までのこと全部。
I pretend I didn't hear that and intently continue east. Identification. Papers, please. I'll draw a little second arrow coming out of the third area into identification. You might go Taylor. The last one wasn't third area. Well, I forgot, so now it is. It's been much more than 20 minutes since we began our march. Our destination isn't yet in sight. Not that we could spot Yomogi even 5 meters away through the snowstorm. A world covered in pure white. No matter how far we advance, the scenery doesn't change one bit. I'm not sure that we're actually getting any closer to our destination. I check the compass again and again. The needle is always pointing left. No doubt about it, we're definitely heading east. 18 more minutes until the avalanche.
頼む。
She doesn't eat for several days and has gone to stage a rescue mission. She's doing great considering her situation. I stopped being able to feel my toes long ago. The tips of my fingers are numb as well. The chill has reached the core of my spine and is eating into it. I can't move the way I want to. It's a cold that strangles my whole body like a thick chain. Innumerable snowflakes madly hurl themselves past us. Ice crystals slash relentlessly at my cheeks and neck. Suddenly, I notice something. The breathing that I should hear behind me has vanished. I turn around. Kokoro isn't there.
なんで。
I immediately turn back the way I came.
心。心。
Nobody hears my cries. They're drowned out by the din of the blizzard.
心。心。
Yeah, I continue my desperate yelling. Eventually, I catch sight of her. Kokoro is lying in the snow. I rush over and lift her up in my arms.
心。しっかりしろ。
It appears the adrenaline has run out. She's lost consciousness. She doesn't even twitch. From what I heard earlier, she's already made a round trip between the shelter cabin and avalanche site. This is the second time she's gone there. Her physical strength is at its limit. In the brutal cold of the blizzard, she kept walking forward, sustained only by her own willpower.
起きろ。起きてくれ。
I shake her shoulders hard. Her eyes open slightly.
サトル、私のことはいいから早くみんなのところへみんなを助けてあげて。
Nope.
バカ。 お前を置いていけるわけないだろう。
やっぱりサトルって思った通りの人だった。私信じてたんだ、ずっと。
That girl inside. Yeah.
サトルのこと
I guess you can't make it back though really in time. Huh. Not for the avalanche.
サトルはきっとなんていうかかっこいい人なんだって。
アホかお前。最後の言葉みたいなこと言ってんじゃねえよ。お前がここで死んじまったら元も子もないんだよ。
でも私
歩けないんなら俺が背負っていく。
無理だよ。
無理じゃない。たとえ無理でもやるんだ。
どうしてそんなことしたらサトルも死んじゃうかもしれないのに。
俺メッセージに書いただろ。
Actually, haven't we not eaten as well for like 4 days? Have we eaten since we did DMT? I don't think we have. Because we were trying not to get fucking poisoned. Oh, no, 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 no. She ate for us at one point. So we've eaten once in the past couple days. We're ahead.
借りた恩は必ず返す主義なんだって。だから
サトル
それにな、お前の体はお前だけのものじゃないんだ。お前の命だってお前だけのものじゃない。前に言ったよな。俺とお前は一心同体。
Just like me for real.
たとえ二度と転移が起きなかったとしても、俺はお前を失いたくないんだ。
バカだよそんなの。
ああ、なんとでも言ってくれ。とにかく俺はお前を背負っていく。
I tell her that and shift her onto my back.
本当にバカだよこんなことするなんて。
Her soft voice right by my ear.
でもバカだけどサンキュー。きっと倍にして返すからね。24,860メートルは。
うるせえな。喋る気力があるなら歩かせるぞ。
She doesn't answer. Suddenly, I feel her body weight fall upon me. She's lost consciousness again. All I can hear is the faint sound of her breathing. Present time 6:48. 5 minutes until the avalanche.
内海さん、ほとり、ユニ。
Even though I know it's futile, I can't help but shout. There's no answer. Only the echoing sound of the raging wind, like the call of the Grim Reaper, answers me. I too, after walking this far, am beginning to feel my consciousness slip away. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a black shadow flicker. Maybe it's just a vision of the Grim Reaper. I take one step forward, then another, but it doesn't feel like we're getting any farther. Is that the Grim Reaper? Hold on, we're watching it again.
It is hot as hell in this funky ass, hot ass room I'm in. Is that the Grim Reaper?
See, I can't even come close to it because I don't want to gain out the mic. I don't want to like wake my neighbors up. I don't want to blow my voice out. How did I miss a stream not to have a 3 streak? Stupid Twitch. Anyway, I'm doing my part. I don't even know. Thank you for doing your part. Have a lovely day. Hope you're having a lovely day, sorry. And have a lovely day. Both parts. I don't know. The Twitch tracking stream streak thing can be weird. Kokoro's body is like a leaden weight on my back. The cold eats into my lungs. The blizzard's assault never once lets up. My frozen limbs begin to cramp up and spasm. It's like my frozen muscles are starting to crack. Sharp pains pierce my body. They won't stop. I won't give up, not a chance. I walk and walk and walk. I plunge forward through the blizzard. I shake off the Grim Reaper's shadow and I walk, with the compass in my right hand and the wristwatch in my left. The present time, according to the watch, is 6:50. I'm trapped in a blizzard, so that's fun. I'm sorry to hear it. Welcome to being trapped in the blizzard, the video game. And right then, an auditory hallucination? I concentrate and peer through the whirling snow. For a single instant, my field of vision clears up. Halfway up a steep slope stands Yomagi. No, not just Yomagi. Utsumi and Hotori are there with him. Yuni's the only one missing. Oh well, at any rate, they better hurry. I'll leave you be. Enjoy anime. I lower Kokoro from my back and run like I'm leaping across the snow. I rush over to them.
Yukido-kun, Satoru?
We have no time for chit-chat. I glimpse at my watch display. 6:52 a.m.
どうしたの？
いいから俺についてきてくれ。時間がないんだ。
でも彼が怪我を。
ね。
I look over in the same direction as Utsumi and see Yomagi clutching at one of his legs.
ふざけんなよ。それでもあんたプロの登山家か？その言葉遣い、まさか。うるせえ。もう何も喋るな。黙ってろ。
In that very next moment, suddenly the earth roars. A deep, heavy reverberation surges up from the core of the earth. At the same time, I feel the vision begins to vibrate. I see, the avalanche was caused by an earthquake. Now that I think about it, Kokoro once wrote an earthquake occurred at Sphia in one of her messages. Perhaps the Mount Akakura area was experiencing a succession of them. But enough about that. I have to get them out of here before. Present time, 6:53 a.m. I look up at the ridge, at the gathering billow of white. Swallowing up the slope like a muddy stream, it comes rushing toward us at frightening speed. I throw Yomagi over my shoulder. We are carrying two people. I yell at them as sharply as I can. Utsumi and Hotori take off running. I follow after them. We are carrying two people. I run. This white smoke approaches us, advancing on us as unstoppably as a wave. A gigantic white monster, mowing down every tree in its path, turning every rock it encounters to dust. Its approach is unforgiving. The monster bares its fangs, and then it strikes right over our heads. Now it... Anima. There's nothing reflecting in my eyes. A world closed off in darkness, as silent as a silence of as ice. Nope. A silence as cold as ice. There's nothing here. A space ruled only by nothingness spread before me. No, the concept of space may not even apply to it. My existence has become infinite, close to zero. The surrounding pressure is crushing me, trying to turn me into a point. Being turned zero-dimensional at this very moment, I can't possibly tell up from down. A darkness with no exit, inescapable ice. I can only feel constricting pressure all around me. I'm unable to move my limbs to struggle, nor am I able to breathe in to scream. My mouth is sealed shut, my lungs crushed, and what feels like a fist is pressing down my Adam's apple. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Every cell in my body is gasping for oxygen. It feels like a boiling hot liquid is slowly rising up in my body. My consciousness is fading. I can't think. The only thing that appears in my mind is death, a premonition of death. Immediately after that, my entire existence becomes zero. Or not. Are we just the luckiest human beings alive right now?
死ぬかと思った。
I shake my head and look up to see Kokoro's face right in front of mine.
大丈夫？
She watches me anxiously. Her hands are covered in snow. It seems that she's the one who saved me.
大丈夫みたいだ。ありがとう。
After I thank her, I take in my surroundings. I can't see my own body. Only my head sticks up through the snow as though it's been severed and put on display.
待ってて。今出してあげるから。
I'm glad you're okay.
悪い。頼む。
Kokoro digs her way through the snow. My shoulders are revealed in my chest until I'm finally able to move my arms. It's a piece of cake after that. With my arms free, I crawl out of the snow by myself. The weather in the mountains can change easily. Before I knew it, the sky had cleared up. Looking down the steep slope, I can see the corpse of that monstrous avalanche spread out like a fan. Huge masses of snow have fallen and scattered apart.
雪崩に飲まれたんだよな。
少なくとも鎌倉で遊んでたようには見えないけど。
どうして
I sure hope
俺
not.
がここに埋まってるって分かったんだ。
そんなの当たり前じゃない。
当たり前。
だって私たち一心同体でしょ？
Kokoro giggles as she says that. With the morning sun illuminating her, her cheeks shine youthfully. Without thinking, I turn around and gather her up in an embrace. Until just recently, her body was my body, but right now, it isn't mine at all. Another person's body, so to speak. So to speak. The fact that it's another person's body makes me extremely happy. Being able to hold her like that, this is like a dream. A dream? The first time I entered her body, I thought it was a dream as well. But now, I think it's far more like a dream to be separate like this. Fact and fiction, it's difficult to tell what the difference is between them. But I am sure of one thing. The warmth permeating my chest, our heartbeats and our breathing, those two overlapping sounds at least are real.
サトル、一つ気になってたことがあるんだけど、聞いてもいい？
なんだ。
サトル、メッセージにこんな言葉書いたでしょ。赤十完成。だって。あれってどういう意味だった？
And in the first place, Kokoro and I have a connection that can never be severed. I just noticed it now, but it seems that I without you am just me. Either way, the fact that I'm me doesn't change, but even so, when you're there, I feel like I can be more like myself. There's a 4-character Chinese idiom that goes like that. Do you know it? Okay, yeah, that. Red accepts blue entirely is what it means. Maybe I've been trapped by that phenomenon. Yeah, it's the note.
わからないのか。
うん、わからない。
じゃあずっとわからないままでいてくれ。
I tell her that and leave her there.
ちょっと待ってよ。教えてよ。気になるじゃない。
Kokoro chases after me, tugging at the hem of my clothes.
ねえ、サトル、サトルってば。
And in the first place, Satoru, enlightenment, and Kokoro mind have a connection that can't be severed. I just noticed it now, but it seems that the character, Satoru, without Kokoro, just becomes I. Just becomes I. Either way, the fact that I'm me doesn't change. But, even so, with Kokoro there, I becomes more like Satoru. Seiki Jukansi say, maybe I've been trapped by that phenomenon myself. Of course, it was because Kokoro was there that this phenomenon came into existence in the first place, though.
あなた、しっかりして。
Utsumi's voice suddenly reaches me. She's just a little farther up the slope. She's supporting the snow-covered Yomagi, roughly shaking his shoulders.
あなた、大丈夫？
ああ、なんとかな。どうやら僕は不死身らしい。そういう惑星から来た宇宙人なのかもな。よもぎ聖治なだけによみがえ。
もうバカ。
Cutting him off mid-joke, Utsumi flies herself into his arms. Yomagi gently embraces her. He buries his nose in her hair. Utsumi cries without holding back. She cries and cries, her sobs echoing as far as the distant mountain range. The sun rises above the ridge of the eastern mountain line. Its rays shine down, a shimmering golden light rising from the snow piled up around us. I look far off into the distance and see the series of mountain peaks seemingly layered over each other. I survey the grandeur of the snow-covered mountain scenery before us. At the base of the mountain, a wide field that still retains its greenery stretches out, holding a brook. Not long ago, there had been nothing but darkness. But as the sun rose, the black shadow of the mountain range retreated, as though chased away. Now the field has turned to gold as well. Mesmerized by the overwhelming beauty of nature, I lose track of time for a short while. It's a spectacle all too fantastic and divine.
こっちの暮らしはどう？天国のことよ。
Oh! I suddenly hear a conversation between two people. I secretly strain my ears and listen in on their exchange.
どういうことだ？まるで僕が死んでしまったみたいな言い方だけど。
そうよね。あなたは生きてる。
I got really scared there for a sec. Chapter 3!
どうしちまったんだよ一体。
じゃあここはどこなの？
赤倉岳さ。
赤倉岳って。
ああそうだ。それよりも君の方こそどうしてこんなところに。
Wait till you find out there's two of her now.
しかも彼女も。
彼女ってほとりちゃんのこと？
ほとり？
I follow the direction they're looking, and sure enough, there's Hotori. She's on her knees in the snow. Kokoro is by her side saying something to her.
ほとりちゃん？平気？ねえ、どこか具合でも悪いの？
Hotori's eyes are blank. Her mouth hangs wide open as though her mind has deserted her. Maybe she still hasn't recovered from the shock of the avalanche. Hotori seems to at least be responding to Kokoro's questions by nodding or shaking her head. It seems like there's nothing to worry about there. More importantly, Yomagi, Utsumi, Hotori, Kokoro, and myself. There are only 5 of us here. Where did the remaining person go? Curiously, I approach Yomagi and Utsumi, and then, before I call out to them, Yomagi speaks.
助かった。君のおかげで命拾いした。ありがとう。
いや例なら俺よりも内海さんの方に行ってくれ。雪に埋まってたあんたを助けたのは彼女なんだから。
でもその彼女をこいつを助けてくれたのは君だ。
After directing a glance at Utsumi, Yomagi continues.
少しでも来るのは遅れていた。僕らは全員今頃冷たい
The big sleep.
眠っていたことだ。
Mountain Man is handling this quite well, just seeing his wife and his son's murderer run up to, yeah, for real. A lot of just grateful to be alive, I think, going on right now.
本当にありがとう。
I look away from Yomagi and scratch at my
ああ
nose.
そうだ聞きたいことがあるんだけど
I turn to Utsumi and address
ユニ
her.
のことなんだ。ユニは今
ユニ君だったら
Utsumi turns and looks up at the very top of the slope. There's a small silhouette near the ridge. He's waving furiously at us. Oh my god, it's so quiet. According to Utsumi, this is what happened before the avalanche. Utsumi, Hotori, and Yuni left through the front gate of Sphia. 3 of them were suddenly thrown into the extreme cold of Mount Akakura, where they lost their way. Sphia had abruptly disappeared. Searching for its outline, the 3 of them had begun wandering in the snowstorm. Eventually, after heading east for a while, they heard a man's voice. It was Yomagi's voice. That was how they had their chance encounter. Means to meet somebody unexpectedly. In relation to that, what Utsumi might have thought at the time is likely to be something unimaginable. After all, it's not a usual sight to see your husband, who has been dead for a year, suddenly appear in front of you. Not to mention it happened here in this hellish world of snow. At least at the time, I wouldn't have considered it to be heaven. Miraculously enough, they had met close to the point where the avalanche would occur, location X. More specifically, they met slightly above location X, at the top of a steep ridge. Of course, Yomugi tried to lead the three of them to the shelter cabin. However, at the very next moment, Utsumi and Hotori disappeared from Yogumi's sight. The two of them had stepped onto a cornice of snow overhanging the ledge, which had collapsed, sending them tumbling down the slope. Yomugi tried to save them, but slipped and fell down the slope himself. That was how he injured his leg. The rock jutting out of the snow had gouged him pretty hard in the calf. Soon after, they finally stopped sliding. They were on top of a wide shelf of rock, just about the exact coordinates of location X. That's where I came in. I don't think I need to repeat what happened next. That's why Uni was the only one not caught in the avalanche. Oh, a lot of that of which we call history resides in darkness, never touched by the light. The amount of history that humans know is limited. No one could have imagined a process like this just from reading an article in a newspaper or a magazine. History is. Incidentally, after all this time, what kind of history will be written in the stream of time? There's no way they'll be able to find any decomposed bodies in July. So how about the history of the rescue team discovering Uni by himself January 17th? That will change depending on our actions right now in the present. I still haven't decided anything. Even I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Once again, I've got one more thing to worry about. However, under this morning sunrise, the golden scenery, the magnificent view of the mountains, before their mysterious beauty, all my worries are blown away without a trace. Whatever the case, I managed to save them. History has already been changed. I can think about the future later. Right now, it's fine to just let the sensation of everything coming to a close wash over me. That's what I think. Suddenly, I feel someone tap on my shoulder. I look back to see Yomugi.
一つだけ聞いてもいい？君は一体誰なんだ？
A refreshing midwinter breeze. I inhaled the crisp air with all my might and shouted out.
俺の名前は有機堂悟だ。
Good work, Yukido. No congrats yet, thank you. We'll see if it's a congrats. I don't trust you anymore. It's a banger. Hey, it was Hotori. Thoughts? Everything is clear now, surely? I don't even know who that girl is. Please explain who Alpha is? Someone that's not nice. It's me! I assume that guy is Crazy Satoru. I mean, Alpha, I guess Alpha could also be Satoru. He could be the past. Where is the clone? We're the clone. So I assume that, like, we're cloned. We're put into this. I don't know why we'd be put into this situation, though. Like, I don't understand. Like, maybe to save Lin, I guess. Right? That's the original guess. Where is Self? In the mines. We yearned for the mines. But I don't understand why our Self would try to murder. Why evil me would try to murder me. So, you know, who knows? You need a question mark with the squiggle. What's the Kagame game? Guys, I told you I'm too stupid to figure this out. I understand the parts that were laid out for me. This is a banger, though. We finally remembered 11. Oh, here we go.
現在時刻午後0時20分
Congrats, you made enough correct choices. Damn. I'm a correct choice maker. So I thought, here comes the music starts playing, and then, you know, the menu screen shifts down to the bottom left, and then 5 more squares appear. If you don't know what that's a reference to, maybe you will in the future, maybe you won't. Who knows? Fill out the backlog list? Oh, you mean I was like, hold on. I'm like, I know this is gonna be funny once I put this together. Yes, right. If I had any brains, I wouldn't let anyone put games on the list. Present time, 12:20 p.m.
日付は2011年1月17日月曜日
That's good. That's funny. Okay.
だけど本当は2012年1月17日火曜日とても信じられないことだけれど私は1年後の未来へと飛ばされてしまったのだ
おい心こんなところで何やってるんだ
I turn around and see him standing beyond the open door. The official owner of this room, Yukido Satoru. Satoru chapter. Oh, interesting. And in the body he officially owns as well. When I think that, I feel a little, really just a little lonely. Like I've been cut in half.
なあ聞いてんのか心
ちょっとね忘れないうちに記録しとこうと思って
記録
I waved the voice recorder at him. It's still recording. I hastily hit the stop button.
小
Blah.
説でも書くつもりなのか
まさか
I'll make a visual novel.
じゃあどうして
だから忘れないようにするためだって
The days I spent here, that I met
それよ
Satoru.
りも他のみんなは
もうとっくに出てったよ今頃海を見て驚いてるんじゃないかな特に よもぎさんは
じゃあスフィアに残ってるのは私とサトルだけ？
そういうことになるな。
そっか。
I slip the voice recorder into my pocket and sit down on the bed. I'll probably never return to Sphia again. With that in mind, I feel slightly reluctant to leave. It was only for a little while, but I was living here for a week.
ねえサトル、次の転移っていつ起こるのかな？
おそらく当分の間は起こらないだろう。1週間か1ヶ月かわからないけど、とにかく18便の残骸が全て撤去されるまでは転移は発生しないと思う。そうでなければ作業員の誰かが必ず気づいてしまうことになるからな。赤倉岳に飛ばされてきたスフィアの存在に。もっとも今言ったのは1年前のことについてだけど、去年の歴史、その歴史の中では誰も時空間転移なんて現象を目撃した者はいなかった。だから少なくとも赤倉岳に人がいるうちは
転移は起こらない。
ああ、多分な。
なるほどね。って納得してる場合じゃないってば。それじゃあユニはどうなるのよ？
別に救助隊が来て彼を発見し病院へと搬送する。以上終了。
ちょっと待って。ってことはユニが助け出されるっていう歴史だけはもう一度同じように繰り返されるってこと？
歴史にも慣性の法則みたいなものがあるんじゃないかな。
History is a law of inertia, of course.
できる限り同じ状態を保とうとする力が働くんだよ、きっと。
We've only barely touched on the events that happened in the past. After the avalanche, we gazed at the beautiful scenery for so long we lost track of time. The 6 of us walked to the shelter cabin. Having wounded his leg, Yomugi had to use Satoru's shoulder for support. We've been walking at a turtle's pace, but somehow we all managed to get close to the destination. And just then, was it because we thought we were safe? As though he couldn't contain himself, Uni suddenly took off running, practically bouncing over the snow, climbing up the hill all alone. There was no one to stop him. Even Satoru hadn't noticed it. The possibility that a space-time transfer would occur at any given moment. Who'd have guessed? The next thing we knew, the mortar-shaped depression disappeared right in front of our eyes, only replaced by the high walls of Sphia. Yomugi, Utsumi, and Hotori just stood there as though their souls had left their bodies, and so Uni was left behind all alone in the shelter cabin. Well, rather than left behind, it'd be better to say that he was the only one who went ahead. At any rate, he'd suddenly disappeared from right in front of us. Yomugi and Utsumi reacted first and took off chasing after him. The ones who calmed them down was Satoru.
ユニは必ず戻ってくるよ。心配するな。俺が保証する。
Yomugi and Utsumi were dubious, but still, in the face of Satoru's utmost sincerity, they couldn't help but believe him. I didn't hear about this until later, but apparently, Satoru had a plan. A way to prove that Uni was alright without explaining the space-time transfer to Yomugi and Utsumi. And that was...
簡単なことだよ。2012年のアオサギ島にいるユニ。そのユニに2人を引き合わせてやればいいんだ。
That won't be confusing. And he turned to face me with that statement. Satoru, just as his name implied, looked as if he had reached the point of enlightenment. Satori. A smile as though he'd broken down every wall. Seeing his confident attitude, I decided to entrust with him everything. He was my partner, the person I trusted most. There was no doubt that he was the best one to handle it. That's what I thought. And with Satoru leading us, we passed through the gates of Sphia. Since then, 2 space-time transfers have occurred, and Sphia is now at the Aosagi Island of 2012. According to Satoru, Yomugi, Utsumi, and Hotori went out to the coast. I stayed behind in Sphia to try and sift through the fragments of my memories. And that's when Satoru showed up, and we reached the present.
ところで、心。3点ばかり質問があるんだが。
Oh, you got questions for her too. Satoru comes closer to me, wearing a smile. In the distance between us lessons, I find myself feeling a little flustered. I straighten up and gently incline my chin. Satoru walks over to the desk and picks up something lying there. It's the memo pad that we use to exchange our messages. Satoru flips through the pages. I feel very embarrassed somehow, as though someone is reading an exchange diary I'd kept with my lover. Though, of course, my partner in that diary is none other than Satoru himself.
質問って何？
What the fuck is this drawing supposed to be? As I ask, Satoru tears out a single page and waves it at me.
お前が書いたんだ。
Perfect. I can't see it very well from here. I got up from the bed and came right up to him. I look at the piece of paper. Written there are the words, transfer at 1:07 p.m., accompanied by some incomprehensible design.
上の文字の方は 確かに私が書いたものだけど、下のやつは。
I swallow my words halfway through. I stare intently at the design, but beyond the chaotically entwined and complex lines, a vague image surfaces. It's the illustration I drew. A picture of an intelligent-looking bunny. I instantly reply.
もうサトルひどいよ。どうしてこんなことするの？
こんなことって。
上から落書きしたのサトルでしょ？はあ、一生懸命頑張って書いたのにな。
じゃあこれは空母が来るわ、空母が来るわと朝から大張り切りのお母さんとウサギ。
The aircraft carrier is coming. The aircraft carrier is coming in high spirits. Oh my. Banui.
は？
いや、なんでもない。とにかくこのデタラメな文様は心が書いたわけじゃなかったと、そういうことだろ。
一部は私が書いたものだけどね。でもその上に誰かが落書きを。
そうか、やっぱりな。では次の質問だ。
Satoru jumps right to his next question before I have time to interject.
新聞を破いたのはお前か？
え？
避難小屋に置いてあった新聞だよ。あれを破いたのは
私じゃないと思う。
と思う。
確信を持って断言することはできないの。私あの記事を読んだ時、なんていうか取り乱しちゃってたから。
なるほどね。まあだけど今の答えだけでも十分だ。それじゃあ最後の質問。心は赤い夢を見たことがあるか？
A red dream.
赤い
目に映るもののすべてが柔らかな赤に染まった夢。安らぎに包まれて甘い匂いの中へととろけていくような。
Are we being transferred into Utsumi's twins? that would that would be so weird. Why are they stabby? Why are the babies stabby?
そう例えば用水の中を漂っているようなそんな夢を。
I stare into his eyes. It feels like their captivating sparkle is about to suck me in.
何度か。
The reply squeaks out of me as though I'm in a delirium. Satoru's expression relaxes. He gives a single nod as though convinced. And then
ありがとう。参考になったよ。
he tries to end the conversation with that. I hastily fumble to say something to quickly reopen the closing curtain.
ちょっと待って。一人で納得してないで。私にも教えてよ。
A smile lights up his face as he answers.
いずれ心にもわかる時が来るさ。
いずれっていつ？
いつだろうな。
Oh my god.
未来であることは間違いないと思うけど。
We stare at each other. A gentle silence flows between the two of us.
さあ、そろそろ行こうか。みんな待ってるかもしれないし。
And with that, Satoru leaves the room. And leaves me behind with only the echo of his words hanging in the air. I stand alone in that uncomfortable silence. The alarm clock on the shelf continues to tick away the seconds. Find it very funny how they have negative chemistry. It's profoundly negative. I glance at the tip of its hands. It shows the current time, 12:32.
ねえ、待ってよ。
They do kind of act like siblings, I agree. I think that's a great way to describe it. No, I do not ship these two at all. Hey, wait up, Satoru! I come running out of the building after him. By the time I catch up to his receding figure, he's almost at the front gate.
やっと追いついた。
Kokoro X Holtery, the real one. IMO, IMO. Are you trying to make up for the Ike tweet? I feel like the only characters in this game that have any chemistry are the ones that are already dating or married. Besides the drama in the game happening, they have nothing to talk about and break up. I figured he's getting back together with Lynn. Sad Lady and Mountain Man. Yes, Twink. Based. Based Twink. I stand behind him, out of breath.
元気だな、心は。
He stops walking and turns to me.
よく走る記録が残ってるよな、お前。
気力なんて残ってないよ。
Why would he get back together with Lynn when he could date me? Sorry, Sam. Yo, Sam's right here. I can fix her.
残ってないけど。
でも
I was the guy behind Satoru.
置いてけぼりにされるのが嫌だった。
さっきまで一人で俺の部屋にいたのに。
一つなのが一つのままでいるのと、一つなのが半分こになっちゃうのは全然違うんだよ。
お前なんか遠回しに俺に伝えようとしてないか？
Something deep in my chest gives me a jump. The racing beat of my heart is suddenly as though resonating with that beat. The sound of the bell resounds. I look back in search of the source. I realize immediately where the sound is coming from. A tower stands proudly over the earth below, as though perched atop a sacred temple of ice. Thanks to the clarity of the midwinter air, I can clearly make out the numbers on the clock even from this distance. The hour hand, minute hands, they overlap, pointing directly to the heavens. My watch is 33 minutes off. The words that fall out of my mouth has less substance than a handful of mist. My mind goes white. As if to shake off the snow, that white shadow, I begin to count each toll of the bell. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. After chiming away exactly a dozen hours, the hoarse metallic clanging suddenly stops. I immediately check the watch on my right wrist. The analog hand clearly indicates 12 o'clock.
どうしたんだ？
Satoru looks at my face. Desperate for something to cling to, I tell him what's on my
なん
mind.
で12時なの？
That's how time works.
だって変じゃない。私がサトルの部屋を出た時は12時32分だったのよ。なのにどうして今が正午なの？
どうしてって言われてもな。俺の時計だってほら12時だし。
As he says that, Satoru takes out a wristwatch from his pocket.
見てわかんないのか？腕時計だよ。
そんなの分かってるってば。どうしてこんなものサトルが持ってるの？
どうしてってそれは時計を売ってる店に行ってお金と交換してもらったからだよ。
つまりこれはサトルの腕時計ってこと？
ちょっと待て。なんでそんなこと聞くんだ？
Satoru's head snaps up.
まさかお前この時計を見たことがないとか言い出さないよな。
言い出しちゃダメなの？
おいおいおいおい、マジかよマジかよマジっすか？
マジっす。
じゃあお前は今までこのスフィアでどうやって時間を確かめてたんだよ？
サトルの部屋に置いてあった目覚まし時計、それで確かめてました。
When I reply, he gives a great shake of his head and gives out a long sigh. He places his middle and index fingers together and taps on his temple with them. He looks up at the heavens and stares off at a single empty point in space. All movement stops. Eventually, his gaze drops back to my level.
心、さっきこう言ったよな。部屋を出た時は12時32分だったって。 その時間はどっちを見て分かったんだ？今お前がはめてる腕時計か？
目覚まし時計の。
やれやれ。やっぱりそういうことか。
そういうことって？
つまりだ、あの部屋に置いてある目覚まし時計は32分以上進んでるってことだよ。ここまで来るのに1分かかったとすれば、おそらく33分。あの時計は常に33分先の時間を示してたってわけだ。
じゃあ私はスフィアにいる時にはいつも間違った時刻を見てたってこと？
ああ、多分な。
そうだったんだ。っていうか、たったそれだけのことだったんだ。またなんか変な現象が発生したんじゃないかと思って心配しちゃったよ。
A big smile forms my face as I put both hands up to my cheeks. Satoru stared at me with distant, vague
お
eyes.
前、のんきでいいな。
He says that. I tilt my head slightly, hands still on my cheeks. Without another word, Satoru heads for the gate again. Once again, I've been left behind.
もう何も言わないで勝手に行かないでよ。待ってよ待ってよ、サトル。
The shining sun to the south. In the brilliant downpour of its light, I run. I catch up with him and slow my pace. I start walking by his side. I have to speed up a little to keep up with him. We pass through the open gate. His right leg, my left leg. We step across the boundary and out of the circle together. Infinite history. You've been difficult with watches this whole game. Yeah, he has been, hasn't he? A heart, no brain. Kokoro and I walk along the beach. The sounds of the waves plays a gentle lullaby. Kokoro takes a deep breath of fresh winter sea breeze, as though cleansing herself. Her hair blows in the wind. Pushing it back with one hand, she begins to walk around and around, drawing a spiral in the sand with her footprints. She's so close that her shoulders are almost touching. If this keeps up, it's almost like our arms could entwine. I nonchalantly step a little to the side, still staring at her feet. She closes the distance between us again. There's nowhere to run, because I'm the one walking at the water's edge. Suddenly, a remarkably tall white wave breaks over the sandy beach. I immediately kick off the sand and avoid it. When I turn to look, her boots have been immersed up to the ankles in seawater. Such a carefree scene. In front of this ordinary scenario, I unconsciously break out into a smile. She runs over to me, sending up a small splash as she does. Sure enough, she grabs onto my arm. She twines herself around it. It would be impossible to shake her off. Without saying a word, I start walking again. She puts on an innocent smile. I shake my head amazed. I look up and see the serene blue sky overhead. The gentle sunlight, the sound of the waves, and Kokoro's warmth on my arm. As the shadow of Svea fades into the distance, it almost feels like I can forget everything about the exchange phenomenon. Eventually. She shouts much more loudly than necessary. Kokoro runs over to them, waving her hands wildly, leaving me behind on the beach. I remember when Kokoro said to me, a muttering floats along on the sea breeze and disappears. Kokoro is in the midst of a lighthearted chat with Yogami and Utsumi. A little way away from where they stand, Lin and Hotori are visible as well. They're standing side by side, facing the horizon, quietly talking about something. Lin and Hotori shouldn't be acquainted with one another. What could they be talking about? I can't make out anything they're saying from here. By the way, where's Ryuni? I scan the coastline, but I can't see him anywhere. Right at that moment, someone taps me on the shoulder. I turn around to see him standing right in front of me, as if he's been waiting for me. He has a self-satisfied grin on his face. I remain silent. This uni is the uni of 2012, the uni who knows everything. It feels like I'll end up going at his pace if I open my mouth carelessly.
いことがあるんじゃないの？
He's so much shorter than me that there's can be no comparison, but somehow it feels like he's the one looking down at me. It's kind of
じ
aggravating.
ゃあお言葉に甘えて聞かせてもらおう。
どうぞ。
なんで今まで黙っていた？
黙ってた。
とぼけんじゃ。お前は避難小屋にいたユニだ。同時に1月17日に救助隊によって発見されたユニでもある。その前にはお前はスフィアにいて俺や内海さんや小鳥と共に7日間を過ごしてきた。ということは避難小屋にいたお前はスフィアで起きた全ての出来事を知っていたということになる。もちろんそれだけじゃない。お前は転移現象のことも全部知っていた。そうでなければ2011年の赤倉岳に戻ることはできないからな。にもかかわらずお前は何も言わなかった。俺にも心にも転移現象のことについて一言も教えてくれなかった。どうしてなんだ？
教えたじゃないか。サトルにだけは言ったはずだよ。14日にね。
14日だろ？それまで3日間もあったじゃないか。
あったね。
おいユニ頼むよ。もうしらばっくれる必要はないだろ。全部打ち明けてくれ。なぜ黙ってたんだ？
そうだな。
Hmm.
教えてあげてもいいけど、ちょっと拍子抜けするような答えだと思うの？それでもいい？本当に？じゃあ教えてあげよう。僕はね、ただ過去を変えたくなかっただけなんだ。過去っていうか未来っていうか、とにかく2011年に赤倉岳で起きた出来事をその通りに繰り返したかっただけなんだよ。
つまり歴史を変えたくなかった。
そのために今日まで頑張ってきたんだ。ただそれだけのために僕はこの1年間を費やしてきた。
Then why bring the newspaper?
時空間転移のことを勉強したり、いろんな準備をしたりして、
Oh, is he just trying to get the situation to set up the exact same
今
way?
日この日が訪れることを、この瞬間をひたすら待ち続けてきた。僕が転移現象のことを熟知してるのはだ。
なる
お
ほど。じゃあお前が1年前の赤倉岳に戻ったのも歴史をなぞるためだったんだな。
2011年に
Ah.
僕という存在が、それにね、そもそも僕が1年前の赤倉岳に戻らなかったら、聖司やトビリンを避難小屋に誘導する人がいなくなっちゃうでしょ。そしたら2人は墜落直後の吹雪の中で遭難しちゃってたことになる。僕が行かなければ2人は1月11日の時点で
They would have died. Naturally, Kokoro would have made the same fate.
そうか。まず最初の発端は彼らを救うことにあったってわけだ。
With that being the case, it's hard to condemn all of his actions outright. I have mixed feelings about it.
まあいいだろう。彼らを救うために果敢にも時間跳躍という危険な現象に挑んでいったお前の勇気だけは素直に認めることにしよう。だがその後の行動が腑に落ちない。なぜ歴史をなぞる必要があったの？よもぎさんたちを避難小屋に導いた時点でお前の目的は完遂されたわけではなかったのか？
全くね。それは単なる始まりに過ぎなかったんだ。なぜ歴史をなぞる必要があったのか、今そう言ったよね。
Yes, what we just said.
その理由を一言で言うと、時空間転移を発生させるためってこと。
時空間転移？
それが起きなければ聖司たちを助けることができなくなるでしょ。だから
待ってくれ。もっと詳しく説明してくれないか？
いいよ。まず2011年の1月17日に赤倉岳に救助隊が来てくれたのはどうしてだと思う？
天候が回復したからだろ？
もちろん天気のこともあるけど、それだけじゃないよ。ある時まで政府の対策本部は18便の墜落地点を特定できてなかったんだ。その場所が判明したのは1本の電話がかかってきたから。僕らが避 避難小屋でかけた衛星電話。もしもそれが繋がらなかったら17日の段階で墜落機の残骸が見つかることはなかっただろうし、当然そのことが報道されることもなかったと思う。で、ここが重要なんだけど、僕らがかけた衛星電話がね、偶然繋がっただけだったんだ。わかる？偶然って意味。偶然起きた現象っていうのはさ、そっくりそのまま歴史を繰り返してやらなければ絶対に再現しえないものなんだよね。
I don't hate it. You know, like, okay, I'm valid.
それで避難小屋の歴史を守ろうとしたわけか。偶然を再現するために。
It's good butterfly theory.
17日に救助隊が到着するよう
そういうこと。
だ。でもその理由はどうして救助隊が到着するのが17日じゃなければならなかったんだ。
その日のうちに18便が発見されたという報道がなされなければならなかったから。
なぜ？
教えてほしい。
どういうぞ。
分かった。だけどその代わり覚悟してよね。
覚悟？
だってここから先は
Oh?
サトルに関係があることだから。
俺に？
そうだよ。17日の報道がなければね、サトルは日本にはいなかったはずなんだ。
どういうことだ？
多分覚えてないと思うけど、サトルは2011年の1月
Ah, the
日
ticket.
オーストラリアに出発する予定だったんだ。かなりの長期間にわたって滞在するつもりだったみたいで、チケット部屋で見つけなかった。
見つけて。だけどなんで俺は墜落事故の報道を見てオーストラリア行きを思いとどまったんだ。そもそもそれとこれとどういう関係がある？俺が日本にとどまっていなければ何か不都合が生じたとでも？
生じすぎるほど生じただろうね。まずサトルが2012年のアオサギ島にいなければ歴史が繰り返すことがなかったっていうのが一つ。あとは自分で考えてよ。
は？
だってこれはサトル自身のことなんだろ。僕がとやかく言うようなことじゃないってば。
You might not have the memories to be able to recall this, but you should just recall this. No big deal.
待て、自分で考えても思い出せないからお前に聞いてるんじゃないか。
とにかくこれ以上僕の口からは何も言えない。
ふざけんなよ。そんな自分勝手なことが許されるとでも思ってんのか？他にも質問したいことは山ほどあるんだぞ。
例え
例えばそうだな。
What were the contents of the
テラバイ
terabyte
トディ
disk?
スクに書かれていた内容とは何だったのか。ずっと気になってたのに聞きそびれちまってた。
Should ask Yomagi to mount the questions.
知りたい？
だからくどいって。
どうしようかな。教えてあげてもいいんだけ
だったら早く言えよ。
ど、サトル、あのディスクが今どこにあるのかわかる？
今はスフィアにはないんだ。
じゃあどこに
1年前の赤倉だ。多分あっちのユニが持ってる。ポケットに入れたままだとしたらの話だ。
正解。それじゃあその後テラバイトディスクはどこに行ったと思う？
それから1年の時を経て今はお前だ。
僕は持ってないよ。元の場所に戻ったんだ。始まりの地点、2012年1月11日に。
It's back to its starting point.
あとは言わなくてもわかるでしょ。
つまりあのディスクは2011年と2012年の間をぐるぐるぐるぐると巡ってるってわけか。
It is an infinity loop. You start doing the Giro, 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 Giro.
歴史は繰り返される。いつまでも変わることなく。
今なんと
Eternity?
もう一度言おうか。
いやいい歴史は変わらないそう言ったんだよな
そうだよ。
言ってることは矛盾してないかさっきは歴史を変えないようにするためにあれやこれやとやってきたみたいなことを言ってたじゃないか
まあ確かにそうだよ。そうではあるけど、でも結果的には歴史は変わらなかったわけで。
はあ何言ってんだお前まるっきり変わったじゃないかまさかあいつらの姿が見えないわけじゃないだろうよもぎさんをはじめとして雪崩に巻き込まれて命を失った者は誰もいない過去が塗り替えられたからだ違うか
違うとも言えるし違わないとも
Excellent.
言える。例えばあくまでも例えば
You could say it's true, or you could say that it is not true. Then we're nowhere.
最初から雪崩に巻き込まれて死んだ人なんて存在しなかったとしたら。
お前それはそもそも家庭が理不尽ってもんだろ雪崩は確かに起きたし去年の7月にはフラン死体も発見されてる新聞にもそう書いてあったじゃないか
だけどその新聞がもしも何者かによる捏造だったとしたら
え
誰かが偽物の新聞を作ったとは考えられない？
Yo, I love this kid.
バカなありえない
Why would that be impossible,
だって
Satoru?
雑誌にも記事が載ってたんだぞそれまで作り物だと
可能性としてはなくはないと思う。
じゃあ内海さんのことはどうなる
I like to believe that he didn't do any of this, by the way. He's just trying to fuck with him.
彼女は過去のよもぎさんが雪崩に飲まれて死んだことを知っていた
なるほど、確かにそうだね。だったら歴史は変わるのかもね。
おいおいあっさり前言を翻すようなこと言うなよ結局どっちなんだお前は全て経験してきたはずだろお前の知ってる歴史の中では何が起こったんだ3人が雪崩に巻き込まれて死んでしまったのかそれとも前の歴史の中でも俺は今回と同じように雪崩から彼らを救いどっちだ
どうしよっかな。
He thinks for a while before he finally speaks again.
1月17日僕が赤倉岳で体験した過去、それをね。
Oh. Nevermore. I stand by Utsumi's side and gaze down at the two small lives. Those two tiny new lives. The two babies are being held against their mother's bosom. They look barely half a year old. Looking at their pure, innocent smiles, I feel a faint sensation of warmth in my chest. The baby's father is there by their side as well. He gently smiles, his hand on his wife's shoulder. By the looks of things, he's already accepted the fact that this is a year in the future. His children have been born and exist right here, so there's no other choice but to believe it. Satoru, who had been talking with Uni until just now, is also here by my side. We gaze at the babies without saying a word. I'm only looking at them, but for some reason it makes me feel extremely happy. My cheeks lift in a natural smile. By the way, where are the other three? Looking up, I see Hotori and Uni a little ways off. Uni is crouching down in the snow, working on a snowman. Hotori squats next to him, staring at it absent-mindedly. She's wearing a strange smile that I've never seen on her face before. Mayuzumi is standing apart from everyone else. It might just be my imagination, but it feels like she's intentionally avoiding someone. But who is that someone? Mayuzumi's eyes focus on Satoru. Perhaps we'll never know the answer. Furrowing her brow in suspicion, she stares at Satoru's profile. I look up to see the sun, which had already begun to sink in the west. The coast is so warm, I can hardly think of it as January weather. We savor the lingering happiness, passing the time as we desire. Evermore. I leave Uni's side and go straight to Utsumi. This is a short one. 13% already. Utsumi is holding her twin babies against her chest. They're fraternal twins, a boy and a girl. I join Kokoro and together we gently prod their soft cheeks with our fingertips. The softness suffuses me with a sense of warmth that melts all the way to my heart. The two babies kick their feet energetically. The clones. It looks like an adorable dance. Most likely, they just want to play. I think that while floating in the amniotic fluid, they awoke to a brief dream, and for a short moment simply enjoyed some innocent play. Like stabbing somebody over and over and over again. Innocent, purely, artlessly. There is no malice in their brand new pure hearts, and because they have no malice, they also have no consciousness. Conscious. The babies laugh, seeing that Kokoro smiles as well. Though my heart passed through thoughts of affection and of the impermanence of things. The instant I come into contact with new life, I learn the truth of the endless cycle of birth and death. More Remember. There's more than 11? I don't have the capacity for that. Babies are so cute, don't you think? Perhaps it's an infinity loop of life and death. Satoru and I are walking along the coast, away from Utsumi and the others. Another one-word answer. I get a little sulky.
本当に悟って愛想悪いよね。
そうか？
なんでそんなに冷たくするの？
別に冷たくしてるわけじゃないさ。
そうかな。そうは見えないんだけどな。ああ、私も赤ちゃん欲しいな。
I think, Kokoro, you should wait 5 to 8 years and settle down with a nice boy that's name is not Yukito Satoru. Your life, right? Her life, but if I were to give advice as a friend or as an enemy, who knows the life in which I lead, that would be my recommendation. What? Sources say she won't marry until after 40.
それもそうね。じゃあ、悟る、手伝ってくれる？
お前、そんなことを言うためにわざわざ俺をこんなところに連れてきたわけじゃないよな。
違うよ。
じゃあどうして？
ちょっとね、気になったことがあったから。
Negative Riz, as the children say.
なんだ？
ゆりちゃんのことなんだけど。
ああ、そうか。そういえばまだ心には教えてなかったよな。お前、避難小屋の近くで雪にうずもれた女の子の死体見たことないか？
あるけど。
実はな、それが本物のほとりの姿だったんだよ。
どういうこと？
He begins to explain. While poring over the vast archive of video records, Satoru had realized the Hotori he interacted with was completely different from the one I knew. He says the consciousnesses residing in her were clearly different. The most striking disparity can be seen immediately after Enomoto's murder. The Hotori who asked Satoru to stab or to be stabbed, which one do you prefer? And the Hotori who was terrified at the sight of her own bloodstained body. Satoru had no doubt it was the result of two different personalities being in control of the same body. And there was one more. The Hotori who rammed into Enomoto and was innocently playing in the pool of blood. That seemed to be a different personality from the others, according to Satoru. And finally, Satoru says,
おそらくほとりもまた俺や心や第三の人格と同じように転移現象に巻き込まれ続けていたのだと思う。
excuse me, we've already come up with shorthand. This should say alpha personality or alpha.
最終的には犬伏恵子の体に落ち着くことになったわけだ。
Why even make up the shorthand if you're not going to use it?
じゃあ犬伏本人の意識は
1年前の赤倉岳にある雪にうずもれた死体の中に。
なるほどね。
But even though I say that, the explanation doesn't satisfy me. Something's off. It's strange. Why is the one at Mount Akakura Inabushi? Why is the one at Mount Akakura Inabushi and the other at Aosagi Island Totori? Each consciousness was tied to a specific area. If that's the case, the Hotori I know is currently. I reflexively kick off the sand and start running.
心どこ行くんだよ。
I hear his voice from behind me, but I don't have time to answer. I have to find her. I have to hear it from her myself. I rush over to Yomagi and Utsumi. Utsumi is only holding one of the babies. Where's the other one? That worries me, but I believe that my first priority is to find Hotori.
ほとりちゃんはどこ？
I ask.
彼女なら、ほら、あそこに。
He points behind me. I turn around. Okay.
かごめかごめ。
Can we stop trying to kill Utsumi's children? Like, is that like not like? Can't we like discontinue this?
Can she be like holding Uni or something? Like, you know, like I don't want Uni to die, but can we just like stop putting Utsumi through this, please? Hey, Soy. Hope you're well.
かごの中の鳥はいついつ出やる夜明けの晩につると亀がすべった
No, this would in fact be not good. This would be bad, actually.
後ろの正面誰
What gave it away? The eyes, the singing, the fact she's staring at the baby with a murderous intent. Where is Self? After being left behind by Kokoro again, I reluctantly trudge back up the path I'd come. After a short walk, I see the back of someone who I've been missing for the longest time. Well, even though I say I've missed her for the longest time, I guess I did see her many times over the last 7 days. It was the eyes, of course. She stands there all alone on the beach. Mayuzumi Lin, the woman I was once together with. I've yet to talk to her since I've returned to my own body. It's been a long time since we've had a conversation where I was in my own body. My heart beats faster and faster as I walk over to her. I walk around to the front of her. I look into her eyes as if trying to sense how she feels. No one asking how is the self. Not good, apparently. What should I say? I can't find the words to address her with. The words that finally slip out of my mouth
久し
are,
ぶりだな、リー。
long time no see. From my point of view, I've already seen her many times from inside of a borrowed body. But concerned about putting even more pressure on her psyche, I decided that long time no see is the most appropriate phrase to use. Thank you, Soy. I feel like she's eaten at this point. Like they said, it's been a little while. However, scared and confused, still viable options. They would still be hungry. Maybe one hungry, not two hungries anymore. I also think they'd be downgraded to one cold. I do think it'd be 3 confused, though, to make up for it. No, we'd definitely be at 3 out of the 10 Minecraft hunger bar. I think she couldn't sprint, I don't think. I'll trade you one, pull out like, you know, Settler of Catan cards. I will trade you 1 hungry and 1 cold for 1 confused. If I roll an 8, I will block the extra scared so that you can no longer collect it with your 2 cities. Make it 4 because I'm confused myself. So I would love to sit here and explain this game to you, but 1, I don't understand it myself. And 2, it's way too much explaining. So I'm going to have to direct you to the VODs. I love you very much. Just know that we're actually correctly in our bodies now. Remember 11 of Catan sounds like a fun game. She doesn't respond. With her eyes narrowed, she stares at me like she's trying to read my thoughts.
どうしたんだよ。なんでそんな目で見るんだ。
A stare of open disdain. Her expression is so cold that I can feel it freezing me all the way to her heart. Somehow I have a bad feeling about this. My heart frantically pounds in my chest. Time stands still. I can't even hear the sound of the waves anymore. Within that tense silence, she opens her mouth ever so slightly. And when she speaks, she says... Oh my god, okay. The shock those words bring me is close to that of a death sentence. The color instantly drains out of my surroundings. I got the point of death. Oh my god. You mean, like, there's no, like, what other choices do I have I could make? Unlocked album promotional posters, magazine front covers. That's cool. I'm glad they include those. Any questions? Make a save? I mean... I can't really make a save anymore. Can't do it unless there's text on the screen. Any questions? I mean, I haven't beaten the game. There's no questions until I beat the game. I guess I'm just kind of confused where I'm gonna fucking go from here. I mean, how far back? Oh, save the system data? Oh, okay. Before I go back to anywhere? Okay. Do I have more? Do I get more tips to read? I am glad this is your first thought. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm doing something right. I mean, this doesn't really help me. This is a bunch of boxes. Normally, people would obviously go back, try to find any choice that could possibly give them a good ending. Okay. I will stop you right now. Oh. Check Discord? Oh, boy. A word. Okay, I see a WordPress. I see this. This is nuts. It's reading time. Okay. I'm gonna pull this on screen, I think. He thinks. Wait, I do want to check something. If I might, real quick. I want to do. I want to check. I'm gonna check the endings real quick. I just want to see what that ending was. Yukito's plans. Failure end. Utsumi on a rampage. Which one is this then? Oh, that's actually Satoru chapter good end? And epilogue? What? That's the good end? Okay, let's read. Ugh. Can I talk about the mending ending? Can I hold you off until I read this? Should I just read top to bottom? And can I put on my own music? Is this actually no? I'm not asking if I can put on my own music. I'm putting on my own music. Put a little music on in the background. A little mystery music. Here we go. A little on the edge. A little story time with Taylor. You guys can see my new Firefox setup now that I'm no longer a clone or Chrome plebeian. It tells you to read all the tips. I think we're good just reading the final tip. Tips guide, okay. Here's the plan. Here's the plan. every penguin. We are gonna go do the blog. I want you to know that most people would have go into this after having gotten many of the endings. Okay, that's fine. Get every sing title, unlock every song. We had 11 endings. Yeah, I got 12. Unlock tips 1 through 99. Oh, so you have to unlock like all of them. Okay. Full name, Yukido Sayaka. Gender female, age 10 at the time of death. Birthday February 22nd, 1990, Pisces. Blood type AB, 4th grade student, 11 years ago. Intelligence changes according to the personality. Dominant personality, average. Physical strength changes according to the personality. Dominant personality, average. Cooperativeness changes according to the personality. Dominant personality, average. Personality changes according to the personality. Dominant personality, gentle and pure-hearted, strong, intelligent. Hobbies changes according to the personality. Dominant personality, reading. Likes changes according to the personality. Dominant personality equals her older brother. Family, snow. Dislikes changes according to the personality. Dominant personality, hospitals, medicines, herself. Oh no. Satoru's younger sister and fraternal. Oh no. Oh dear. That's not good. Okay. Died 11 years prior to 2012. Diagnosed with DID. Yukido Sayaka is Satoru's beloved sister, a person who is no longer in this world. She only appears in a flashback. I remember that. Her death is the reason Satoru ends up designing and executing the current project. So it's not for Lin. Okay, that's just in Japanese. Yomugi Junichi. People honest, being physically active. Okay. So I read that one. And then I start reading. Is this what's going on? Am I understanding this correctly? Okay. It is highly recommended to follow the articles in the order they're presented. We go from the chronology. Excellent. A chronology of the entire Infinity series is available in the PSP version of Remember11. The chronology was partially made to give information that was missing from the game. This one? The games after hearing complaints from the fans. If the memory card also contains clear save data, this patch would have added this chronology to the final tip. Okay, okay. Cool. Only the parts relevant to Remember 11 have been included in this post. The full chronology, including spoilers for these two, is available there. Okay, we're not going to do that. Yomogi Seiji is born. Utsumi Kali is born. Mayuzumi Lin is born. Those are these years. And then in the same year, Fuyakawa Kokoro, Yukido Satoru, Yukido Sayaka. Enomoto Naoya is born in 1990. 91, Inabushi Keiko is born. 91, Susukage Hotori is born. 98, both of Satoru's parents are murdered. The murderer was their daughter, Sayaka. The trial proceedings resulted... Oh, boy. The trial proceedings result in Sayaka being diagnosed with DID. As such, she is found innocent but admitted to a mental institute. Around that time, a number of similar incidents sporadically take place, ultimately leading to a revision of the criminal law in the following years. Unknown date. Sayaka is transferred to Leiblich Pharmaceutical Research Facility. 1990, Yomogi Junichi is born. 1999, Kusuda Uni is born. 2001, the very existence of Sayaka is lost forever. Satoru acknowledges that he himself is partially responsible for her death. However, this is merely the surface. Satoru is overtaken with grief over the loss of his sister and at the same time continues to search the true reason behind her death, the real culprit behind her murder. 2004, a Japanese research group successfully performs a quantum teleportation between three parties. 2006, Satoru, after many years of investigation, becomes acquainted with the existence of a transcendental will, or rather intelligence, that gives a subjugation-like influence over the minds and wills of humans. Although he would hesitate to call it a theory, but instead more occult-like, Satoru considers it to be the true culprit behind Sayaka's murder. Satoru immerses himself in obsessed study. I assume a lot of these are... How are they... I guess some of these are revealed in endings? Or most of these are revealed in endings? I mean, some of these are revealed in the game, obviously. Or do they get revealed in tips, I guess? I don't know. One of these couple things. Due to the revisions in the penal code, SFIA, Specified Psychiatric Hospital for Isolation Ages, are built nationwide. Satoru enters Kumeikan University. Kokoro enters Kumeikan Women's University. 2008, date unknown. Satoru meets Enomoto in school and they become friends. 2008, Satoru and Mayuzumi start dating. 2008, DSM-6 diagnostic is published. 2008, the dual surname bill is passed. Okay, a lot of this is chronology exclusive too, but when Liz played this, she figured out quite a few things in this blog out herself. Okay, Liz, you're smarter than I could ever be. Awazumi City Municipal Hospital spree killing incident occurs. 12 killed, 19 injured. Junichi is killed. Inabushi, the killer, uttered the words, "Where is self?" before her arrest. Inabushi was diagnosed as suffering from DID, dissociative identity disorder, by the authorities. She is found not guilty of the crime. She is confined at the Soya on Aosugi Island. Jumping at the opportunity of the Awazumi incident, Satoru builds his confidence in his own thinking. Borrowing Inabushi's words, he christens the transcendental will, or rather intelligence, as self. Can such a being really exist? Was this evidence of its own existence, or is this an illusion created from his desire for it to exist? Soon, Satoru devises a plan to lure self to this world, the Yukido plan. Satoru and Enomoto skip 2 years of university to become 4th years. Okay. Satoru reveals his plans to Enomoto, seeking his collaboration, but he hides his motives about Sayaka, explaining that the motive is entirely scientific. Feeling empathy for Satoru's values and way of thinking, the half-adoring Enomoto consents. Satoru and Enomoto graduate from Kumeikan. Satoru enters Kumeikan University Graduate School and at the same time finds employment after Leiblich Pharmaceutical scouts him. Enomoto is also employed by Leiblich Pharmaceutical in the same fashion. Satoru and Enomoto are assigned to Engineering Research Division 3. Satoru and Enomoto begin their independent project in Leiblich Pharmaceutical's laboratory. Using Leiblich's top secret molecular quantum teleportation equipment as a base, they start to work on a space-time transfer equipment. 2010, Satoru and Mayuzumi break up. 2010, space-time transfer equipment research reaches difficulties. 2011. This year, solar winds are observed the highest in recorded history. And even though my light bulb moment came from something Sam said, he just started playing as I finished. Oh, okay, nice. Oh, still, you put it together. Unknown. Satoru makes a large-scale plan with the space-time transfer equipment still incomplete. The goal is on-site data acquisition. Kokoro route. Kokoro boards a small aircraft for flight HAL 18 to Wakanai in order to meet Inubushi at Aosagi Island, Sphia. Aboard the same plane are Yomagi, Mayuzumi, Uni, and Holteri. Past 4 p.m., the 31 crew members and passengers on flight HAL 18 disappear from radar in the mountain district of Aomori Prefecture. The police and related departments establish a temporary headquarters and immediately search for the airframe and passengers, but the unusually bad weather makes the search difficult. Flight HAL 18 crashes. At 4:30, the Aosagi January 12th circle and the Hotorubi July 2011 circle start to transfer. At first, personality exchange did not occur with the transfer because Kokoro was not inside the Akakura circle. 2012 Uni uses this space transfer to move from the Aosagi circle to Akakura 2011. At the same time, 2011 Uni goes astray into the Aosagi circle. 2012 Uni leads the 3 survivors, Kokoro, Yomagi, and Mayuzumi, to the Akakura emergency cabin for refuge. At this time, 2012 Uni brings the cabin the newspaper from 6 months in the future, the newspaper from July 4th, 2011. Starting 8:02 p.m., along with the transfer, an exceptional phenomenon occurs. Each time a space transfer occurs, a personality exchange also occurs among 3 members of each group. Kokoro, Satoru, elder brother twin fetus. Hey! Hotori, Inubushi, younger sister twin fetus. I got this. I got one. I'm happy. I'll take it. Satoru comes across news of the missing people from Flight 18, although the passenger names were read out loud on the news broadcast. Satoru was concentrating on finding a test site and failed to hear Mayuzumi's name. I feel like that changed from an A to a U. According to theories derived by Satoru's group, the length of the transfer time for space-time transfer time slip period is proportional to the transfer room teleportation range. Oh! Transferring over a long period of time requires a vast area of land, so a narrow country like Japan was deemed unsuitable. Therefore, he chose Australia to be the test site. He makes arrangements to fly to Australia and have an extended stay. His day of departure is January 18th. Satoru comes to Akakura from 2012 via transfer and discovers a collapsed girl. Oh, hold on. This is this. From 2012 via transfer, discovers a collapsed girl or a Holteri in the snowfield. Satoru treats her as a corpse, but in reality, she is only near death at this point. Inside the body is Inubushi's consciousness. By an unnatural chance, the cabin's refugees' satellite phone connects to the mountain rescue team. Okay, all of this I remember. After July 17, 2011, the Hotorubi circle is vacated so that in the event of a space-time transfer, no personality exchange occurs. Kokoro discovers a collapsed girl, Hotori, in the snowfield. At this point, Hotori is already completely expired and their body becomes a corpse. If you look at the fingers, Hotori's fingers in the CG, when Satoru finds her, you can see them move a little? Really? I thought they were all static images. That's crazy. At 6:53 a.m., an avalanche occurs at location X. It's not point, it's location. Just want to point that out. At around 6:58, the prolonged blizzard weakens. The rescue team arrives at the site of the incident. There, they find 27 corpses out of the 31 members and passengers. Around the same time, they rescue the sole survivor, Uni. They also discover evidence that the other survivors were in their refuge cabin. It was confirmed that Uni and the others had survived in the refuge cabin since the crash on the 11th until the 17th. Oh, okay. I see. That's still clever. That's still really clever. That doesn't dis clever it. Throughout the day, Flight 18's crash was reported on the news. In the evening, Satoru comes across news of Flight 18's crash. Satoru becomes convinced of Mayuzumi's death. While feeling sorrow, Satoru also begins to wonder if he can rescue Mayuzumi using space-time transfer. Okay, so he does do it for this as well. More information about the incident reminds Satoru of an interesting stage. He suddenly cancels his departure to Australia, but since the equipment is still incomplete, his plan cannot be conducted at this point in time. Seeking a clue, Satoru interviews Uni, the sole survivor. On that day, Uni was of an unsound mind and unable to give an adequate story, but he possessed an important item, a terabyte disk. Satoru analyzes the disk he had inherited from Uni. It includes encrypted information, but Satoru successfully decrypts it. The disk indeed includes various information only the reader would know, or all of the information the reader wants to know. Satoru completes his time-space transfer equipment based on the information in the terabyte disk, and makes major amendments to his plan. The test site is not Australia, but 3 points in Japan: Akakura, Aosagi, and Hotorubi. The goal is not data acquisition, but the rescue of Mayuzumi and the other victim of Flight 18's crash, and to seize self in this time-space plane and confine it. 2011. Satoru seeks Uni's cooperation in executing his plan. He makes use of the information on the terabyte disk to persuade Uni. Uni answers Satoru's call in order to save Kokoro. Satoru's plan preparations steadily progress. For one stage, he remodels the abandoned ruins of Hotorubi mine in Moegi village. He drills a dome shape into the mine and paints the ceilings, walls, and floors pure white. The mysterious room where one's own standing point is ambiguous is complete. Next, he gives Uni and Enomoto detailed directions. However, he intentionally hides some information he's afraid could bring hindrances to his plan. Satoru sets up at the Hotorubi mine, completing the time-space transfer equipment. After the snow melted on July 3rd, 3 decomposed corpses are found on the bare mountain surface of Akakura. The authorities announced that they are the 3 remaining people from the HAL 18's crew and passengers: Kokoro, Yomugi, Mayuzumi. At least those are the details published in newspapers. However, the validity of the articles is unknown. It is also possible that it is a fake newspaper article fabricated by Satoru's group. Okay, none of this is crazy yet. Utsumi is confined to the basement of Hotorubi. Utsumi is pregnant with twins. Operation of the time-space transfer equipment begins. All this is done by Satoru's group. At about 4:30 p.m., the time-space transfer begins between the Akakura January 11th circle and the Aosagi January 2012 circle. From here on, the transfer phenomenon occurs at irregular intervals until terminated by the equipment. These irregular interval transfers are generally unpredictable even to the designer, but for this plan, many identical repetitions of the same history. The transfers all occur within the same perfect timing. From 8:02 p.m. on, along with the transfer, an exceptional phenomenon occurs. Each time a space-time transfer occurs, a personality exchange also occurs among the 3 members of the group. Kokoro, Satoru 2012, older brother, twin fetus, July 2011, Hotori, Inibushi 2012, which is the same as above, younger sister. Tragic events occur due to the fetus's colic. Colic? Excessive inconsolable crying that occurs without any apparent underlying medical reason. It was a tip we did not read. You know what we'll do? Here is one of the theories about baby colic. Why does baby colic occur in infants? Baby colic is a condition in which a baby becomes unsettled and irritable for no apparent reason. He cries frequently, e.g. at night. It is normally categorized as abnormal neuronal excitability resulting from dysautonomia in infants, but the exact reasons for its occurrence remain unclear. One explanation suggests the contrast between the clear, vivid consciousness of an infant and the inability to properly control its body results in an intense stress for the baby, which could cause it to become irritated and cry. This is why, from the point of view of an adult, it just seems that they are crying for no real reason. There are also medics who suppose that if a baby were given a body which would properly obey its will, it would turn into a cold-blooded killer. They argue that since babies have not yet learned human morals, their instincts would cause them to go on a bloody rampage. Infants often exhibit cruelty. They can calmly kill other living things with no reservation, thinking it is no more than part of a game. As a person grows up, when they reach the age of about 3, they become able to think from the perspective of other people and put themselves in their shoes. The ability to empathize is established. It is at that age that they learn for the first time that things which one doesn't like being done to them must never be done to others as well. Perhaps this is the reason why human infants are so underdeveloped in physical strength compared with other mammals. This represents a considerable obstacle in the newborn's path to survival, but in fact it is actually not so far-fetched a thought that it is rather the lives of adults that would be in danger if it were the other way around. It is not impossible to imagine that can you imagine just a bunch of babies running around with knives? It is not impossible to imagine that it is through realizing the need to protect each other from this inner cruelty, the nature of brutality unparalleled in any other life form, that humankind has come over the course of its evolution to create the civilization in which we live, and to establish the education system as a means for spiritual growth. Additionally, it makes sense to think that the fact that as of yet mentally undeveloped newborns are deprived of physical strength lies in accordance with the principle of natural selection, baby colic being a representation of the instinctive desires. Maybe makes known the true natures of man. It is the scream of madness, and at the same time the pathetic lamentation of having been given life in this world. Okay, that's a very big that one's something. Let's call the elementary school in Silent Hill 1. I apparently had really bad colic as a baby. Probably would have been even worse than the twins, from what my mom says. Would have stabbed so many people. Missed opportunity. Anyway. The fetus's colic continues. When Sphia transfers to the Holta Ruby Circle, 2012 Enomoto is murdered by the fetus. The fetus's body is 2012's Emoto. The fetus's body is 2012's Enomoto's. Enomoto's murdered body is 2012's Satoru's. The fetus's body is 2012 Enomoto. Enomoto's murdered body is 2012's Satoru. So we died. Okay. As a result, this is an unexpected turn of events. Or is it? Or not. Okay, never mind. Utsumi is freed from the Hotel Ruby basement. All of this is done by Satoru's group. The Hotel Ruby Circle is vacated so that in the event of a space-time transfer, no personality exchange occurs. The time-space transfer equipment goes to the final level. Utsumi's twins are born. Satoru and Enomoto perform a small-scale, short-distance, short-time time-space transfer and exchange bodies. Hence, Satoru's body shelters Enomoto's consciousness, and Enomoto's body shelters Satoru's consciousness. Oh, great. Okay. Satoru and Utsumi come to Aosagi's Sphia. Utsumi is a patient, Satoru is staff. Satoru returns the terabyte disk to Uni's room in Sphia. Satoru re-encrypts any data he doesn't want other people to read. Uni waits outside of Aosagi's circle for the next time-space transfer. Satoru route. Satoru climbs Sphia's clock tower. As if lured, the shadow of someone appears, which would be why he has the blue eye in the start. Because the whole swap with him and Enomoto. Here. Past 4 p.m., Satoru falls from the Sphia clock tower with a lightning bolt. At this time, Satoru loses the personality as Satoru Ore in his memory. The empty shell Ore from here on suffers from an unnatural... Wait, what? Because he falls from the clock tower, Satoru loses the personality as Satoru. And this is the first person pronoun that he's been using. The blog will go into this. Great. In his memory, the empty shell from here on suffers from an unnatural memory defect, as if someone's memories have been transplanted. You lied to me about the clones game. God damn it. Half past 4 p.m., the Akakura January 2011 circle and the Hoto Ruby's January 2011 circle started the transfer. At first, personality exchange did not occur with the transfer because Kokoro was not inside the Akakura circle. Uni uses this time-space transfer to move from the Aosagi circle to Akakura 2011. At the same time, 2011 Uni goes astray into the Aosagi circle. From 8:02 p.m., along with the transfer, an exceptional phenomenon occurs each time. Yep. Kokoro, Satoru, elder brother twin, Hotori, Inubushi, younger sister twin. Around 8:40 p.m., Uni and Utsumi discover the terabyte disk in Uni's room. They inspect the disk's content. From here on, 2011 Uni is in possession of the disk. After July 17th, 2011, the Hoto Ruby Circle is vacated so that in the event of a space-time transfer, No personality exchange occurs. The avalanche crisis is overcome thanks to the efforts of Satoru's group. All members alive. Everyone is present. Kokoro, Satoru, Mayuzumi, Yomigi, Utsumi, Unabushi, 2012 Uni twins at Aosagi Shores. 2011 Uni is taking care of himself in the refugee cabin, soon to be taken in by the rescue team. The final time-space transfer occurs. Final level. Satoru, alright, is lost from the world. His final destination? Question mark. Was the plan a success as expected? Was it a failure? Where is self? The eternally inescapable labyrinth of memory that's killing me. The shadow Satoru saw just before his fall from the clock tower is already imprisoned in time-space. It may have been self. Into the infinity loop. Okay. It is highly recommended to follow the articles in the order they're presented. The ordering was intentionally done to make explanations easier to follow. I'm going to be going reverse order. This is all you get in the game. Okay. None of this chronology is so crazy that any of it seems like pulled out of nowhere. I feel like this all could easily, like with a couple of these things, I'm sure you throw a little ending here or there. You point out an ending that I obviously miss. Done, right? Like I could see then this from the game. Nothing here was too crazy. I wish you had gotten more endings. Well, 40 hours. I'm going over it. Satoru theorizes there's a third personality in control of his body, where he calls Alpha. You also realize that there are actually 3 locations involved in the transfer phenomenon. So how do these two fit together? Clarifying the exchange phenomenon. Well, let's start by constructing a timetable. Satoru, okay. Satoru, Kokoro, Kokoro, Satoru, Satoru, Kokoro, Kokoro, Satoru. Yeah, okay. These are the times that Kokoro and Satoru wrote in the notepad for the second day. It seems that whenever Satoru is in Kokoro's body, she is in his. So there's no time for a third personality to exist. But at the end of the game, we discover that Kokoro is wrong about the time at Sphia. Kokoro uses the clock in the room while Satoru uses his watch. It turns out that the clock is 33 minutes ahead of the watch, so all of the time recorded by Kokoro at Sphia should be shifted back 33 minutes. Let's look at just one set of exchanges for simplicity, and adjust it for Kokoro's mistake. This creates a gap where neither Kokoro nor Satoru are in control, and that's precisely where Alpha is in control. Okay, I figured this out so far. This table is a small problem, though. Where do they go if they're not at the cabin or Sphia? We know that there's a third area. So let's assume that their personalities go here during the gaps. Okay, so then we go here. Yep, we fill them with Alpha. You get Alpha. This is the secret of the exchanges. Look at the cabin column. Alpha is a troublemaker, so after it takes control, Satoru has to deal with the consequences of its actions. On the other hand, Kokoro takes control after Satoru has done damage control, or she doesn't really feel the effects of Alpha. Yep. So far, so good. All right, so let's look at this one final way. An exchange phenomenon, a 110-meter circle teleports across time and space. Those regions are represented by the inner circle. For some reason, a few personalities jump between locations. These are the personalities of Kokoro, Satoru, and Alpha, and are represented by the outer circle. We're led to believe that the personalities jump through time. That's represented by the outer circle moving. In reality, the regions in their bodies teleport, while their minds stay fixed. The inner circle is this is still my favorite part of this game. The fact that they're only their like bodies and like the material parts teleporting, and that the fact that like their brains are all staying in the same place is probably my favorite little twist they did in this. I really, really, really liked that. It's much more like, I guess, interesting than, oh, we just teleport all the time. Because then all the weird stuff you start seeing starts to like piece together. It's really good. It's really good. You may even call it complex. The inner circle is in the true exchange, and the story does a good job at hiding that. All right, so we know how the exchanges work, but we still don't know who Alpha is. Maybe learning more about the third area will solve that for us. It's revealed in the Apoptosis, the third area, is an equilibrium point that exists at the midpoint between the cabin and Sphia in both space and time. If you draw a line from Sphia at to the mountain cabin, the midpoint of that line falls on an abandoned mine in a village. Satoru sees the area on the 7th day and can go inside where the man in sunglasses says this is July 18th, 2011. If we take him at his word as truth, this gives us this table. Bang. You might expect the first day to be July 11th, not July 12th, but it turns out that July 12th is the exact middle date between two consecutive January 11ths. Clever. If you're curious, there exists an image of the third area in the game which is unused. The reason is because the time of day is incorrect. This was later corrected in the PSP version that uses the updated visual. Unused PS2 version, corrected PSP version. This area is only mentioned at one other point in the game. Utsumi was taken to this village, right, and locked up until July 16th, 2011. This means that she was there for the first 5 days of transfers, but not the last 2. The last 2 days don't have any personality exchanges, so removing Utsumi somehow stopped the personality exchange. So does that mean Utsumi is alpha? Well, no. Sure, Utsumi was severely distressed at the time, but I doubt she would act as irrationally as Alpha did. Also, if she really was the third personality, how come we never saw anything from her perspective in the White Room? The Red Room. What we saw instead was a Red Room, not once but multiple times. In this place, Kokoro and Satoru feel at ease and don't know the start or end of their bodies. Satoru describes this as a hot liquid, a primordial sea, and an aggregate of amino acids. Kokoro describes feeling like an unborn child floating in the amniotic fluid. Funny. And they both mention a steady rhythmic pulse. If you finish Satoru's epilogue and replay Kokoro's chapter, you get to hear that pulsing. Sounds a lot like heartbeats. The final key to the puzzle is the fact that Utsumi gave birth to the twins a month after being moved out of the third area. Piecing it all together, the third personality is not Utsumi, but one of her unborn twins she was carrying at the time. Why is that? Held for a reason. Guys, get ready. Frost, this is really funny. That message was deemed from Frost as discrimination based on race, gender, or ethnicity. I don't know what was offensive in that either. Automod being Automod. Hope you're well. Enjoy the lurk. Thank you, Sundown. Long way of saying this blog was batshit when I read it. I got auto-modded. Yeah, I don't know. Was it the ginger? I guess. I don't fucking know. I was not banned, but I've been auto-modded for saying Aussie. And I was like, I'm pretty sure the Australians call themselves Aussies. Like, that's like calling him a Brit. So, and like, it's one of those automods weird. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly that. The final key to the puzzle is the fact that Utsumi gave birth to twins. Yeah. The reference to the amniotic fluid and feel like an unborn baby are not cryptic. They're literal descriptions of Utsumi's womb. It's red because the white light is filtered by the mother's flesh. The surrounding heartbeats are from Utsumi, and it's warm because the human body is around 99 Fahrenheit. There's more. Take a look at this background. Might be hard to make out, but there's 2 figures. I saw this still. This image is actually an ultrasound showing 2 fetuses, and it appeared multiple times. I only saw it once. The first is in Kokoro's chapter at the start of day 6, again when Satoru transfers to the warm sea on 5th day. It appears in the opening cinematic for both the PC and PSP versions. In the original, they're shown at the very end for a split second, while the PSP version blatantly overlays them over Satoru and Kokoro. Finally, it appears in the transition sequence when Satoru or Kokoro transfers from Sphia to the cabin, but not the other way around. That's because they have to go through the third area on the way from Sphia to the cabin. Look at our transfer wheel from before. Whenever someone's personality transfers from Sphia to the cabin, they have to pass through the third area. One of 2 things always happens. Either the transfer video plays, which has the picture of the fetuses, or the person transferring experiences the pulsating red room. Let's look at the titles for these scenes. Oh Great Sephiroth, Oh Our Master, Prenatal, A Taste of the Primordial Sea, and Miracle Child. Ignoring the first one, there's a very clear theme. Prenatal means before birth, and primordial means existing at the start of time. Tips 99 say the primordial sea is a metaphor for the amniotic fluid in the mother's body. Miracle Child is a Jungian archetype that is known as a primordial child. Alpha is Alpha is a baby controlling the whole body, and that explains why the personality of Alpha is so volatile and irrational. It tears up the newspaper that Kokoro is reading and eats all her food. Satoru finds scribbles all over Kokoro's drawings, and on the third day, he finds himself waking up beside Inubushi. Alpha drinks the chemicals without a second thought, then destroys the living room before being calmed down by his mother's embrace. And of course, Alpha murders Enomoto by stabbing him multiple times while laughing. Reading this further, and then I've read this. And Enomoto's biography says that he is displeased with the flaws born from Satoru's memory loss, as well as the caprices of the fetal twins, but not being able to stop them, he silently observes the course of events. As a final comment, the transfers allow him to be born multiple times in the way. Satoru's chapters start in the Red Room, and he awakens pinned down by Yomagi. Satoru starts screaming, or rather, he starts crying, a birth cry. And Kokoro says she awakened from the dream without a baby's first cry, born into a new world. We'll be visiting the point later. Yeah. Hope you like Young. Hope you like Young. Oh gosh, I don't know if I know who that is. Had to be added as a lot of turn. It's, you know, it's what it is. In the last post, we had the black-haired woman at Sphia behaves quite erratically, but one thing is always true. She is calm and mute in Kokoro's route and provocative and talkative in Satoru's route. Since Inubushi is dissociative identity disorder, we initially assumed Suzukage Hotori is just one of Inubushi's personalities. Oh, it links to the next one? Okay, we'll do that then. Thank you. We find a woman with the same name in the mountain cabin, buried in the snow near the cabin. Hotori's name is also listed as one of the people that died in the HAL 18 crash, so let's treat the Hotori and Inubushi personalities separately. The key to unlocking their mystery is the fact that Satoru only ever sees the talkative personality, and Kokoro only ever sees the mute one. Inubushi's personalities are synchronized exactly with the protagonists, and that can only happen if Inubushi and Hotori are also experiencing the exchange phenomenon. Satoru brings this up at one point, saying, I think Hotori was dragged in the transfer. Yeah. Okay, yep. The evidence comes from Hotori's descriptions. After one of her tantrums in Kokoro's route, Hotori writes down, red room, red light seemed warm room. A warm red room that doesn't exist in Sphia or the cabin. This description sounds a lot like the description of Utsumi's womb. Remember that the exchange phenomenon happens across 3 areas with 3 personalities. Since Utsumi is carrying twins, it's possible for Hotori and Inubushi to be exchanging with one of the babies while the protagonists are exchanging with the other. The remarks of her description say, cold, dark, locked up, all alone, red room, enter. The real Hotori's body is outside the cabin, nearly buried in snow. If Hotori is partially conscious is in the snow, her description of a cold, dark, lonely area seems fitting, and we have reason to believe she's still alive since she has enough strength to move her fingers on the 7th day. So that sets up our second set of transfers involving the mute Hotori buried in the snow, the unpredictable Inubushi at Sphia, and their twins sleeping in the womb. For convenience, we'll call these other baby Omega in contrast to Alpha. It also mirrors one of the prologue scenes titled The Alpha and Omega. Tips 105 and 108 confirm this exchange, saying that Inubushi's body is controlled by Hotori's personality and Kokoro's route, and Inubushi and Satoru's. Inubushi Keiko, the one that Kokoro sees, is the real Suzukage Hotori. The body is the same, but they're different individuals. Inubushi Keiko mainly appears in the Sphia side of the story. After being caught in the plane crash, she wandered alone in the snowy mountains before eventually collapsing in the middle of a snowfield. Due to the space-time transfer phenomenon, her mind transfers in and out of Inubushi's body. Suzukage Hotori mainly appears in the Sphia side of the story. However, the body she resides in is Inubushi Keiko's. Her real body lies in the middle of a snowfield. The Hotori that Satoru sees is Inubushi. Tips 108 also tell us that Hotori is mute because she suffers from acute aphasia. In other words, the trauma from the plane crash caused some mental trauma which resulted in her losing the ability to speak. Considering that memories and personalities transfer during the exchange, it isn't too strange to think that mental trauma also transfers. Okay. During her stay at Sphia, Hotori has a few episodes where she starts freaking out, and those tend to happen when she's in a room with a mirror. Imagine being in a plane crash, waking up in a strange building without the ability to speak, having random daydreams about a warm red room and a cold dark room, and suddenly looking in the mirror and seeing that the reflective face is not yours. Of course, it's natural for her to freak out, and it's worse than when Kokoro pins her down, thinking the murderous personality is coming out. Later on, she awakens in a pool of blood holding a knife. She doesn't slash Uni because she's violent, because she's panicked and he moved up to her. She also has a random tantrum on the 3rd day without looking in the mirror. Well, that's when the snowstorm started dying down. That's when she realized exactly what's happening to her body. And unfortunately for her, she ultimately dies in her own body. Her body is retrieved and she is listed as one of the victims of the crash. And contrary to what Satoru believes, Inubushi doesn't die. in Hotori's body on the first day, since Hotori's body survives until the 7th day. Inabushi is still as talkative as ever in the epilogue. As a side note, something that could have helped her to live until the 7th day is the transfer phenomenon. At each transfer, Hotori's body spends 33 minutes in the 3rd area and another 33 minutes at Alsigi Island, both of which are likely warmer than the mountain. It also seems she was under some snow, which protects her from having her heat stolen by the wind. That could have let her stay warm enough not to freeze to death. Well, she didn't have water. I'm... It's fine. We suspend disbelief when need be. But that begs the question. You know, we're teleporting our bodies around and our consciousnesses are switching bodies. Oh, she survived 7 days. Okay, cool. That's fine. Moving on. Maybe she had some snacks with her. I feel like if she had the ability to move to eat, perhaps, I don't know. I guess she's not just lying there the whole 7 days. Maybe she is. Is that what this says? We don't know. She builds a little igloo and makes it on snacks and water. Sure. But that begs the question, why does Inabushi identify herself as Hotori? How does she even know her name? That's probably because Hotori met Uni when he first came to Sphia, curled up in his room. The real Hotori must have written her name for him because he later refers to her as Hotori. After returning to her own body, Inabushi finds a strange boy calling her by a strange name. If she really has dissociative identity disorder, she might have gotten used to her other personalities doing weird things and went along with it. Or she's just a pathological liar. I like that description better. Her bio says she likes to attract others' attentions and she takes pleasure in trifling with her surroundings, often causing problems. She's a natural troublemaker and we see that throughout the story. Let's take a look at some of the symbolic language in the game, namely the scenes where Hotori's body appears. 2 scenes are titled Another Shadow and The Shadow That Couldn't Live. Since Inabushi's archetype is the shadow, the fact that Hotori is referred to as another shadow implies duality with Inabushi. In the end, however, the shadow dies in the snowy mountain. The last scene where she appears is called Hecate. Hecate is a goddess from ancient Greek mythology, often depicted as a triple entity with 3 forms. 3 forms, 1 essence. That sounds a lot like the exchange phenomenon. Yay! Tips 99 say Hecate is a goddess of water, death, and the moon. Yeah, I had to make a guess. The water refers to the amniotic fluid where the baby resides, and the moon refers to a monthly cycle or maidenhood of Hotori. Inabushi has a fixation on death. Why? Okay. Moon refers to the monthly cycle or maid. Okay. 2. I'll give him 2 of the 3. Being the perpetrator of the killing spree and her self-harming nature, which is mentioned in the tips. Moon can also imply the shadow-light duality as the phases of the moon pass. I like that one. Since all 3 forms of Hecate are female, it implies that the Mega, the baby, and the transfers is also female. This is confirmed by the timeline released with the PSP version. It's interesting that Inabushi threatens the life of the baby with pink clothes, which I assume is the female. Perhaps Inabushi was able to detect that this child was the one causing her problems. Let's disassemble the name Suzukage Hotori. Cool Breeze can also be read as Sayaka when used as a name. Shadow, Suzukage, Cold Shadow, or the frozen personality. Okay. Ear of Rice, bird like the bird within the cage. Early in development, Hotori was written to have a more active role in the story. We know this because several of her sprites are found in the game files. At this point, she was called Hotori Kusuda and was intended to be the trickster archetype. Her name, Hotori Kuts. Fuck me. Her hoodie does say wood carbuncle? Does it? Wood carbuncle. Hotori Kusuda. Oh, sure enough, wood carbuncle. Blue Goma. Would have been a pun on that. They preserved the archetype connection by giving Nakusa the name Niyuni. Up to this point, okay, so far, nothing I feel crazy that's been explained to me that I haven't figured out from the game. Or at least could have figured out from the game. Acceptable? I think that's acceptable. It says, wood she's born on the first line, wood it's wood carbuncle on the second, and wood carbuncle New York at the bottom. Okay. Hell of a hoodie. Up to this point, we've discovered that the Utsumi's unborn twins are involved in two sets of exchanges. Alpha, the male twin, in his exchange with Kokoro and Satoru, while Omega, the female twin, is exchanged with Inabushi and Hotori. Satoru is convinced that someone is out to get him, and it's natural to think that. He fell off the clock tower, nearly drowned, gets stabbed during the blackout, and Endemeto tried to kill him with a knife. Does that mean Endemeto is responsible for all of these things? Drowning. Let's start with the attempted drowning. There are two possible outcomes. If Kokoro doesn't take the pills, Satoru will drown and die. After the lights go out, she feels the presence of someone entering the bathroom, and Satoru feels somebody holding his head down until he drowns. If Kokoro takes the sleeping pills, Satoru lives. The lights still go off, but she doesn't feel anyone entering. Let's consider if Kokoro does take the pills. Reviewing the surveillance footage shows Inabushi inside the room, crawling around and acting strangely. At this point, Omega is in control. A few minutes later, the personality of the babies leave, and Satoru and Inabushi return to their bodies. Inabushi is startled by this, then runs out of the room. A few minutes later, Satoru exits the bathroom. We don't see what's happening in the bathroom, but since Satoru's body is drugged, it would likely be sleepy and lean against the bathtub. Since the bathroom is dark and nobody's moving inside the bathroom, Omega is happy to play outside. Eventually, his head would fall into the water from drowsiness, but he can easily pull his head out. But if Kokoro doesn't take the pills, Satoru will find someone holding down his head in the bathtub. We never get to see anything on the security cameras because the game ends with a game over, but it's safe to assume that Omega would still enter Satoru's room in this case. That means the person who drowned Satoru is likely whoever controls Inabushi's body. Since Satoru's body isn't drugged in this scenario, Alpha would have a lot more energy and his movements would attract Omega's attention in the dark bathroom. He would play around until Omega pushes his head into the water. When Satoru transfers back, Inubushi would continue holding his head down and drown him. That's the basic idea anyway. You can think of many ways this could have played out the same result. Okay. What is the source of the sound in the room before the lights go out? Kokoro hears it twice whether or not she takes the pills, and so she's not imagining the sounds. Her search finds no signs of life in the surveillance and the surveillance camera records nothing in there. We can imagine many sources of sound. Maybe it was Hotori knocking on the door, or an echo from another room, or it's the snowstorm. We already know that there are rats in the building, so that's a possibility. Or more likely, some snow fell off the roof. Okay. I do love how the game leaves a lot of room for you to come up with your own theories. Yeah, a lot of the stuff where, like... I guess it's... I guess it's nice. It doesn't, like, leave out, I guess, like, major, like, important information. It just kind of, like, leaves out, like... Hey, how do you think these two things should go together? And it's like, you die, right? Like, it's a death, and it doesn't affect, I guess, the overarching plot. Yeah. It's neat. Since we don't know who entered the bathroom and the camera didn't capture them, there is some room for doubt. The first possibility that Hotori turned off the lights to the bathroom. She might have come in to thank Kokoro for calming her down earlier, but panicked after thinking that the man's body was sitting naked in the bathroom. The other and more likely possibility is that Utsumi turned off the lights. Recall that Utsumi gave Satoru the sleeping pills and she was waiting to kill Inabushi. Seeing that Satoru was a potential threat to the plan, she may have wanted to incapacitate him or even kill him. In this case, the sounds would be Utsumi trying to break into his room by playing with the lock to the bedroom. When Kokoro goes to check, Utsumi hears movement in the room and runs away. When Utsumi finally enters the room, she turns off the lights and gets cold feet when she sees Satoru on the ground, either drowsy or acting like a baby. She leaves the room and Inabushi enters the room shortly afterwards. Whether it was Utsumi or Inabushi at the door, the fact remains that Satoru died because of the baby's playfulness. Next mystery is the stabbing in the dark. On the second day, Satoru is stabbed during the blackout. The surveillance cameras don't capture the identity of the assailant because of the power outage. The stabbing happens while Alpha is in control. Satoru sees a shadowy figure in the darkness immediately after being stabbed. If Satoru fights it, he is killed and the figure kisses Satoru. The narration mentions long hair and a shadow darker than the night. This is definitely Inabushi. If you look closely at the hands holding the knife during the fight, they show that it is Inabushi with a high probability. You can confirm this by looking at the album, which shows 4 sets of hands holding the knife. Oh. Unused Utsumi, unused Uni. Damn. Since Inabushi has the knife, that implies Omega is the one that stabbed Alpha. After the transfer, Inabushi found herself holding a knife in the dark. If Satoru decides to fight her, she kills him probably in self-defense, not out of malicious intent. As for why Inabushi's body was holding the knife in the first place, it's possible that Hotori is preparing something in the kitchen before the blackout happened, or a knife dropped on the floor during the earthquake. Okay, so she just has a knife. That's fine. The duo was also responsible for the death of Enomoto. At some point, Alpha takes the knife from Enomoto and stabs him repeatedly. Omega plays in the blood because she doesn't know better. When Inabushi returns to the body, she takes the knife from Satoru and teases him. Finally, Hotori takes over while holding the knife and covered in blood. If Kokoro is entrusted with the rations, she eventually finds the can empty and everyone accuses her of eating it. Oh, I didn't have this. Oh, okay. This happens when Alpha was in control. Oh. One of the interesting things to consider is Utsumi's relation to the twins. We find Inabushi and Satoru waking... Did that happen to me? I don't think that happened. Did that I don't remember now. No, the can was never empty. I don't remember the can being empty for me. That happened to you? I gave Yomugi the rations. Right. Accidentally choosing, you know, the safer option. No big deal. One of the interesting things to consider is Utsumi's relation to the twins. We find Inabushi and Satoru waking up beside each other because Alpha and Omega had gone to bed. But it's natural for a baby to sleep on the floor. It seems someone guided them to the bed. Perhaps it was Utsumi. We also see her attitude change towards Alpha's tantrums. In the beginning, she tranquilizes him. After he tears up in the living room, she just hugs him. It's almost like she knew that he was her baby. How we discovered this through the terabyte disk, which we'll discuss later in the later post. Oh yeah, that would help. That would help significantly. Yeah. We've seen how Utsumi's twins have caused many problems for our characters, but another person has given us problems. Enomoto seems to have some relationship to Satoru before he begins to suffer from amnesia. But who is Enomoto and who is Satoru? Hidden exchange. If Satoru enters the third area on the seventh day, you will find the man in sunglasses and call him Enomoto. This man doesn't like that at all. At the end of the scene, another copy of our protagonist enters the room and we discover the truth. The man with the blonde hair is the real Enomoto Naoya. The man wearing sunglasses is the real Yukido Satoru. If you clear the game and unlock everything, the gallery will clarify this too. Oh, this means that the body we've been controlling this whole time is Enomoto's, not Satoru's. Which is why at the end of the game, she's like, you're not fucking Yukido. What the hell is the matter with you? Oh. Okay, clever, clever. Funny thing, the game keeps track of Kokoro's strength. If it drops too low, you get a bad ending. You get +3 strength if you choose to safeguard the rations yourself because you eat all of them. Interesting. It keeps track of her strength. That's clever. I like that too. Mayuzumi tells us in the last unforgettable scene saying, you're not Satoru. You're not the Yukido Satoru I knew. He's not misunderstanding or being stubborn. The Satoru she knew is the man with the sunglasses. He seems like the mad genius type. And when we walk into... yeah, and I guess when he talks about him not liking the... in the 7th day, when you talk to Enomoto... Well, I guess Enomoto, in quotes. He does talk like us the whole time. Like, back to us. Like, his man... Like, all of his, like, manner... But forget the eye and all of the other stuff. The way he like communicates information to us is very verbose. It's very like, as you say, yeah, mad geniusy. I'll explain what I want. I won't explain what I want. Whereas The other guy that comes in is just a fucking psycho. Makes sense because Satoru seems like the mad genius type of his characterization, but seems like a nice friendly dude with his character art. Yeah. Creaky noticed this when he first viewed the ending. Nice. In some endings, our protagonist goes crazy. So I got this one. In some endings, our protagonist goes crazy and is taken to a mental hospital where the staff call him Enomoto Noeya. This is no misunderstanding either. We are controlling Enomoto's body. Okay, that makes significantly more. I thought we were just getting information from a different character's perspective. Like when that, I guess my brain went and thought, oh, we die or something, and the sunglasses guy, Enomoto in quotes, we're getting like his whatever. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. So when did they switch bodies? Well, we know that the Blondie's body fell off the tower, but in the prologue it refers to itself as Satoru. That means they must have exchanged personalities after July 18th and before going to Sphia in January 11th, 2012. Okay. Before going any further, I have to get into Japanese pronouns. If you played the English translation, you may have noticed the letter I oddly formatted in a few places. In some places it was colored. It may have also been italicized. In Japanese, there are many ways to refer to yourself. They can be formal, informal, masculine, or feminine. Figuring out who uses which pronoun helps us identify who is speaking. To do that, we've got a table of pronouns. Ore, I gestalt. Okay. Yugo Satoru before falling from the tower. The man in sunglasses in the third area. Ore Satoru after falling from the tower. In capital? Is it just like a enunciated, I guess? We use the Gestalt ones? Okay, that makes sense. Fuyakawa Kokoro. Atashi. The Ore one is just my normal I. Okay. Watashi. I didn't even notice this light gray one. Or maybe I did. And then yellow. You did not. Perfect. It was the same color in my head. So Enomoto Noeya on the 4th day of Satoru's chapter. The blonde man in the third area. This is how the characters tell which personality is currently in control. You may have wondered how Yomogi and Utsumi can tell who you are after a single sentence, and it's because they know Kokoro uses the firm. Yeah, we know this. Okay. What you'll notice is that there are two people who refer to themselves as Ore, and they both identify as Satoru. The only difference is that the first is written using kanji, the traditional method of writing Japanese. The other is written in katakana, which is usually reserved for loan words and foreign names. Here I've capitalized Ore to show that it is unnatural and will treat it as a separate personality from the lowercase one. In tips 93, it says Ore is Ore, but not Ore. In other words, the person who uses capital and the person who uses lowercase are different. The Satoru in the prologue is a different person than the Satoru in the main story. To avoid confusion, I refer to the characters as follows. The real Yukido Satoru, Yukido Sunglasses. The real Enomoto Noeya, Enomoto Blondie. Our protagonist, Satoru. Let's pinpoint when Ore took over Blondie's body. This is the description after falling from the clock tower. And the next moment, before lowercase noticed, lowercase was dancing in the air. Released from all restraints, time stops, the snowstorm stops, and lowercase am swallowed by the pure white world. The particles of light dance around me, and the sound of the bell still reverberates in the air, as if it were reciting the beginning of a solemn ritual. Divinely, gently, ever so softly, lowercase starts to dissolve within the light. All my senses are disappearing, my vision is gone, as if it were being slowly peeled away. My consciousness departs me. A deep sleep lowercase came to know long ago. My existence, uppercase, am now here. The pronouns change at the end. That's the moment that the real Yukido leaves the Blondie's body and Ore consciousnesses enter. So who is uppercase? We know that I'm going to do upper and lowercase instead of just saying the same word over and over again with a slightly different enunciation. I hope you don't mind. So who is uppercase? We know he's got a memory impairment, and he seems to remember some things but not others. If he's not actually Satoru, then perhaps his memories are transplanted. Uppercase hypothesizes that this on the second day, and Yukido confirms it in the third area. Tip 054 memory transplant says, "Can I assume that this limited knowledge composed only of ACE was all that was available to this person? And that therefore it was this reason that this person couldn't put any other memories aside me. It might be that I'm only able to know what this person knows, and if this person doesn't know something, neither can I. My memory and this person's memory are the same. To piece together uppercase's identity, let's look at what he remembers. He knows Satoru's name and age, the current date, where he is, the layout of Sphia and its inhabitants, Inubushi's past, the accident on Mount Akakura and the survivors, the fact that he was in a relationship with Mayuzumi, that he dislikes pumpkins, and that he doesn't like wearing watches on his wrist. On the other hand, he doesn't remember anything before January 11th, his childhood or even his parents, why he climbed the clock tower, why anybody is at Sphia, how he started or ended his relationship with Mayuzumi, and that Uni in Sphia, despite them working together, the Uni's in Sphia, despite them working together to send him back to January 2011. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Okay, yeah, that's the the memory transfer one. Okay, we're good. Yep. That's what that says. Okay. You've memory transferred it to me. In essence, uppercase only knows things that we learned from Kokoro's route. He knows nothing more or less than what is revealed in our first playthrough. So whose memories were transplanted? To answer that, we must answer the following question. Where is self? Oh dear. Oh no. Where is self, or rather, what is self? Let's look at the chronology. 2006, Satoru, after many years of investigation, becomes acquainted with the existence of a transcendental will, or rather oh no. That gives a subjugation-like influence over the minds of humans. Oh god, wait, no. This is just the player. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh god. Okay. That gives a subjugation-like influence over the minds and wills of humans. Although he would hesitate to call it a theory, but instead more cult-like, Satoru considers it to be the true culprit behind Sayaka's murder. Jumping at the opportunity of Awazumi incident, Satoru builds confidence in his own thinking. Borrowing Inubushi's words, he christens the transcendental will, or rather intelligence, as self. Can such a being really exist? Was this evidence of its existence, or was this an illusion created from his desire for it to exist? Soon, Satoru devises a plan. A plan to lure self into this world, the Yukido plan. I do remember choosing a meal. It was what, like breakfast or lunch or something? We read all this, sees itself in time and space, and can find it. It's clear that Satoru hates self because he thinks it killed his sister Sayaka. He spends 5 years trying to lure self and trap it, so it's no wonder that Satoru detests the very thought of self, and he refers to it with contempt. Even the memories of that guy were transplanted into you. Oh my lord. Who? Okay. Why did things turn out like this? Sorry, but that's one question I can't answer. To be quite very accurate, I don't want to answer. The very thought of that guy is annoying, you see? Tells us this. For this person, there is no past. For this person, there is no future. To be more accurate, the concept of time does not exist for this person. Oh, it sure does exist. For this person, the past, the present, and the future are all condensed into a single point. Point, emptiness, zeroth dimension, 3 concepts that overlap. I remember reading this. The person exists in the plane devoid of everything. The absolute will is the only thing there, an absolute will. To summarize, self, that guy, transcendental will, is the following properties. The power to manipulate humans. It is zero-dimensional and transcendental outside of their realm. Its actions are not restricted by time. Its memories were transplanted into uppercase. Its memory is imperfect and restricted to what Kokoro learns in her route. What is self? It is a being whose perspective is aligned with the player. Or as a shorthand, you might say self is the player. Last point isn't actually correct. Okay. The analogy is useful in understanding self's position in the story. Let's address these points in reverse order. The person writing this sounds like Yuki, though. As mentioned in his previous post, Ore only knows that things are we learned from Kokoro. He knows bits about Satoru's relationship with Mayuzumi from what we'd learned as Kokoro, but we don't know why they broke up because it was never brought up. He knows about Inubushi's history because Kokoro read the file, but Satoru doesn't know about his own parents because it was never brought up in Kokoro's chapter. Very important to remember that Self is not literally the player. Yes, I will. That is locked in my mind. Something interesting to note is that Self doesn't give Uppercase all of its memories. Uppercase doesn't know what will happen in the future. He doesn't know he'll meet Kokoro on the 7th day. He doesn't know he'll see a man murdered on the 4th day. And he's initially unfamiliar with Kokoro's face reflected in the window. Now, the player can jump between choices, rewind, fast forward, jump between shortcuts, load, and save. We exist outside of their time. From the perspective of the characters, we experience events on both Kokoro and Uppercase simultaneously. Changes in Satoru's route are instantly propagated to Kokoro's and vice versa. You are not in the game, you are sitting on the other side of a monitor. To the characters in the game, you are nowhere, and hence you are nothing. Kokoro becomes aware of Self in her epilogue and some of her bad ends, noticing that there is something standing behind her. And here's the Kagame song. I felt it, behind me was the shadow of an existence that beckoned us into this situation. In the evening lit by the dawn, it had neither volume nor mass. The power to manipulate humans. By making choices on behalf of the characters, you can guide their actions directly. You guide Kokoro through the snow and decide her fate. You prevent Satoru from getting stabbed and shape his feelings towards the other characters. But Self can also affect the characters indirectly. In the end of the first day, the characters have the option of eating stew, rice, porridge, or chukadon. Regardless of what you chose for Kokoro, everyone chooses the same option. Oh, I was thinking of the Sphia thing. Yeah. Okay. If you let Yomugi guard their actions, Kokoro will give the candy to Yomugi without issue. However, if you let Kokoro safeguard their actions, she will still try to give the reactions to Yomugi, but he's the one that rejects her offer. Our choice didn't affect Kokoro, it affects Yomugi instead. At point 3, if we get a bad ending in Satoru's route and then go back to Kokoro's route, we will get another bad ending on her route. After getting a bad ending on Kokoro's route, we will get another bad ending on Satoru's. So you can spiral pretty bad, is what I'm understanding. It is an infinity loop. Self's thoughts and decisions don't just affect Kokoro and Satoru, they leak out and affect the entire world unconsciously. Aside from Uppercase, there is another entity in the story that uses a foreign first-person pronoun, but this one is much more subtle. The only point in the game we find a reference to this entity is during one scene early in Kokoro's route. Nothing had been lost, there was nothing to begin with, not a thing, there wasn't a single thing here, emptiness, pure emptiness, blah 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 blah. Then what about I, the person who experiences this emptiness? Who is this existence known as I? This emptiness is like zero. Does zero really exist? If it really exists, then what is zero? If it doesn't exist, then why does one actually become one? And like that, from that interval between a 0 and a 1, I was forcibly ripped out. It's also mentioned in the game's opening movie, The Labyrinth of Memories, that's killing... Well, okay. So what is Watashi? The use of katakana implies that this is another foreign personality, similar to Uppercase. We have to speculate that Watashi is an artificial personality created by Self, similar to Uppercase. However, I believe Watashi refers directly to Self. That means the scene quoted above is actually talking about Self awakening from nothingness, not the creation of a new being. In either case, the basic idea is that Watashi follows Kokoro around, allowing us to observe, collect information, and occasionally make choices that affect Kokoro. The information learned from Watashi is then fed into Uppercase. The reason why I believe Watashi is Self and not a separate creation is that the Labyrinth of Memories is killing Self, not one of Self's creations. We'll explain this in the next post. Furthermore, all the characters are embodiments of Jungian archetypes. Self represents the Self, but if Watashi really is a separate entity, then what archetype does this mute entity represent? Finally, the promotional material asks, what is consciousness? What am I? What is Watashi? Yes, it's lowercase, i.e. written in kanji, not katakana, but it refers the idea that Self refers to itself as Watashi. Symbolism, coffee. Animoto explains the function of a space-time device using coffee. He likens Satoru to black coffee, saying he's pure, while Kokoro's consciousness is like coffee with milk, contaminated with impure. Blonde Man's body is occupied only by I, but Kokoro's body is a mix of Watashi and Kokoro's wills. Satoru uses the proverb, red accepts blue entirely in the story and user interface. Red has been associated with Kokoro while Satoru is blue. You see that in the text during their endings, the borders of the text boxes and the silhouettes on the new game menu. Red accepts blue because blue was created from red. Without the information obtained from Kokoro and Watashi, uppercase would not exist since we would have no memories or personality to impersonate. Satoru only exists because of Kokoro. Satoru shines a light on this on the 7th day. Look at the characters used to write their names. Kokoro can be written as that or as the radical. If you take out Kokoro from Satoru, what you're left with is I or ore. That is the same pronoun the real Yukido Satoru uses to refer to himself. In other words, Yukido is transferred into Satoru because of Kokoro. The tips that appear during Kokoro's route are written from the third person perspective, whereas the ones in Satoru's are sometimes written in the first person using ore. The difference is because Watashi is merely an observer and is distant from the characters, while ore truly believes he is Satoru and takes it personally. Okay, I don't need a TLDR. I read the long version. So we're here now. Oh dear fucking god. Oh dear lord. Okay. We can ignore anything under 2.4. I'll take a peek. Might not be as thorough. Not gonna just ignore it. That feels incomplete. I'm okay with that. Why does Satoru hate self so much? We gotta go through all this effort to trap and kill a powerful godlike entity. The answer is tied to Sayaka, Satoru's younger sister. Satoru believes that Self murdered Sayaka. But who is she? Have you even seen her? Remember the girl in the prologue? Yep. She was never mentioned again in game. But her biography appears in the final tip. Satoru's younger sister and fraternal twin died 11 years prior. Yep, I read that. That means that Chan she mentions is Oni-chan, older brother, referring to Satoru. Wait, how did we kill her? We barely even saw her. I will assume that Sayaka's death is not a physical death, but a personality death. The reason for that is that there is a strong evidence that Sayaka is Inabushi, so her body must have survived. We'll go into 2 theories about how that happened, overwritten by Self. Recall that Self can create personalities out of nothing, and then they overwrote Yukido's personality with uppercase, causing his amnesia. But how did the player kill her? We made no choices that might affect her. Well, consider this. Before we see Sayaka, we were told about Inabushi and her killing spree. The first time you saw Sayaka, what did you think? I bet it was something along the lines of, this girl's afraid of herself. She thinks she's gonna kill someone. Hey, look, she looks a lot like Inabushi Keiko, doesn't she? This must be her during her childhood. That misconception caused the will of the player to change the world. Sayaka experienced personality death and she was overwritten by Inabushi Keiko, the cold-blooded killer. So, this reads like I am Self. More of a Theory 2 fan, personally. Theory 1's pretty funny, but I think Theory 1 has to, like, I feel like this one lends more credence to you being Self. The player, I mean. Which we were told to specifically not believe. The chronology and premium interview give another interpretation. Satoru was controlled by something and he killed his sister with his own hands. Unknown date, the very existence of Sayaka is lost forever. Satoru acknowledges that he himself is partly responsible for her death. However, this is merely the surface. But the first interpretation is a bit difficult to explain why he feels partially responsible. Maybe he feels that he didn't do enough to help her, but the creators revealed this intention in an interview. Uchikoshi. Initially, there were plans to include a scene where Satoru would kill his sister Sayaka because of the player's choice. Although we didn't show such a direct depiction, we hope you can see that if you read between the lines, since he has a cute younger sister, it's difficult to imagine it. What? So Satoru himself doesn't understand why did I have to take her life. With that thought, he came to the conclusion that I was being manipulated by something at the time. That something is that guy. From there, the Yukido plan is devised to take revenge. At first glance, it seems to be ridiculous, but that's the reality. Something was wrong. Even now, I don't know why I did such a thing. This is one interpretation of why I acted strangely at the time. It could be that Satoru's injury injures Sayaka physically, perhaps by pushing her, causing her to sustain a traumatic head injury. She's not physically dead, but the damage causes her to become a different person. He blames himself for changing his sister's personality. Alternatively, he could have hurt his sister emotionally. He could have said something like, "You're not my real sister," and that statement drives Sayaka to madness. In either case, this theory says that Satoru killed his sister with his own hands, and he personally experienced Self's ability to subjugate the human mind. The birth of Keiko The message to take from this is Inabushi Kaiko controlling Yukido Sayaka's body. Can we confirm this? Sayaka's, sorry. Inabushi and Sayaka share the same blood type, which can't be faked. Their hair color is the same, and we have this reason to believe that the Keiko personality is not a natural one. On the third day, Satoru thinks the following about Inabushi. I still can't bring myself to hate Hotori. Even if she's a mass murderer, I can't abandon her, because I can't really put it into words, but I somehow feel the shadow of a very similar existence within the girl called Hotori. There are two ways to look at this statement. As Satoru's, Keiko is similar to him in that she is his twin sister. As uppercase, Keiko could be similar to him in that they're both created when Self overwrote the main personality residing in their host body. And of course, Inabushi muttered this after the hospital incident. Where is Self? This could be a direct link to Self and Ore, uppercase, and simply Sayaka wondering where her true identity exists. Furthermore, Inabushi and Sayaka have the same voice actress, Akane. Okay. And as the last point, consider the graphic found in the Remember11 visual fan book. Yes, lines. Very cool. Theory 2 is interesting, but I think the funnier thing is that 2 is correct that he thinks that, but Self didn't actually do anything. Yeah, I guess that is pretty good. He accidentally stumbles upon a god being. There are a few points that seem to contradict the connection between Sayaka and Keiko. For example, the biography and the tips say that Inabushi was born on April 30th, 1991, and Sayaka was born on February 22nd, 1990. That's a full year difference. How did her name change? Considering that there's a certain business enterprise in the world of Remember11, aside from being a medical and pharmaceutical company, it also invests in recreational facilities, biological weapon development, long-range missile development, and quantum-based technologies. They said that much of their medical research is conducted using inhumane practices, and that they have strong ties with many governments, such an organization can easily fake a birth certificate. Sayaka was in their care. Okay. This is the same organization that Satoru works at, and that's where he developed the space-time transfer device. Over time, Sayaka develops 11 distinct personalities. They are as follows. Drama CD4. Oh, God. Okay. Young girl that searches for her brother and is a victim of abuse. An actual infinite. 6-year-old boy who's quick to cry. Melancholy young man with self-harming tendencies. Complete lack of will. Day after day. Seductress in her late 20s. Happy girl who's always laughing. Calm, shy 19-year-old woman that enjoys listening to music. Smart older man in his 50s. 19-year-old woman with sadistic and destructive urges. I mean, these were in that folder, weren't they, as well? The in-game ones. 19-year-old woman who is described mysteriously. And bootstraps the whole awful mess onto himself. Hey, Bootstrap! However, by the end of the game, we can't see a distinct we can't see a distinct separation personalities. Perhaps they have merged back into one being into a single self. If we go by theory 1, we have to ask, how did Self turn Sayaka into Keiko if we first had to see Keiko in the future? Isn't that a bootstrap paradox? Remember that Self is a zero-dimension creature. It is not bound to the rules of time in their universe, and it experiences past, present, and future simultaneously. There are other ways to resolve the bootstrap, but we'll address them in another post. If you believe theory 1 for now, it's best to accept that Self is timeless and the game is stable time loop. So our rules for causality may be partially broken by the timeless being. Yukido plan. The objectives of the Yukido plan are to rescue Mayuzumi and the other victims, deceive Self, but the first objective was added later in the plot and plan to develop with time. I think this explanation has already compressed my consciousness into a single point. You know, it's really interesting to read because, like, I can see, like, it makes sense, right? Like, none of it's, like, the game's written for this to make sense. I mean, I don't know. I'll make the comment now before I keep going. I'm like, I don't know. I am not. When I play these games, I just let the story happen. And then the story resolves itself, and I'm like, cool. That was a really cool event and twist and like series thing. And when the twist happens, I go back and I see what I can figure out, and I usually miss 90% of it. Because coming up with this, I don't know, I'm just not smart enough, I guess. But the this is a lot. This is a lot that I just probably would never, I don't know. Maybe I'd figure out some more of it. Maybe I'd piece like a couple pieces of it together. I feel like with enough time, maybe I could have come up with a slightly incorrect timeline. But once we start like talking about like, you know, oh, we're using this interview to back up this theory. No fucking shot. R11 just doesn't hand you the answers. There are hints for it all over the game. Yeah, I think that's cool. I think if you're really into those types of games, this is sick. Like, this is awesome, right? I think for me, I think I like 999. No spoilers for the game. No spoilers for the games, please, when I say this. I think I still like 999 and I1 better. But I'd probably put this on, like, I like it as much as I liked VLR. Maybe a little more. Maybe a little bit above. I'd have to think. So far, I'm going to keep reading, and I'll keep going through this. I just want to say that before I get too far in. I don't know what the score would be yet. My score would be. But it's good. I'd recommend this to people. I'd recommend this to a certain type of people. Then the 2 since yesterday. The 2 was only if that ending was real. I mean, as the good ending, like the final good ending. I'm tempted to redeem this one day to make you get more endings. You want to spend 1,000,000 points on it? My fan theory is where the original Satoru personality went. They forced to be all. They're forced to be who they hated and trapped themselves in a labyrinth meant to kill what they hated but didn't exist yet. There's some weird things like how the game basically ends whenever Keiko gets killed. It does feel like Self and Satoru have an obsession and blind spot with Keiko. That's cool. Just 2, which is not where that's fair. I'm gonna go late, by the way, tonight. I'm just gonna keep reading this. I'd like to read through this. Like, I'd like to understand this all, right? Like, I want to get it. Like, all of the little bits and pieces. I get the story. I like the story. I want to figure out the ending a little bit, I guess, which will pop up, but yeah, I don't know. I just honest thoughts. Right? Like, I'm not gonna I guess I'm sorry I'm not sitting here and going, oh, it's the greatest 11 I've ever played. Get it? 11, remember? Haha. But I'm not gonna lie about it. The chronology of Remember 11 outlines the development of the Yukido plan. According to it, Satoru's plan began in 2009 after the Awazumi incident confirmed his belief in Self. His plan at that point was to lure Self into the world to take revenge on it for killing Sayaka. The same year, Satoru reveals his plan to Enomoto. On March 2010, they begin their project using Labelik's quantum teleportation equipment. On January 18th, 2011, Satoru was planning on testing the teleporter in Australia to acquire some data. Hence the plane ticket. Their theory says that to transfer regions over a long period of time, the teleportation region should have a large radius. Hey, Gorgie, thanks for the sub. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to post-game reading about the game I played. On January 17th, just before his flight, Satoru learned about Flight 18 crash and Uni the sole survivor. He also learns that Mayuzumi died. Satoru alters the plan to also save Mayuzumi from the crash using the space-time transfers. He cancels his plans to Australia and sends Mount Akakura as one of the transfer zones. Satoru reaches out to Uni to learn more about the incident and manages to obtain the terabyte disk. Using the disk, he completes the space-time transfer equipment. The transfer sites are all set in Japan. The goal of the plan is to rescue Mayuzumi and crash. I hate it when it does this. And the crash victims in the combined self and the space-time plane. Satoru manages to convince Uni to join his plan and completes the setup of Hotel Ruby Mine. During July 2011, they operate the space-time transfer equipment. After the transfers are complete, Satoru and Enomoto perform a small-scale transfer and exchange bodies. Finally, on January 11, 2012, Satoru returns the terabyte disk to Uni's room so that it can be moved back 2011 after 7 days. See if it stays. Enjoy Epen Lab. Try to get to an ending where everyone still lives instead of, I don't know, making them all date each other or something. Which I wanted fair. I didn't have someone to link me this blog when I beat the game. Got my mind blown when I found it on my own. Oh, this blog? The way that Satoru can find self, a transcendental being, is being trapped in an infinitely repeating loop. Oh, the true form of the infinity loop is a never-ending story of Remember11. The player self tries to hunt for Anders to discover a third route that doesn't exist, to discover why things are happening the way they are. Going through the 33 endings, trying all the choices, but never becoming satisfied with the answer. It has no ending. Oh, this is clever. And the player's desire to solve the mystery keeps them trapped in it. Oh, okay. I see this now. I see why the, quote, good ending's bad. Now, this is clever. This is clever. This is a very clever thing. Kokoro's actions affect Satoru's route, and Satoru's actions affects Kokoro's route. When you take different actions, you create worlds that all slightly differ from each other. And the story continues on forever like a spiral. The spiral has no beginning and no end. All the player can do is continue along the spiral and proceed in the infinity loop. Despite that, there are a few times when Self successfully manages to escape the infinity loop. Utsumi plan execution end. Utsumi kills Inabushi and herself. Satoru is teleported to a mental asylum after losing his mind. I got this one. A similar ending occurs in Peace of Mind Alone in the Shelter Cabin N32 and Annihilation and Kokoro when Satoru finds the Kokoro and the cabin members have died. I don't think I get that one. Genocide of the Sphia Residence end. After Utsumi takes revenge on Inabushi, Kokoro finds herself back at the crash site on January 11th. A similar scene occurs in Alone at the Shelter Disaster end, where after Satoru is killed on day 6 or 7, Kokoro returns to January 11th. It's exactly how you felt after both the Yukido plan failure end and the good end too. This can't be it. It has to be more. It succeeded. It succeeded in that regard. 100%. I just want to make it very clear. My previous comments do not indicate a low score for the game. Just so that's clear. But notably, even when the self escapes, they go back, which implies that they don't necessarily want to escape. I just need to yell. Please, no, keep yelling, keep yelling, keep yelling, keep yelling. I'm hovering, I think, around an 8.5, maybe pushing 9. I really do like thinking about it now, I guess. I really do like that idea of the game is like a prison for you that's made by one of the characters. Especially because this was really well put together, right? I feel like with these types of games, it's really, really easy to do like a shitty job with it. And then it's like, I'm just going to start punching holes everywhere. But like, you know, like the only thing is like, okay, the one girl surviving 7 days, slight stretch. All right, fuck me, like whatever. Another redeem later down the line. Oh boy, oh boy. Michael went for all 33 endings. I saw him lose his mind live on stream. He got trapped in the infinity loop. Going for all the endings drove me crazy.
You know, I'm gonna have a I think you said this, but I'm gonna have this thought again. I'm gonna independently come up with the same thought you just said, Yosh, a minute ago. Okay, so it is like, when you think about it that way, that ending where you get trapped in the cube and the credits play is really good. Like, from a fuck you ending to like all of a sudden like, wait, that's the point. Like, not just as like a funny fake out. Like, hold on, wait a second. Yeah, no, I'm seeing this. I had to think about this game for weeks. No, I get it. This is I get it. It's the good ending because they Bloodborne out of 10. Oh. Oh dear, hold on. True, yeah, my bad. I didn't realize that I was in the game now. No fucking way. True, yeah, my bad. I didn't realize that I was in the game now. I don't want to be in the game. True, yeah, my bad. I didn't realize that I was in the game now. I don't want to be in the game. That's pretty good. Oh. With the first set of endings, Uppercase exits the loop by being held in the mental asylum. The second set of endings is much more interesting. Why does Kokoro travel back to time in January 11th? The reason is because the causal loop is broken and the paradox is created. With Satoru dead, Unique no longer returns to 2011 and the terabyte disk cannot be used to devise the Yukito plan. Since the Yukito plan does not exist, the crash survivors are not saved by Uni and they perish at the crash site. Despite escaping the loop, Self keeps returning to experience the events thinking this is the bad end, let me try again. Team of DMT for days. I've been waiting since stream 1 to share that with you. In the previous post, we saw what Self is a zero-dimensional entity that can manipulate humans. What does it mean to be zero-dimensional? Let's dive deeper. A concept mentioned briefly in one of the promotional clips is unus mundus, meaning one world. To quote Wikipedia, it's the concept of an underlying unified reality from which everything emerges into which everything returns. This is another is it Jungian or Jungian? Let me go with Jungian because it sounds better. Jungian concept that appears many times in the story, but subtly. I'll start with the conclusion and work backward. Yo, Zorm's gonna be so angry when he catches up on this VOD. I didn't even think about that. Zoram doesn't have the cushion I do of playing his like subsequent games, right? Like, I can take this. Oh, poor guy. A concept mentioned briefly in one. Okay, yeah. I'll start with the conclusion and work backwards. Everything is born from self and returns the self when it dies. Self is the entire world of Remember11. Birth from nothing. Every creature was non-existent before its birth. Self is nothing. Zero-dimensional, meaning all life emerges from self. Moreover, there's a strong connection between babies and zero-dimensionality. The OP says everything is born from nothingness. Once life was born from nothingness, the one who holds everything, the one who's everything and nothing, the Trinity, neither a god nor a demon. Tip 98 says that the mother's womb hides the deepest darkness. The one who brought forth everything and envelops all, bringing them up, that side of her has made her an object of worship, held inseparably close until she is transfigured and simultaneously becomes the material body which carries the deepest darkness. You know, I'm getting too into this now. You inflicting this on people is very self-coded. Because all I can think of now is, man, there's like a handful of streamers I would love to have watch lose their minds, because I wouldn't tell them that there's a good ending. I wouldn't, like, there's a couple of them I know that haven't played visual novels that I just wouldn't even tell them that the ending sheet's there. And then once they're like, I'm done with this fucking game, I'd be like, congrats, you beat it. You gotta ramp up the sadism here, Yosh. I mean, I know I'm under a time limit, but... Oh. Yeah, this is a very good one. This is a very good one for intro to VNs. Tip 98 says the mother's womb hides the deepest darkness. Yeah, I read that. And the side has been an object of worship, something close, deepest. Okay. Self is likely likened to a fetus many times. Tip 98 tells us that self means quickening, i.e., the movements of a fetus. The scene with the red room is titled "O Great Sephiroth, Our Master," referring to an unborn child Utsumi's wound. Tip 99 says in this case, master means God, that is a zero-dimensional being. Since a fetus has no concept of boundaries, it is being that can be considered zero-dimensional. Since the baby has no identity, it mirrors the role of self in the story. Whenever people die, they often explicitly become zero-dimensional or return to nothingness. When Satoru experiences the bad end in the cabin on Days 4 and 5, he's reduced to a single point. My existence has been reduced to a single point, an existence of the zeroth dimension, nothingness. Being killed in the third area, Satoru returns to nothingness. When Satoru drowns, he experiences everything and nothing at once. In the darkness, my existence fuses, is pulverized, scatters, and falls to the lie thick over all. Soon I fill the world, transforming into small particles that cover my surroundings. I was blank like the air, no more substantial than the heat haze. I knew in an instant, in eternity, and in eternity, in an instant. Fact and fiction jumbled together in chaos. Illusions and reality, and finally zero. Space containing nothing. When the three overlapped, my consciousness settled and finally vanished. When Kokoro experiences a bad end and dies, she is swallowed by the nothingness. I felt it behind me. It was the shadow of existence that had beckoned us into the situation. Kokoro in the evening, lit by the dawn. It had neither volume nor mass, a point, a hollow nothingness. Kokoro, who's that behind you? And then nothingness had swallowed me. Like Ace Attorney, I don't really count those. Yeah, they kind of have a game attached to them. I haven't really played a pure VN before this. I don't think. Like, looking back. I feel like a part 3 of the game would have tried to get a sister back via rebirth with the twins, but that's just a fanfic. It really feels like something was initially planned about the hospital massacre. Guy's wishes in saving the passengers, but nothing on his sister except maybe a sick bit of revenge. Oh, shit. I'm looking at the menu. It isn't just life and death that are linked to self. The entire world is self. In the premium interview, Nakazawa tells us that the world of Remember 11 is the psychological experience of a single entity. Roughly speaking, beneath a person's consciousness is the collective unconscious, which contains all archetypes like the anima, animus, and so on. Within each person, these archetypes are integrated into the person's self. If we extend the interpretations from a single human to the world itself, does that mean that there is an entity that controls every human being? In the story, self was born from this idea. The reason why each character represented an archetype is because they are all under the control of self. In other words, you can think of the world Remember 11 as the psychological experience of a single entity. The entire universe and all the personalities that exist in it are part of self. This includes Utsumi, Yomugi, Yuni, Mayuzumi, and not just the artificial personalities of uppercase Inubushi Keiko. If you're ever wondering why some personalities don't seem to develop much, it's because they each embrace a single Jungian archetype. Primordial Child, Miracle Child, Eternal Boy, Anima, Animus, Wise Old Man, Great Mother, Persona, Trickster, Shadow, and Self. Self is exploring itself, discovering itself by clashing the different aspects of its personality in the story. It has no identity and is just like a baby. It has the potential to become any person or do anything, but is blissfully unaware of its own existence. If you think about it, Inabushi is very much like Self in this regard. The reports say she houses... I just want to say, by the way, time out for a second. If this doesn't mention the fact that we see our own character that we're playing as, in quotes, in the Kokoro and the Satoru sections occasionally in third person, or no, sorry, not Satoru. Well, we do see Satoru at the end in third person, but only when Kokoro's around. If we don't talk about at least the Kokoro and third person crap, I'm gonna go ballistic. I don't remember if we see Satoru. Oh yeah, we do, because Wood Carbuncle. I guess that kind of destroys the theory. Fuck it, I don't care. You could not tell this story with a book or a movie. Yeah, it's true. I love games that mess with the player's expectations of what should happen in a story. Yeah, I guess it depends on the game for me. Yeah, I can't talk about it actually, because I know that there are people in this chat that want to play the game, but there's a specific game I've played on or off stream, you don't know, where I remember getting to the ending and being like, I see what they're doing. This isn't better than what it should have been. If anyone wants to DM me about it, I'm going to provide you a long list of random games so that I know you haven't played it, and then I'll tell you, but I don't want to spoil it for anybody. If you think about it, Inabushi is very much like Self in this regard. Reports say that she houses many distinct personalities, and that personalities act separately. However, Inabushi acts like a single entity in Sphia. Her memories are continuous. Although she has mood swings, she's always in control. In that case, where did the separate personalities go? It seems like all her personalities have merged together to create a single identity. This mirrors what is happening with Self. But on that same point, you can also do a good job messing with the story. Because we are in existence very close to Self, we view the story not from Kokoro or Satoru's point of view, but from our own. We influence the world of R11. I got that. Not that part. I got the part of being third person. I commented on it 6 trillion times. There's one final question posed in the promotional clip. Well, the pronoun used that implies it could be Kokoro, Enomoto, Utsumi, Mayuzumi. It is likely something else entirely. The person asking these questions is Self, questioning its own existence. And finally, a bit of trivia from premium interviews. So we thought to make the characters' names match their archetypes. That was the tradition carried from Ever 17 and gave their names meaning. Kokoro, heart, symbolizes the anima or feminine emotions. Satoru represents the animus or masculine reasoning. Mayuzumi is a cosmetic that beautifies the eyebrows. She represents the persona, or the appearance that we show to others. Kali represents the dual nature mother, showing affection and restraint. She's named after the Hindu goddess. Seiji sounds like sage, meaning a wise old man, or a wise man. At first, Hotori's archetype was the trickster, and we planned to give her a major supporting role, but it didn't fit well, so you gave that role to Yuni. She was originally named Hotori Kusada. It sounds like that, or trickster. Laugh. True Self. We're there. Okay, so Self is an otherworldly being that controls humans. Great, but how did Satoru come to discover it? The chronology says he became acquainted with the idea of a transcendental will in 2006, and he considers it to be the true culprit behind Sayaka's murders. Up until that point, Self's only interaction with the world was once in 2001 when it killed Sayaka. To our knowledge, it did nothing after that until 2011. And yet, Satoru made great advances and furthered his theories. How? If you take Self out of the equation, what are we left with? Boy killed his sister and felt intense guilt about it. That's it. Satoru didn't discover Self because he's a genius. He just created out of desperation. Self is nothing more than an attempt to distance himself from his guilt, to dissociate from his own actions. Satoru hates Self. In other words, Satoru hates himself. He is self-absorbed, self-loathing, and self-destructive. He spent years creating an elaborate plan of self-harm, self-torture, and self-kill by proxy. If you look at Satoru through the lens of a mentally unstable individual, then he clearly meets the definitions of borderline personality disorder provided in the tips. Something to note is that 4 and 10 do not exist in the real DSM-4. These were added by the game's authors to make a point. Feelings of disconnection from reality and desperate behavior of self-loathing at that behavior. I remember reading these. The idea presented here is tied to one of the central concepts to the Infinity series. Satoru's intense desire manifests itself in the world, and self was born as a result. Does that mean self exists in the real world, or is everything just a delusion within Satoru's mind? It's not clear one way or the other. However, for all intents and purposes, self exists in the world of Remember11. This is speculative, but I suspect that there's also the secret behind the space-time transfer phenomenon. Maybe teleportation can work naturally in some constrained environments, e.g. with quantum particles, but Satoru's desire for it to work outside those constraints allows him to construct the events of the game. Perhaps this also explains why some personalities linger. Again, take this with a grain of salt. It is an infinity loop! What about the events that happened in 2011-2012? Surely Self was involved, right? We spent an entire post talking about its abilities in nature, and in line with what the player experienced. Was that a waste of time? No, those ideas are still consistent with what the game presents. So Self created Satoru? He's just the representation of self-loathing. Or did Satoru create Self? It's just the result of his desires. These two ideas feed into each other. It is an infinity loop. You must have felt like there should have been another chapter after the Satoru route, like the game was leading to something bigger. If we dig through the game's files, we can actually see a third route was planned. The following comes out from the game's debug menus. Oh, okay. Choosing Self chapter results in the following jab at the player. Inabushi, where is Self? Satoru. That's the one question that I can't answer. The very thought of that guy is annoying, you see. There's also a debug shortcut. So what happened? In the visual fan book interviews, Nakazawa reveals that Remember11 was originally part of the Infinity series, but the company decided to continue... was not originally part. But the company decided to continue the series after the success of Ever 17. At that time, it was necessary to expand the company's strategic Infinity series. But there was no time to create a new project from scratch, so I reluctantly made use of an existing project. It was easier said than done, and it took many meetings to get there. After the company made its decision, I spent a considerable amount of time with Uchikoshi to rework the story to fit the series. We might have spent the same effort if we just remade it from scratch. It's rather ironic. Bitter smile. In a 2020 interview with the producer Ichikawa Hisayoshi, he confirmed that Remember11 had a third chapter. The game was taking twice as long to create as other games, and the company had to rush it out in its current state. There were plans to release a sequel, but the material for Chapter 3 would need to be heavily rewritten to make it work on its own. In the end, they felt they wouldn't be able to make it captivating enough. There are also reports of disagreements between Uchikoshi and Nakazawa. Quoting the Wikipedia article about Remembering11, development was troubled by creative differences between Nakazawa and Uchikoshi. Nakazawa was unhappy with Uchikoshi's idea for the game ending and had a different ending in mind, which they were having disagreements over. They did not have the time to write everything they had wanted, so they ended up with an ending that Uchikoshi described as only being half finished. At the time of the game's release, a sequel was planned, which would have included the conclusion of the game's story. In 2013, Uchikoshi looked back on the game, saying that while he would have liked to rewrite some portions of the scenario that he felt were boring or that did not advance the story much, he would not have changed or added anything in terms of content of the game. He felt that his ending was still in the story, and he felt happy with it. Here's a part of the 2013 interview he gave to the Untold History of Japanese Game Developers. You see people mention how R11 is unfinished or has no ending, and how you should go into the game with these expectations. Don't think I need to explain why those are terrible things to tell people. Yeah. Hey, Taylor. Why do you play games so blind and require nobody to tell you things before a game starts? Stuff like this, right, just justifies the actions I take. The real Remember11 was the friends we made along the way. After the secret work, unknown 2000... What? After the secret work, unknown 2003 erotic visual novel, you worked on Remember11, right? Correct. Were there plans to have extra content added or a different ending? Yes, there were many things around this. I don't know how to put it. At that time, the director was Takumi Nakazawa, and for myself, I was in charge of scenario writing, and I had an ending in mind. But this ending was not something he was happy with. He had another different ending in mind, which we had differing opinions about. Also, we didn't have enough time to write it all. So it kind of came up as a halfway, half-done job, the ending, because of the difference of opinion. As far as I'm concerned, I think I put my ending into the story. But as a result of the difference of opinion, it sort of felt half-finished. It's an experience. I hope you can see why. I 100% understand why you love this game. There is no question in my mind as to why you like this game. And why you hold it so highly, I should say. That's an important addition to the end. Couldn't stick the landing like this. True. I don't feel that I need to go back and change much, but in terms of an ending, for example, I'm happy with the ending. However, because of a long time ago, at the beginning of my career as a scenario writer, I didn't have that much skill. I don't feel I have great skills right now. But that... When was this interview? In 2013? Okay, okay. The game I'm thinking of releasing next year. I was like, holy shit, wait. Like, bro, you released one of the greatest fucking whatever. Have confidence in yourself. But at that time, it was really not good. I would like to go back and revisit some scenario portions, the ones that were a bit boring or where development of the story was not that greatly achieved. I would like to rewrite these or maybe cut off some of the boring scenes. I would like to do that, but in terms of content, I would not change or add anything. With regards to this disagreement you have with Mr. Nakazawa, have you often had to change your work before release? Perhaps to the request of a publisher? Well, not really, actually. Remember11 was the worst, as it were, but for other games, I was both director and scenario writer, so there wasn't really the anticipation that I would come into conflict with someone. On the other hand, of course, at this company, there were these disagreements about the schedule, about money, and so on. What this tells us is that Uchikoshi was satisfied with the game's ending as a revenge story. Nakazawa still had more to say, and there's a great deal of disagreement between the two. If I had to guess what Nakazawa wanted to include, it would be all the stuff that we discussed, the identities, backstories for each characters, and the acceptance of all archetypes to fully understand oneself and become whole. Nakazawa might have disagreed with Uchikoshi about the final message and how to deliver it. Setting up that final message would slow down the vibe as we learn more about each character. It may also kill some of the mystery vibe. Uchikoshi loves to end things with a bang, while Nakazawa really likes to explain things. We see that in the titles they produced after Remember11. The IO link is broken. We could not watch it if we wanted to. Oh, okay. I would even say that the lack of resources improved the final product overall. That's a bit of subjective of an end. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, I think you make the comment with the proper, with the proper, a positive. What was I? You may also disagree about the true nature of self. It's easy to imagine self as actually a baby waiting to be born into the world. Maybe self is a mentally disturbed patient looking inwards. The story could be about self-loathing, the inevitability of death, and the rejection of parts of the self. Or it could be about one about the miracle of life and learning to accept yourself completely. There's many ways they could have disagreed. Personally, yeah, that. With the realm of pure speculation. We've done quite a bit of digging to reach this point, and I'm afraid we've exhausted what the game and supplementary material tell us. Where do we go from here? That's for you to decide. One of the ideas in Infinity is interpretation. Players free to speculate and imagine and come up with their own answers. What's the answer I came up with? It sounds ridiculous, but it goes like this. After Satoru fell from the tower, DMT flooded his brain as a result of being on the verge of death. He begins to hallucinate the events of Remember11 from a detached perspective known as self. Everyone in the story is part of Satoru's dying dream, and so they are part of self. Ultimately, self will awaken into its true identity, which is the Satoru lying at the bottom of the tower. Depending on what you prefer, it could be a tragedy where he perishes or a happy ending where he learns to forgive himself. Personally, I like a good tragedy, but I cannot substantiate any of that. It's pure fan fiction. I'm aware of it. Perhaps you got a scenario you prefer. Not a huge fan of his answer. Fair. In the end, each person that played the game and thought that it was written their own version of the self chapter. I'm presenting one with you, one that makes sense to me, but you may disagree. In that case, I encourage you to think about it, discuss it with people, and maybe come to your own conclusion. Or maybe you're disappointed that none of this was conveyed in the game and feel an otherwise great experience was ruined by an incomplete ending. You know, I'll be very honest. I don't think any ending I come up with for a self chapter is going to be better than the idea of a revenge story of a guy who's driven himself mad into a loop like this. Like, I feel like being stuck in that loop is better than coming up with a conclusion for it. Time paradoxes fuck with me a lot. And so, like, just being stuck in a rotating, like, loop of that, instead of having to try and resolve it, I kind of like that more, I feel. I don't know. I see I just got a message from Yosh. Some memes. Haha, fun body swap story. What the fuck is going on? Coffee. Oh, nice blog. What the fuck? I'll be honest, I can't say what I want to say. She'll probably get a couple thoughts that I can't talk about without a spoiler tag. But it's really just comparing it to other games I have played that you may have also played. Yeah, I don't feel like again, something I really like about this one, and the reason why I think I have it somewhere around I1. I really liked I1. I know not everyone I don't think loved I1, but like I really liked I1. I think I put this one there because like I don't think anything in this is like anything in this blog summarizing it is so ridiculous of a leap of logic, or like leap of the not logic but like leap of the story logic, that it's like I can't picture or see that. I didn't get all the endings, I get that, but like I don't see anything in here so far. Maybe this next section does some bullshit, right? But in these first 3 sections that are like, oh, there's no fucking way, I read it and I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I see that. I see the support you have brought from the game, from the things I've seen mostly, and like come up with this. And like a lot of it's like, you know, there's the chronology and some of the interpretation and whatnot, but like I do enjoy that a lot. I do like that it's not just like, here's point A, here's point B, fill in the gaps, right? Good luck. It's like point A, B, C, D. I'm doing the fucking tip thing. And there's some gaps in between those points. But overall, like, it's all there, you know? Like, it's not like, yeah. You can play the game and come to most of these conclusions. Yeah, like, I think that's really good. I was worried, I'll be honest, when you sent me the blog post, like, full transparency, because that's what I'm about. You sent me the blog and I was like, oh no. I was like, it's gonna be some like crazy batshit thing. I had no hope. And if I have no hope of figuring out the game and I have to read a blog post, right? Is the game doing a good job telling the story? Well, maybe the other endings would help, blah, 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 blah. I don't like, the blog post is like a summary. This is good. This is good. This is really good. I'm glad. Let's see the other art we got. Fun read, Mr. EVN. Wait, the mysteries are piling up so much. Stop. My brain can't keep up with these plot threads. Huh? Isn't this ending incomplete? Might as well clear all the other endings and read some story analysis online. Pain. Suffering, even. And we got this. Cool commission. Really like that. Some more art. Oh. The VNDB rating of R11 shot from an average 6 to a 9, I think, after this blog first got released. I mean, the blog helps a ton. Helps a ton for me, right? In putting a lot of this together. I'm not saying that, like, oh, retroactively I would have figured all this out. No, I would have figured out probably a third. Maybe if I like really sat down, I could pump it up to a half. Right? The game gives you a lot of information. But like none of it's like such a stretch where you go and you're like watching and you're like, oh shit. Like, yeah, of course. I love the one on the right here. This one. I got this one. That's pretty cool. Like the big old red everywhere. It's blue. The desire of the 0th dimension being controlling all life in this world. This is my favorite. I'll kill you too. Oh, I would never have come to the I would never have come to the psychology conclusions. Not a fucking chance. I would have assumed they were tarot cards. Through for the rest of my life, I would assume they were the tarot cards. Taylor, half of them aren't tarot cards. Yeah. Look, I'm happy I noticed the weird third-person perspective stuff. I'm happy at the end I got the baby thing. Happy. Very, very. I'm also funny. I think I got the third location comment I made a little earlier than right before the third location thing was revealed. I think I might have said as well, but I don't remember if that was after they revealed it or not, so I'm not going to take credit for it. I take those. I take those. I take those. Let's read a little more. I'll do a little more reading. Let's read the analysis. All the meta text stuff went completely over my head. Satoru sees a shadow behind him, steps away from it, and gets very close to the edge. When we return to the scene, he's already falling down the clock tower. We can go through each possible culprit, but most of them don't have access to the tower. Access is blocked by Enomoto. Enomoto itself has no reason to push Satoru off. So how did Satoru fall? Most likely the answer is that Satoru slipped off by accident as he moved away from the shadow, but who cast it? Even if none of the other characters climb the tower, there is still something watching Satoru. The entity is self. The chronology heavily hints self is related to the tower incident. By the time, space, and maybe the self. It's not the first time a character has detected self's presence. Kokoro feels the shadow in some of the bad ends, right? How does a zero-dimension entity cast a shadow? It's possible that Satoru's paranoia fooled self into thinking someone actually was on the tower, so self unintentionally created a shadow to confirm Satoru's fears. If you want a more grounded explanation, we don't have to invoke a supernatural being. The source of the shadow could be Satoru himself. The tips tell us about the Brocken Spectre? On a high mountain, the sunrise or sunset, one is standing on the bank of a fog. The sunlight shining from behind you may project your shadow onto the fog, surrounded by the... Okay, yeah, Brocken Spectre. Oh, yeah, I remember this. As Satoru moves backwards closer to the source of light, the shadow becomes larger. Before Satoru falls, he realizes the truth. The shadow he feared was created by his own paranoia and delusions. He was always running away from himself. The chronology and natural explanations are another hint that Satoru and self are one and the same. There is something to be said about the Sayaka tip being shown live. Oh, I never would have figured out her stuff. I mean, her Inabushi, all that. Nah, fucking. The idea of the player willing her to becoming Inabushi and overrating a person. I'd never come up with that. Little victories. Hey, we take those. Why would, after getting all the info, would you finally have that revealed? Who's revealing that? Is the self being like, wait, is this all about that girl? Or is it self letting go and remembering Sayaka? Remember 11 before self decides to fade away? or give up, etc. It's an interesting thought too. It gets very meta. Enomoto tells us the personalities of Kokoro and Satoru are tied to Mount Akakura and Naosugi Island, respectively. Why is it that the personalities of Kokoro, Satoru Alpha, and Hotori Inubushi Omega are tied in one location? What is this? Okay. What the fuck is this? We're fine. Tied to the location and everyone else moves during the transfers. While we can theorize about the reason, I saw the graph, I had to scroll. There is no conclusive answer. In any case, this article outlines some likely scenarios. You just need to unlock all the scenes. What's my scene percent? Oh, you guys can't see it this way. Hold on. Probably low. Oh no, I was kind of close. I had 154. Or 145 out of 154. So 80% of the messages, got all the songs. Oh. I unfortunately don't speak Japanese. Alright, I'm gonna close the game. I'm gonna keep reading the blog, by the way. Unless... Not unless I'm gonna do it. More fortunately. Yeah, true. I guess it'd be really difficult to understand me if I just spoke Japanese the whole time. There are many scenes at the end when they decided I've had enough. I want to stop playing now. People that lack a sense of self swap. This indicates people with DID are simply unconscious at the time. After a swap pair is established, the pair persistently cycles at the time. The crash, Kokoro and Hotori are unconscious and transfer into foreign bodies. From the moment on, they feel like this body isn't mine. I have a feeling of dissociation. Inubushi's DID makes it straight. She doesn't have a sense of self, and Satoru believes he has amnesia, but it is actually fake personality. Needless to say, the babies are lacking both consciousness and feeling of identities. This may explain why DMT and MAOI were stored in the MAO inhibitors were stored in the basement. Perhaps Satoru was going to consume them to give him a sense of direction, dissociation to allow the swaps to happen. However, he fell from the clock tower before he had a chance. Enomoto's body is also resistant to tranquilizers, which may be due to Satoru and Enomoto knocking themselves out to test swaps. This theory gives no explanation for why the pairs were created as they were. They could have been randomly or thematically opposite. Considering the Jungian archetypes, we have a pair that formally represents femininity and masculinity, and a pair that represents youthful innocence and corruption. The people with the youngest bodies swap unless the body exists in another cycle. For some unknown reason, Hotori swaps with Keiko rather than Enomoto's body. Reasons may include... Okay, well, if you have for some unknown reason in a theory, it's not a good theory. I'm fine with this first one. I like this first one a lot. Hotori swaps with Keiko rather than the Enomoto body. Reasons may include Sayaka's body jumped a year into the future, since she's physically younger than Enomoto. Keiko's birthday is a year younger than Sayaka, so she's actually a year younger. Self did it, Lamau. Okay. All charts are aged older, with age oldest at the top and youngest at the bottom. That's unaware. Okay, Hotori exists in the circle. Nice thing about this theory is that it gives the reason for Satoru and Enomoto to swap bodies. Since Satoru is physically older than Enomoto, he is not qualified to swap, so he borrows the younger body. Given that Enomoto doesn't like chaos and prefers to monitor the equipment, this works out for the both of them. It's likely that Satoru is unaware of Hotori's swapping, so this creates a situation in which Lin is actually swapping. It's likely that Satoru is unaware of Hotori's swapping, so this creates a situation in which Lin is actually swapping. In the worst case, he might sacrifice his body to save Lin. However, having Lin swap would likely reveal the plan much more quickly to self. and the real one have the same birthday. The people with the youngest mind swap unless the minds exist in another circle. Uppercase is as old as the real Satoru, created in his image. Enomoto stood in the Hotarubi's 2011 circle, so his mind could not transfer in the Sphere 2012. Maybe this was done to monitor Utsumi. Personally, I like this theory better as it resolves the issue of the Sayaka Inubushi's body. Having Enomoto monitor Utsumi also fits in the plan since all the other locations have someone monitoring them. Like the previous theory, the suffering from the issue of having Lin swap if Satoru is not aware of Hotaru's existence. However, we can resolve this... Oh, hiccups. With one last assumption, if Sayaka Inubushi was held in the Hotarubi 2011 circle, then that means Satoru intended for her personalities to not swap in the Sphere 2012. However, by 2012, Inubushi's personalities have begun to merge into a single entity that may count as a new personality altogether. Same type twin swap. Older twins with their older twins, younger twins with their younger twins. Once a swap has occurred, minds that have swapped won't swap back out of their borrowed bodies unless the one they originally swapped with is in one of the other circles. Uppercase acts as a wild card and can swap despite this. Okay, again. Exception to a rule in the theory. Condition 2 makes it Enomoto is locked. I like the first one the best. In Satoru's body in 2012 Sphere, if Enomoto swapped with Satoru, he would be unable to swap to another body unless Satoru was in another one of the circles during a transfer. This theory makes a few assumptions. First, there are 3 unseen twins in the game. This is possible, and we just haven't had enough backstory. They might have been revealed later, just like how Sayaka was revealed at the very end. Second, there's issues with Satoru somehow knowing uppercase can swap regardless of the rules, unless Uni told him. Inubushi's personalities merged together. She would end up as a microcosm of the entire world of R11, where all the self merged together. That's a good one too. I guess that's neat from that perspective. I just don't like it from the swap theory. That's this one. Youngest minds. Maybe some of these are right, maybe none are. In any case, I encourage you to give it a little thought and see what you can come up with. I like it removed. Oh, from the body. So okay. I'm there. Uni? Oh, this one's okay. Uni is one of the most mysterious characters. His history and motivations are rather obscure. He plays a central role in the propagating the loop. True to his archetype, Uni is a trickster, but he doesn't just try to trick the members of the cabin. He also tricks Satoru by withholding information. Uni knew Enomoto would die and that Satoru would fall from the clock tower. 1 second. But he doesn't try to trick the members of the cabin. He also tricks Satoru by withholding information. Uni knows Enomoto would die and that Satoru would fall from the clock tower. However, neither Satoru nor Enomoto seems to be aware that these two things will happen. So what else is Uni withholding? Does Satoru even know about Uni lying in the snow and the existence of swaps between Inubushi, Hotori, and the female fetus? In any case, Uni definitely does. Uni could have saved Hotori by bringing her body into the cabin, and he could have saved Enomoto by warning him before 2012. Since he did not, he is personally responsible for the deaths of both these people. Perhaps he left Hotori outside so he could preserve food supplies for Kokoro and let Enomoto's personality, Satoru's body, die as revenge against Lieblich. I feel like he very clearly explains, if I start changing things, all of this breaks down. Which is pretty cold-blooded from a 12-year-old. Yeah, when you yeah, it's one of those things. It's one you can't you risk breaking, I guess, breaking the loop probably if you start like changing variables in the past. Because like what, you know, let's take the food supply thing for a second. What if they then starve instead of die in the avalanche like 2 days before? Then Uni kills himself, so then he doesn't exist, so then she's never saved. Where'd the brooch come from? I blame self. There you go. DMT is a powerful psychedelic drug. Use of this drug can make a person feel as though they can communicate with a higher intelligence. People often describe this as a super intelligent but emotionally detached. DMT can be introduced in the body in many ways, including inhalation, injection, and oral ingestion. Inhaling and injecting have an intense effect for a short time, around 15 minutes, while consuming produces a milder effect that can last for hours. However, monoamine oxidase, also known as MAO, is a substance within the body that breaks down the DMT. In order to achieve a hallucinogenic effect, it must also be ingested with a MAO inhibitor in order to break down the DMT. Some people can also say that the brain releases DMT just before death. Some cultures create a specific brew called ayahuasca, which contains both DMT and MAO inhibitor. This brew is used in healing ceremonies and spiritual rituals. The game refers to this mixture in the OP and in a scene on day 3 of Satoru's route called Ayahuasca Matter. Oh, okay, I didn't know that's what ayahuasca was. Inabushi is aware of the effects of mixing DMT and MAO inhibitors. She admits to stealing the chemicals from Endemento's room in the basement. Before she can consume them, she experiences the personality exchange and Alpha consumes the drugs, causing Satoru to experience the trip. Later, she asks Satoru about the experience, hinting that she has prior experiences with DMT. Satoru's experience with the DMT is euphoric or excruciatingly painful if Kokoro ate on the 3rd day, leading to a bad end. Oh, clever. In both scenarios, he feels the world expanding further and becoming thicker, or rather, he is becoming smaller and thinner. A melting body was swallowed up by the floor, sinking into infinitely deep chaos, slowly sinking until I was subsumed. Why is there DMT in Sphere? Well, if we look at the facts, we can come to the following conclusion. Satoru probably tried to using DMT to try to access the transcendental intelligence. When he consumed the DMT, we see him getting reduced to a 0-dimensional point. This may have been his method of attempting to attack self before devising the Yukido plan. At the same time, DMT could have been used for research purposes. Inabushi seems experienced with it, and it may have been used to unlock the mystery of her personalities, particularly that of Empty. DMT at death. DMT is said to retreat at the brain at the time of death, resulting in a fascinating dream. The true form of Remember11 may be nothing more than the DMT-induced dream of being just moments prior to death. Self-dying and self-dead, where is self? It was all a dream. A really lazy theory. Kagome! The Kagome song is used throughout the game and is explained briefly a few times. I'll give my interpretation of it. The game says the following about Kagome. Reference the basket weave, form of a hexagram, Star of David, a woman forced into prostitution, to be surrounded, a pregnant woman. Davis is a Star of David was used to be a demon summoning charm, but it is also this is so funny that we're a demon trapped in an infinite loop. Says that the Star of David was said to be a demon summoning charm, but it is also a crest that protects from danger. The hexagram also takes on the shape of 2 overlapping triangles or 2 overlapping trinities. This may represent the 2 transfer groups in the game. Another clever thing. In the case that Kagome means pregnant woman, that means the bird is the unborn child within her. Here we are asking when the child will be born. Keiko says the bond doesn't refer to the evening, but rather to the character that. This character is part of the word bunben, meaning childbirth. An ultimate explanation is that since evening and dawn are contradictory, the song is referring to a non-existent time. The baby will never come out. The crane and the turtle are symbols of good fortune and long life. Them slipping can mean the coming of a misfortune or death. This means that the baby will die in a miscarriage. Reference to self, who stands behind the protagonist. It contains 2 contradictory terms. Behind, back, and front. May also be read as who is the back's front. The song is full of contradictions. The dawn and the evening, the crane and the turtle, the back and the front. It's an ambivalent song, and as Uni says in the prologue, they're all 2 things that make up a pair by having the opposites of each other. Light and shadow, yin and yang, male and female, imaginary numbers and real numbers. The whole world is made up of elements that contradict each other, but at the same time, they need to coexist within one another. I think that is what the Kagome song tries to say. This is a song about self, which encompasses all contradictory terms and is symbolized by the words Kagome. It surrounds everything, acts as a demon protector, dual trinities symbolized by the Star of David, and as an unborn baby, an unaware god child with no sense of identity. Ultimately, it will die before being born. Who is that behind you? Should have put a cardboard cutout back there. We'll ignore the amines and instead talk about the double bonds here. The 6 membrane ring is not going to process any of the chemical stuff. I'm going to apologize now. But I'll read it and then I'll nod. The 6 membrane ring is constantly undergoing shift. Benzene rings have 2 conformations that they are shifting between. Boats and chairs. What that means is unimportant to this analysis. Benzene also has 2 resonance forms that's constantly swapping between. The 5-membered ring of the molecule has a spare double bond that isn't really able to participate in resonance or conformation swaps. I just find it to be an interesting observation that one side of the molecule is constantly going in an infinite loop, but one side of the molecule is stuck being almost like an observer to the shifts of the looping benzene molecule. Actually, no, I picked up exactly what you were saying in that. The chemistry is obviously a bit more complicated than that. I'm not even sure if this is intentional, but I'm something as simple as a chemical molecule that is a throwaway line released that reflects the overall plot. Be hilarious if it's planned. The evil to Sayaka, probably. When Fastidious asked me about this, I relayed the question to an Uchikoshi Nakazawa Games Discord server, and the guy who wrote this blog could not give me an explanation. Wood carbuncle. One of the great mysteries of the game are the words wood carbuncle, which are emblazoned on Satoru and Hotori's clothes. Meaning of these words has eluded fans for a long time, but I believe I may have solved this long-standing mystery. In medicine, a carbuncle is a cluster of boils caused by bacterial infection. These areas are red, inflamed, and often painful. In colloquial speech, wood refers to an erect penis. Thus, wood carbuncle is a painful inflammation on the penis. This may reflect Kokoro's feelings towards the unfamiliar part between her legs when she's controlling Satoru's body. Okay. In jewelry, a carbuncle is a red rounded gem. If this is a reference to the red and blue theme and carbuncle refers to red, we can expect that wood refers to blue. One way to make that connection is the kanji blue, green, and wood. In English, this is known as the Japanese laurel. It bears red fruit, 1 centimeter in size, and has purple flowers, red and blue. The plant is very hardy and can grow even in heavily shaded areas. The plant is that, meaning it is separate sex plants with male flowers. It is separate sex plants with male flowers and female flowers. Okay. Berries are often presented on female plants. If there is a male plant in the vicinity, the berries are not eaten by wildlife and will stay on the tree for months, making it aesthetically pleasing for long periods of time. Wood carbuncle may actually be a reference to the red fruit of the Japanese laurel, which can only develop in the presence of both a male and female plant. The fruit is the child of the tree. Its baby, by extension. That means wood carbuncle is a reference to self. Okay. There's also the jewel in the insertion scene. While the scene was describing the candy being transferred from Keiko to Satoru's mouth, it also doubles as a reference to sex and childbirth. Incidentally, the candy is probably about the same size as the laurel fruit. We did not see this version of the insertion scene. Gotcha. The last theory is that it simply is the naming of a clothing brand, but that's too simple, right? So I reached out to Nakazawa and he replied, "It has no deep meaning. It is almost certainly the name of a preferred brand." Well, I guess that settles it. Not everything has 3 layers of symbolism. Something, why is the door blue? Ask the author because it's blue. Many body Kagame lattice. No, I'm sorry. Brain can't take that right now. I saw like 6 words I haven't seen since Physics 3. Numbers play a significant role in Remember11, such as the 11 that appears in the title. Here we'll explore their significance. 3 is arguably the true arc number of the game. While 11 is the normal decimal counting system, 11 is 3 in binary. 3 appears many times. Transfer points, Trinity of Consciousness, as well as 11. Starting date, starting year, number of characters in the transfer circles. Didn't even notice that. Uni starting age, number of characters in the game's tagline. The labyrinth of memories that is killing me. I don't speak Japanese, so that doesn't work for me. Time since Sayaka's death. Number of tips. And we see them combine times between transfers, first 4 digits of Satoru's ID. Oh, true. It appears twice. 31 appears twice in the story. The number of the crash victims: 30 dead, 1 alive. Number of victims in the hospital killing spree: 12 dead, 19 wounded. 31 is the 11th prime number. Oh my fucking god. The value may also represent the Trinity and the Borromean rings: 3 and 1 and 1 and 3. This is all probably true, knowing Uchikoshi at least. This is 11 multiplied by itself 3 times. This can be broken up as 2223 as 3 instances of February, referring to the fact that Satoru, Sayaka, and Kokoro are all born on February 22nd. 2223 meaning 2 people at each of the 3 transfer circles. 9801 January 1998. And I guess that is the European and Japanese way of writing, or the European way of writing the date. The Japanese one is, I guess, technically the Emperor era. Sayaka killed her parents at an unknown state in 1998, but it may have been in January. Note that the Awazumi Hospital incident happened on January 14th, 2009. If the authors wanted to another reference to number 11, they would have implied Sayaka killed her parents on January 14th, 1998, exactly 11 years before the hospital incident. This coincidence may have reinforced Satoru's belief about a greater force manipulating events. The death of her parents would also increase the number of people murdered on January 14th from 31 to 33 at another instance. Okay. Oh, this one's short. The phrase red accepts blue entirely refers to Kokoro red and Satoru blue. The existence of Kokoro is necessary for Satoru to exist as he does. By adding the heart Kokoro radical to each kanji, the phrase becomes, or romantic feelings, love and emotion. A bit forced given the nature of the story, but Uchikoshi was trying to add romance to the game after all. Uchikoshi? Adding romance to the game? I don't believe that. Holy shit. Okay. The translations on this page are mine. They probably have flaws in them, so please tell me if you notice any mistakes. However, I hope I captured the spirit of the message intended to them. Translating song lyrics, really difficult. Proud of you for doing it. The opening cinematic is packed with meanings in both the lyrics and the visuals. Nakazawa tells us that he oversaw the creation of the OP carefully. The OP theme, it's very cool and I'm happy with it. In order to foreshadow the beginning of the story, a lot of meaningful keywords are included in the lyrics. If you listen to the full version after you've solved the game, your impression of the song will change. I think you'll be able to find out what the phrase meant, in particular the truth of who is holding madness similar to murderous intent. Perhaps while playing, the character you believe this refers to will change many times. By the way, the lyrics of part 1 symbolize Kokoro's chapter, and the lyrics of part 2 symbolize Satoru's chapter. And lost 33 minutes. Whoopsie. Good morning, everyone. Good night, Fastidious. See ya, see ya. After you've solved the game, yeah. Instead of beat. Is he gonna break him? Okay, here you go. What is the pure white sun looking at now? Even if something began shouting at the enormous universe, is undoubtedly too tiny for anyone to notice. If the endless landscape of a gentle lie, even the meaning of life will be lost somewhere. The time that was prophesied is surely drawing near. The soul is left behind in the very cold world. What is the pure white sun looking at now? I want to sleep deeply. Keep the ugly figure veiled, the unstable and chaotic pride, the madness that resembles murderous intent. I'm looking for a shadow that resembles you. Something changed as I gathered real material, the vague memories that were lost. Welcome to the place of light. The prophet is revealed. What is the pure white sun looking at now? I want to sleep. The time that was prophesied is surely drawing near. The soul was left behind in this very cold world. The vague memories that were lost. Welcome to the place of light. The prophet had revealed. Of course. What is the pure white sun looking at now? These words are repeated many times and likely refer to self, looking down on the world. Since the first part refers to Kokoro, we can infer that lines 2 to 3 are about the cabin members' feelings of hopelessness and isolation as they wait on the mountain to be rescued. Lines 4 to 5 seem to extend the idea, but it may be implying that the entire world is a lie connected to self or Satoru. The prophecy in line 6 is the Yukido plan, and the soul that is left behind is self, trapped in a loop. Line 11 and 12 are initially cryptic. However, the ugly figure refers to the darkness hidden within the hearts of humans. We were the real monsters. And it tells us to keep this hidden from the world. In the story, the darkness is represented by the shadow archetype and refers to Inabushi. The next line tells us there is a disruptive pride and murderous intent. This is Nakazawa said, your opinion on who that refers to will probably change throughout the story. Is it Inubushi that slaughtered the hospital patients, or maybe it's the Utsumi who wants to enact her revenge? The unstable Enomoto who seems very fond of stabbing people, or maybe the cabin members after they lose their sanity waiting to be rescued and turn on each other. And finally, what about Satoru who wants to kill Self? If we take lines 11 and 12 together and assume they refer to a single character, we get a different picture. Who would they refer to and who is saying them? Personally, I believe it's Satoru talking about Self. He's saying, suppress your foolish assumptions, chaotic pride, don't reveal the darkness in your heart, don't turn Sayaka into a monster. Lines 13 to 14 are from Satoru's perspective. He's looking for a shadow personality similar to you, referring either to the Self or Sayaka, and he's wondering if the plan is still proceeding smoothly as they approach the deadline. Finally, his memories are about to be lost. This sets up the scenario that Satoru has created. This is the world that the Prophet has led them to. The video is divided into 3 distinct parts, which take roughly the same amount of time. The first is introduction to the characters in the setting. Note that it puts the date on the cabin side, but it avoids it for Sphia. It subtly implies that both events are simultaneous and plants that perspective in your mind. As the characters introduce themselves, you start to get an idea of the world as it really is. This is the real portion of the video. After all the characters are introduced, the white silhouette of Uni stands up and points at the camera, asking the fundamental question: who are you? In contrast to the first part, the second part is more symbolic. There's a lot of emphasis placed on the sentences that show up on the screen, and the meaning of those words isn't obvious until you've done some thinking. It outlines essentially the true story of Remember 11, Sayaka, the Yukido clan, and Utsumi's twins. This is very much like the game itself. The first half of the game is very surface level. Kokoro doesn't dig too deep, but Satoru attempts to address the questions raised so far. In between the Kokoro and Satoru halves, between red and blue, in a single question: who are you? You is Self, the entity that Yukido is trying to kill and Uni is trying to fool. Once, life was born from nothingness. The implication that Self created all the characters and personalities from nothing. If Unus Mundus is true, then everything is born from Self and returns to it. The twins born from the same axis share a mysterious destiny. There are two pairs of twins in the game, Satoru and Sayaka, as well as Alpha and Omega. It's interesting that there are 2 pairs of twins experiencing the exchange phenomenon. Where does this leave Hotori and Kokoro, who are also caught up? Well, it turns out that Kokoro was born the same day as the Yukido siblings. And Hotori? Well, Hotori wears a sweater with the words wood carbuncle written on it. I have no idea what those words mean, but we do see Blondie's body wearing a shirt with the same words. Perhaps Hotori was somehow related to Enomoto or Satoru. In any case, we have literal twins, Yukido twins, Utsumi twins, and symbolic twins, Satoru and Kokoro. They chase endlessly in a search for their lost halves. At first, this seems to refer to Satoru and Kokoro, who are trying to meet the person they're exchanging with, but with the previous line in consideration, like it refers to Yukido and Sayaka. Yukido tries desperately either bring back Sayaka or avenge her, his missing half. The endless chase is the infinite loop. Exceeding light, exceeding infinity. This is a reference to the exchange phenomenon, which happens instantaneously across time and space, a pair as a whole, or possibly a middle ground. Here, I am not sure. It seems to be a reference to the early belief that there are only 2 exchange points, but then it corrects itself by saying that there's actually an equilibrium point in between. This means there are 3 locations, 3 personality swaps, 3 timelines. Alternatively, you might translate this as a pair becomes one, or perhaps something in between. Because of this exchange phenomenon, the boundaries between Kokoro and Satoru become blurred, and they start to be treated as a single entity. A man, Satoru, and the woman, Kokoro, a shadow, Inubushi, that dropped her mask, Maizumi, a great mother, Utsumi, by the side of a wise old man, Yomugi, a hero playing the fool, Uni. The above is a clear reference to the Jungian archetypes. The hero is the only one that's not mentioned in the game, and might be a reference to the real Satoru. Red and blue, what's in between? While red and blue are featured heavily, there are other colors in the game. The final primary color is missing, but it appears prominently in the game logo and click to continue icon. You can also think of transparency or gray as what lies between colors. The transparency gray appears at the edge of the message box when Self is not following Kokoro and Satoru's perspectives. It's the perfect color to represent what is between, as it encompasses both male and female parts and neither of them at the same time. The one who holds everything, the one who is everything and is nothing, the Trinity, neither a god nor a demon. This is Self. It is a zero-dimensional being, encompassing everything and nothing, and the Trinity is the unification of the archetypes. They depend on one another, and even though they are individually separate, they are all parts of Self. Where's that guy? Where's Self? In contrast to the first 2 parts, the final part introduces concepts without trying to place them in context. The name of the archetypes are introduced, which serve as convenient labels for us to use. A few more keywords are then shown. The text that appears between Kokoro and Satoru is a perfect demonstration of the game's phrases. In the first image, Kokoro and Satoru's images are separate. There's a reference to the seagull, something Kokoro mentions at the very start of the game before their fates were entangled. EPR pair. Ayahuasca is a brew that contains both DMT and a mal inhibitor to induce hallucinogenic experience. A moment later, the images of Satoru and Kokoro move on top of each other, representing their united nature during the exchange phenomenon. Here it mentions the Trinity and ambiguous gender and androgenicity. That's a 15-cent word. Oh god, here's a 10-cent word. Heteronomy means action that is influenced by a force outside the individual. That is exactly where self does what self does when it influences the choices of the characters. Finally, the two are separate. It mentions the real, symbolic, and imaginary. There's a theory proposed by Lacan that describes how a person becomes self-aware, among other things. The game that shows a molecule of DMT, the hallucinogen that Alpha drinks, and shamelessly introduces the remaining cast of characters, including Enomoto, Hotori, Sayaka, Self, and the fetuses. And finally, the OP ends by showing the Borromean rings over Satoru and Kokoro. Notice the top right and top left rings separate the two and represent the transfer circles surrounding Sphia and the cabin. The overlap between them is desaturated and colored gray. The final ring encircles the gray and represents self in the third area. The final ring also represents a baby, which is the product of a man and a woman and is held inside the body until born. Note that in addition to representing the transfer circles and characters, the rings represent the trinity of consciousness and the reunion of real, imaginary, and symbolic. If just one of the rings is removed, the remaining two are no longer linked and the entire thing falls apart. Finally ends with the line, the labyrinth of memories that is killing Watashi. This is the manifestation of self that follows Kokoro and is part of the self that is rotting in the infinite loop. See you, Sam. That's done. Okay. The words real, symbolic, and imaginary, RSI. Okay. Appear a few times surrounding the story, but they are never elaborated on. In this post, we'll dig into what these concepts mean for Remember 11. These words appear in tip 92. When it is executed, the transient world imaginary is lost, the bridge of the world symbolic is crossed, the true world real will reveal its shape, together with the awakening of the third eye, and the opening cinematic for the PSP and PC versions, and finally is scene titles in Satoru's chapter on the 4th and 7th days. The concept of RSI developed from French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan. To help us understand the concept, imagine the following. An empty cup rests on the table. In the imaginary realm, we have categories and labels. The cup and the table are distinct concepts. When you read table, that you can conjure an image of a flat surface held up by legs. You can make further subcategories by making distinctions between four-legged and three-legged tables or glass and wooden tables. The symbolic realm deals with language, logic, and orders. The symbolic connects imaginary labels together using concepts like above and below, before and after, presence and absence to make sense of the real word. The cup is empty, i.e. missing something like water, and is positioned on the table. The real is the objective reality without labels or categories. Before the symbolic tries to make sense of it. In the real realm, there is no distinction between the cup and the table. The only thing that exists in this realm are elementary particles and their physical interactions with each other. The three realms are distinct from each other. The imaginary is composed of many fragmented labels, while the real is a single unfragmented whole. And the symbolic concept of empty or absence don't exist in the real, since the real only talks about what is actually there. The real only describes what is, but the symbolic can discuss what isn't, or what should be. But even though they're distinct, they are inseparable. The RSI concept can be used to describe how an ego or sense of identity arises. Imagine a child that was just born into the world. At this point, the baby exists solely in the real realm because it can't categorize sight or sound. Baby simply exists and believes it is one with everything around it. With that, it learns patterns and creates categories for different objects. It can distinguish its mother from random strangers or the difference between a teddy bear and a ball. But there's an even more important category it learns. When the baby looks in the mirror, literally or figuratively, it finally makes the distinction between me and the rest of the world. It learns that it is a separate entity from everything around it. The sense of identity ego is formed. During the Remember 11, self is initially not aware of its existence and merely experiences the game of the expense of the game. It exists in the real realm. After reasoning about the events of the game, self discovers that its actions have an impact. Mirror has been brought up. At that point, self realizes that it is a separate entity and begins to form its own identity. Great. Eventually, he'll do the PSP one. Supplementary material and extra resources. See also, check out Sekimiya Spin Glass. I doubt it. Hey, it's Yukito Satoru. What's he doing here? He posted this in 2021. The guy who wrote the blog. Oh, he worked on it. Oh, cool. That's very cool. As did Godot was here. I think that's on my wish list. How are we feeling? Honestly, well, my brain's rotting out of my head right now, but besides that, no. Like again, I think like we're still here. Okay, the couple people are here that I can't talk about it. I think they did a good job with this game. I think they did a very good job with this game. Is it my I'll wrap up with this. I think all of my thoughts have been pretty well summarized during the conversations in terms of like how I feel about it. If I pulled up all of the Uchikoshi games that I've played, right? It's still 999 first. Again, no spoilers. This is just my order of what I like them in. Then, honestly, it's probably just like I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Right now, in a state of flux, you might say they exist in the primordial sea. These two are second. I really like I think I might like this one as much as I like I don't know yet. It might fall like just below. It would be like a dot instead of a full, you know, less than or greater than sign. Then we'd have VLR, which I've come around to, I think, in more recent times. Then we would have... Which other ones have I played? I guess I played I2, right? Probably there. And then... No, we'll just do 2. And then after 2 more minus signs... That's probably the order I would rank these games. I don't think it's gonna top I, but it could definitely tie it. I think though, like, it's also hard to rank it against the other ones because I think what I like about it is no, I think it can rank against the other ones. I don't think it's inappropriate to rank it against the other ones he's done. I don't know. I think I would, if I, for example, once I get Snake to play 999, if he really likes it, I'm gonna get him to play this. If I know anybody that likes mystery stuff, I'm probably gonna recommend this game to them. I think was it 2004? EN. I think I'm sitting at like a 9 for this. I think like a 9. That's how I feel. Please play it. For obvious reasons, probably. Yeah, and to be fair, I think part of the reason I'm not like it's not my favorite is this one is a pure VN. And I think I like kind of the hybrid-y ones a little better in terms of just gameplay. Banger ass soundtrack. Really cool idea. Really like tight story with twists. Really good. I like it. I'd watch someone else play this. Yeah. I mean, plot's interesting, but moves at a glacially slow pace overall. I feel like I've played slower games. I think a 7 is not bad, especially if you're watching or listening to it. You would not be ready for Ever 17. Is that one of the reasons you recommended I started with this one? I assume that's partially due to Nakazawa, based on what we were reading there, is that he really likes to explain things out. Which means I guess root double might be a fucking trip if I ever get around to that. I really liked it. It was good. It'll end up somewhere between an 8.5 and a 9. I don't know where it's going to end yet. But one of those two. Both of them great scores. Probably a 9. I think a 9's appropriate. I think they're both appropriate. You think he's done, but no, you'll get 2 more hours of him trying to explain the plot, and he explains it so much that you won't understand what's happening anymore. Too much explain, too much explain. I'm going back to my original 8.5. It's still a great score. I might change it again tomorrow. I don't know. Still good. Still a really good game. Where did I give I when I first played it? I gave I a 9. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for recommending it. You have 37 minutes left until execution. So I'll hand over the gun to you. You can and give you the keys. You can unlock the shackles. I thought it was a hammer. No, everyone else uses hammers. I get the gun. I will say, for future games, he was playing the Quantum Warp out of the execution anyway. Please remember, if there's a lot of reading, it's a lot slower for me on stream. I'm not gonna nitpick a couple hours, right? Like, that's not my goal here. All right, to everybody, this is like a general announcement. But like, if I start seeing people push like a 50-hour, 55-hour game because I'm being nice and I'm letting, like, you know, I'm letting us push the boundary a little bit, I'll be pissed. I'm not gonna sit there with a stopwatch when we play stuff, but you know, good game. Some optional scenes you didn't see. All right, I'll probably watch them tomorrow. Oh. All right. That was good. I liked that twist because I didn't feel I didn't feel like I just got hit with like a bat. You know what I mean? I don't feel like it was just like stupid person didn't understand this. It's good. It was really good. I think right under I1. It is an infinity loop. Unfortunately, our infinity loop goes the Dragon Age. Well, not unfortunately. I'm actually very excited. Our infinity loop goes the Dragon Age Inquisition next week. Game fair play. My main issue was, oh yeah, no, I do think there were parts that dragged. I think the first parts of Yukido's chapters were a bit slow. I think there were other parts where there's some explanation where it's like, please help. I think I'm going to request that you let me pick when I do Ever 17 and Never 7 or any other Nakazawa game so that I don't like have to, I can work myself up to it. This was the perfect time because I was going to probably pick Remember 11 if it didn't get funded. at some point soon. Anyway, I'm out. Thank you all. You're not a big Ever 17 head, don't worry. Bless. Then we're gonna probably play a lot of RPGs this year. Discord link right there. YouTube for both VODs and edited content. And finally, in the band, check us out. We are going to raid out. I think fair points from everybody on the game, by the way. I don't think there was like any opinion I really vehemently disagreed with in terms of that came tonight. All right, Frosty's playing Cyberpunk. Oh, alrighty. Thank you all for being here. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your night, day, afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it may be. Please remember to stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll talk to you guys again soon. Back Thursday, more Judgment. Peace out.